If you can change your mind, you can change your life. Till now, you wouldn't be preparing for your NEET exam seriously, but if you change your mind and if you start preparing for your NEET exam right now seriously, because the 6 months are remaining, you can crack NEET exam and you can change your life. I'm UMEED Rao, ma'am, will be teaching zoology in PW English, and today this is the chapter 1, the new lecture on the new batch, that is UMEED NEET 2025 in pure English. So this batch is going to be helpful for all of you whoever preparing for NEET 2025 seriously. And today I'm going to start with the first chapter, that is structural organization in animals. Now, when I say this chapter name, I know the first question that you would be asking me, how important this chapter is. What is the chapter weightage? So from this chapter, you can expect around 4 to 5 questions, 4 to 5 questions for your NEET exam. Okay. So I also taught, partially I have taught this chapter in Yakin NEET 2025 English. So if you are Yakin NEET 2025 English batch students, you would already know me, you would know my tricks and easy way of making you guys understand. So having said that, let's get started with the chapter structural organization in animals. So in this chapter, we will be covering all about tissues. Yes, so animal tissues is deleted from NCERT, but it is there for NEET exam because it is there in NTA's NMC syllabus. Okay, and after studying animal tissues, we will be studying about cockroach, which is also deleted from NCERT, but it is there for NEET exam. And of course, at the end, we will be discussing frog. So these are the topics that we will be covering in today's class. So let's get started with animal tissues. Now, if you have the old NCERT, or if you have the the online version, that is the PDF of the old NCERT, what you get to see here is, in structural organization animals, there are certain introduction part, and after which we get to see the animal tissue. So it is better to read this once for the better understanding, and then it's better to start animal tissues. And after animal tissue, some paragraphs about organ system has been given, which we are not going to cover, however. Okay, so let's begin with structural organization in animals. Now, different animals different structures are being organized in a specific way. So if you consider the smallest of smallest, that is lower organisms, let's say unicellular organisms. So in unicellular organisms, single cell is involved in performing specific function. So single cell perform all the different functions like digestion, excretion, etc. Okay, but if you consider multicellular organisms, so in the case of multicellular organisms, different group of cells will be organized in a specific manner to perform a specific or all these common functions. Okay, different group of cells perform these function in organized manner. So we know examples for unicellular organisms like amoeba, euglena, even bacteria, right? Coming to multicellular organisms, so we are not going to talk much about this because this chapter is all about tissues, cockroach, frog. So we will be seeing about tissues basically. Okay. So again, in multicellular organisms, there comes two group of organisms. Okay. That is simple organisms, like in the case of Hydra. So in Hydra, similar group of cells perform function, and we get to see around thousands of, it might have around 1,000 of cells in them because they are simpler organisms, right? If you consider higher organisms, like in the case of humans, see, I'm not saying something of my own, these all are there in NCRT. So you can see the body of simple organisms like Hydra is made up of different types of cells, and number of cells in each type can be thousands. Okay. Whereas in the case of human body, there are going to be billions of cells. So in Hydra, around 1,000 cells are present in the body, and similar or different group of cells will be performing a function, right? Basically, tissues will be present over here because group of similar cells will form tissues, and tissues are performing specific function. We will also see what is tissue, what is organ. So in the case of in human body, okay, that is in complex organisms, this is simpler organism. In human body, there are around billions of cells which grouped into tissues, organ system to perform functions. So what is more important here is we should know that in human body it is composed of billions of cells. Smaller or lower organisms like Hydra have got around thousands of cells. So this is the important point to be noted. Okay, so that is why I have written it over here. Now, what is this tissue? What is this organ? What is this organ system? So let's understand about tissues. So tissues are nothing but, which is definitely seen in multicellular organisms. Okay, so tissues are something which is seen in multicellular organisms, and tissues is something which is having the cells of common origin, common function, and they are grouped together. So in multicellular organisms, like in animals, in multicellular animals, a group of similar cells along with the intercellular substances. So tissues might have intercellular substances between the cells. Okay, and this group of similar cells will be performing common function, and this is called as tissue. Okay, so what exactly tissues are made up of? So from lower class we have studied that tissues are made up of cells. So what are cells? Cells are nothing but fundamental unit of life. So it is a structural functional unit of living organism. Structural functional unit of living organism. So smallest unit in a living organism would be cell. That is why it is defined as it is a structural and functional unit. Structurally as well as functionally, they act like a smallest unit in the living organism, and they are the fundamental unit of life. They are the main unit. which actually form entire organism. How do the cells form an organism? That is cells when the cells of common origin and common function come together, they form tissues. Okay, and between the cells there can be some intercellular substances, and sometimes there might not be the intercellular substances. It depends. And these tissues will be further organized in a specific manner to form organs. Okay, so any organism, if you consider, they are made up of cells, and group of cells, when they come together they form tissues, and many tissues, when they are organized in a specific proportion and pattern, they form organ, like stomach, lungs, heart, kidney. These all are NCERT lines, that is why I have copy pasted as it is. And when these organs, when they come together, that is when two or more organs perform a common function by their physical or chemical interaction, they together form different organ system, like digestive system, excretory system, respiratory system, and so on. Excretory system. So this all are examples for organ system. Okay, so between the organs there will be interaction. What sort of an interaction? Physical or chemical interaction. Whereas in organs, tissues, many tissues will be organized together in a specific proportion. For example, if you consider, let's say, stomach has got many different types of tissues. It has got epithelial tissue, it has got connective tissue, it has got muscle tissue. So these many tissues are interacting in a they are being present in a specific proportion in the stomach, and they form organ. So when many organs like stomach, pancreas, so all of them, when they interact among each other chemically, physically, they form organ system. So that is differences between cells, tissues, organ, and organ system. Okay, now in this chapter we will be studying about tissues. So it's very surprising to know that our entire body is just made up of 4 types of tissues. So let's study about types of tissues. It's very, we should be amazed to know that entire human body, or even other animal body, if you consider, they just have these 4 tissues. There would be varieties of organs, varieties of cells, varieties of hormones produced by different organs, different glands, right? But ultimately, those all are actually made up of, these, either of these 4 tissues. So what are these tissues? The very first tissues that we will be studying is epithelial tissue. Epithelium, epithelial tissue, these all are one and the same. And the next type of tissue that we will be studying would be, I guess, connective tissue. And then we will be studying about muscle tissue, and at the end we will be studying about nervous tissue. So let's get started with epithelial tissue. What is the meaning of epithelial tissue? Epi means covering, thelia means layer. So epithelial tissue will either cover in a outer exterior part of the organ, or gland would be covered by epithelial tissue, or it will form a internal covering. Okay. So epithelium or epithelial tissue, let's understand few things about this. So it has free surface that faces the body fluid or outside environment. So if there is an organ, let's say, if there is, let's say, a stomach. Okay, if this is an organ, let's say it's a stomach. Now, outer part of the, that is outside of the stomach, is covered by epithelial tissue. Okay, so free surface either face outside environment, as you can see, or it will be facing facing the body fluid. So inside of the stomach we get to see body fluids, right? So either this epithelial tissue is present outside, or I mean actually it is both, not either, it is both. It is present outside as well as it forms the inner layer, inner lining or inner covering of the organ. Okay, so that is what is epithelial tissue is. That is, it forms a covering out, either out, I mean it is both, forms covering outside as well as inside. Either it will be facing, it is facing outside the environment, as well as it will be facing the body fluid. Okay, and it will be usually covering or lining the body or body parts, as we know. And now if you see what exactly epithelial tissues are made up of, epithelial tissues are made up of cells which are packed with very little intercellular matrix. So between the cells, so if I draw epithelial tissue, I'm actually trying to draw one random epithelial tissue. So these cells are closely packed and there is very less matrix or space between these cells. So there is going to be very little intercellular matrix. There is going to be very little intercellular matrix between the epithelial tissues. And it is important. Why? What if there was too much of intercellular matrix between the cells? What would have happened? The cells would have loosely arranged, and that would be making them that won't be actually it wouldn't be helping to cover or to protect actually the organ. Actually this particular epithelial tissue, since they have got cells which is compactly arranged with less intercellular space, because of this property they will be helping in protection. Okay, by covering the body or body part, they will actually provide the protection to that particular organ. So this is why in these cells, between these cells, there is very less intercellular matrix or substances. Okay, so that this tissue is going to be intact. So epithelial tissue is mainly divided into two types. That is simple epithelial tissue and compound epithelial tissue. Now, what is simple and compound epithelial tissue? So as the name says, simple epithelial tissue. Now epithelial tissue, will be writing it as ET. Okay, so simple epithelial tissue, as the name say, they are simple, which means they just have got single layer of cells. Whereas compound epithelial tissue, they will have many layers of cells. We will be studying about these two further in detail. So let's get started with the simple epithelial tissue. Okay, so in simple epithelial tissue is just made up of single layer of cells. Okay, so we will first understand some few things about simple epithelial tissue. Then we will be seeing the different types of simple epithelial tissue. So simple epithelial tissue single layer of cells, and that is why they are found in ducts and the lining of glands and body parts and so on. We will be seeing where exactly they are located. So mainly, as the name says, simple epithelial tissue, they just have got single layer of cells. So now coming to the types. Simple epithelial tissue is divided into further types. So the first type is simple squamous epithelial tissue, and cuboidal epithelial tissue, and columnar epithelial tissue. Okay, so these are the main three types of simple epithelial tissue. So these cuboidal and columnar, they can be like further modified. So there is even modified simple epithelial tissue, which we will be studying later. So there is modification. Okay, modification in columnar and cuboidal epithelial tissue. They can be modified into either glandular epithelial tissue or ciliated cuboidal or columnar epithelial tissue, which we will be seeing later. So first, let's understand about under epithelial tissue, that is under simple epithelial tissue. First, we will be understanding simple squamous epithelial tissue. Okay, so what is simple squamous epithelial tissue made up of? Now, this is the first type of epithelial tissue, that is simple epithelial tissue that we are studying, that is simple squamous epithelial tissue. So this comes under, I'll write it as a simple squamous epithelial tissue. So as the name says, simple, there is just one layer of cells, and squamous is actually means pavement. Okay, so they are also called as pavement epithelial tissue. Another name is pavement epithelial tissue. What is the meaning of pavement? So sometimes on the floors they'll put actually a pavement, right? So sometimes you get to see pavement on the floor. So pavement is something like tile with the boundary, and the tiles are actually flat, usually flat. So pavement epithelial tissue, as the name say, they are made up of flat cells with irregular boundaries. So they are thin layer of flat cells. They are thin, flat with irregular boundaries. Okay, so what is the use of this thin and flat structure? So you know that thinner the cells, better is the diffusion through them. So these are present in the place where there is going to be maximum diffusion. Like alveolar sac is made up of simple squamous epithelial tissue. Similarly, the blood capillaries. What is that? The capillaries is very thin, right? Blood capillaries lining is just made up of single layer thickness. So walls of blood vessels, that is specifically blood capillaries, I'll write it over here. When I say blood vessels, it is specifically blood capillaries. There are three types of blood vessels: artery, veins, and capillaries, right? So capillaries are the smallest and have the most thin wall. So to form the most thin wall, there can't be any other cells apart from this type of epithelial tissue cells. So since they're extremely thin, they are present in the blood vessel, that is, they are present in the blood capillaries, so that capillaries can transport the nutrients along with the blood into the cell. To reach the cell, this capillaries will be helpful. So their thinnest cell will be helping in transportation of these blood along with the nutrients into the cells. So the location is clear now. That is, what is the location? They are present in the alveoli of the lungs as well as blood vessels. Okay, now Um, Apart from these two locations, in excretory products and elimination chapter, we will be studying that Bowman's capsule. Um, yeah, Bowman's capsule also have got simple squamous epithelial tissue. That is what we will be studying. So this particular type of tissue is also present in the lining of Bowman's capsule, because in Bowman's capsule, so I guess it's there in this chapter as well. So we are right now discussing simple squamous epithelial tissue, and we are in this. So here they have just given two location, blood vessels and air sacs. That is nothing but the alveolar sac. So they will be helping in the function is going to be, they act as a diffusion boundary. So here just two location is given, but in excretory products elimination chapter, we will also see that they will be also present in Bowman's capsule. So I'll be writing it over here in the bracket. Also found in Bowman's capsule. Okay, because in Bowman's capsule, there would be the lining of the Bowman's capsule, blood capillary lining, as well as another basement membrane will be present in between of the capillary as well as Bowman's capsule, which all these three membrane will form a filtration slit. So it will be helping in filtration. So the thinner the membrane, better is the filtration. So that is why it is also present in Bowman's capsule. So that is about simple squamous epithelial tissue, location and function. And I have got trick to make you understand, make you remember all of this, location. Okay, function is clear. And look at their structure. How do they appear? You can make out it's very thin, and you can see some structure over here. What is this? This is actually basement membrane. So usually epithelial tissue is present on basement membrane. Okay, and further this basement membrane is present on connective tissue, and down to these connective tissue there will be muscles. Okay, so usually I'll label all this. So what is this? Epithelial tissue. What is this? Basement membrane. So basement membrane is actually present at the base of epithelial tissue. Basement membrane is not actually made up of any of the cells. It is non-cellular. It doesn't has got any cells. It has got some modified polysaccharide or some of the modified proteins it can have. So they are non-cellular. They are not made up of any cells. Instead, they are made up of certain substances. And down there is going to be connective tissue. And this is muscle tissue. Okay. So you will be hearing the terminology basement membrane in two places in human physiology unit. One is in breathing and exchange of gases. There is basement membrane between alveolar sac and the blood capillary. Similarly, in excretory products and elimination, we will be hearing this terminology basement membrane. There is basement membrane between Bowman's capsule, simple squamous epithelial tissue, and the glomerular blood capillaries. Okay, so that's about simple squamous epithelial tissue. And I have got trick to make you remember the location of simple squamous epithelial tissue, which we will be seeing later. So all you have to know, location and function. So function, it is clear. Function and location is very much related to each other. So if you understand one, you will understand another one. Next type of epithelial tissue that we have is cuboidal epithelial tissue. Again, the name cuboidal itself is, it is clear that what is their shape. So shape of these cells are cube-like, cuboidal-like. Okay. So they are composed of cube-like cells. They are composed of cube-like cells. Over there it was pavement, that is irregular boundaries, thin flat cells, but here it is cuboid, cube-like. Okay. Now coming to the location where they are present. Now, which part of our body requires cuboid cells, and why cuboidal cells? Why cube-like cells? Presence of cube-like cells, you can see over here, they are quite fat, right? You know, this is cuboid. You know that this is cuboid, right? So cuboidal structure will actually cause increased surface area, right? Because of their fat cell, they will increase, because of that fat uh, structure, they will increase the surface area. So which part of the body requires more surface area? That is certain part of the body which requires absorption, right? And secretion will want, which actually wants this increased surface area. So what is the meaning of absorption and secretion? Absorption is something, absorption is the process of absorbing the materials. For example, our different parts of the nephron. So in different parts of the nephron, we get to see reabsorption. So we know that our blood will be filtered in kidney, that is specifically in nephron. Okay. So the terminology we use is actually wrong. It is not just filtration that happens. It is not just blood is filtered in nephron, but also lot of water, nutrients that is present in the blood, which is supposed to go out of the body as urine. So these important materials like a lot of water, nutrients will be reabsorbed by our body. It will be taken back by our body. Okay. Similarly, lot of materials that is present in the body, like some of the ions or excretory material waste, will be secreted from our body fluid into these filtrate, that is into this urine, so that urine will be passed, that is so that urine can pass out these excretory substances. Okay. So the main function of these cells is secretion and absorption. So that is why they are present in the place where there is absorption and secretion is needed. Okay. That is, they are present in ducts of glands. What is the meaning of duct? So duct is a tube-like structure. So whichever gland which is having duct are called as exocrine gland, and such gland will be synthesizing enzymes. So what does enzyme do? They break down, usually they catalyze the reaction, they break down the substances into the product in our body, right? So duct of the gland will have these cells, so that the duct can secrete enzymes, transport enzymes through them. Okay. Similarly, as I just told, the tubular part of the nephron, which will be helping in reabsorbing the essential materials from the blood into the body fluid and secrete certain nitrogenous waste from the body fluid into the urine or into the filtrate. So these functions are carried out by these cuboidal cells that is present in the parts of the tubular part of the nephron. So apart from what is that? Duct of gland, tubular part of the nephron. Yeah. This one is also present in the PCT. Now, what is PCT? PCT is once again the tubular part of the nephron. Nephrons have different parts, right? Tubular, tubules of the nephron, and glomerular capillaries. So these are the two main parts of the nephron. So tubules of the nephron will consist of PCT, DCT, collecting duct, even Bowman's capsule. Okay. So in the tubular part, that is specifically PCT, has got cuboidal epithelial tissue. Along with the cuboidal epithelial tissue, these PCT also have got microvilli. Okay. So if this is PCT, This is cuboidal epithelial tissue that you're able to see in PCT. Okay. So, these cuboidal epithelial tissue in PCT, they also have got microvilli. What is microvilli? You know intestinal villi, and on the intestinal villi there is a again microvilli. So similar small hair like structure. Okay, this is not cilia, this is microvilli. They are smaller than cilia. They can also be called as brush border. Okay, they can also called as brush border. So microvilli is also called as brush border. Fine. So what is the importance of this microvilli on PCT? It will increase. They increase surface area of reabsorption. Okay. So PCT is a place where the maximum reabsorption will be happening. The maximum reabsorption will be happening in the PCT part of the nephron, where water, glucose, amino acids, all the nutrients, most of the water will be reabsorbed in this particular place. And to enable that, the cuboidal epithelial tissue will be having microvilli. Okay. So by this we understand that cuboidal type of epithelial tissue, again we can divide into simpler as well as simpler cuboidal epithelial tissue and one which contain microvilli. So I'm not going to write these things over here. So it's simple. In the other part of the nephron and in the duct of gland, there is just the simple cuboidal epithelial tissue. But specifically in PCT, this cuboidal epithelial tissue has got microvilli. Okay. So here we are done with the cuboidal epithelial tissue. Now, two locations are given in this chapter. In higher class, that is in class 12 standard human reproduction chapter, somewhere in NCRT of that chapter, it has been told that ovary is covered by cuboidal epithelial tissue. So the germinal epithelial tissue, we call it as, which is actually made up of cuboidal cells. So I'll write over here under the location, what do we write? Ovary. Ovary germinal epithelium. Okay. Ovary epithelium also has got cuboidal epithelium tissue. Okay. So as of now, simple squamous epithelial tissue, two location we have seen. Cuboidal epithelial tissue, two location we have seen. Okay. 2 to 3 we can say, but this is actually same. So tubular part of nephron is general. Specifically in PCT tubular part, we get to see microvilli. Okay, so that is why I'm not considering this as a separate location. This is the same location. That is, it is also tubular part of the nephron. So look at the cells. Here you can see the cells are cuboidal, and where the nucleus are present, nucleus are centrally placed. Nucleus is placed centrally. Okay, so this is the real image of I guess so the tubular part of this one. So this all are cuboidal epithelial tissue. Okay, so the next type of epithelial tissue that we have is columnar epithelial tissue. Columnar epithelial tissue, as the name say here, the cells are elongated, slender, they are tall. Okay. So tall, slender cells, and look at where the nucleus is present. Here it is not been mentioned properly, but you can see most of the places nucleus is present at the base, right? Nucleus is present here, 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 here. So, which is very important point to note, because in the case of cuboidal epithelial tissue, nucleus was placed centrally. But over here, nuclei is present at the base of the cells, that is at the down of the cells. Okay. Now, here also some columnar epithelial tissue can have microvilli, because their function is also similar to that of cuboidal epithelial tissue. That is, they are also involved in secretion and absorption. Okay. So, usually cuboidal epithelial tissue is present in the excretory system, where the reabsorption secretion of the waste and essential materials happens. But columnar epithelial tissue is present in the digestive system, where the nutrients should be absorbed efficiently and certain enzymes or certain chemicals should be synthesized, secreted. So in such places we get to see columnar epithelial tissue. Okay, function is same. Function of both cuboidal epithelial tissue as well as columnar epithelial tissue is same. Function is same. Okay, function of both of these tissues are same, but location is different. Location of columnar tissue is stomach lining or intestinal lining. In the lining of the intestine and stomach, you get to see columna. That is mainly they are present in the digestive system, and even in the respiratory system, some parts, but that is not needed. Whatever it is there in the NSAID, that much is enough to remember. So columnar is in digestive system mainly, whereas cuboidal excretory system, that is for the absorption and secretion, as well as in the duct of the glands. So here we are done with all the simple epithelial tissue. Okay, now to make you remember about all the different types of epithelial tissues location, I have got a trick. So trick is over here. Epithelial tissue, three types we have seen. Simple, oh god, I should have written simple, right? Yeah, simple epithelial tissue, three types: simple squamous, simple cuboidal, columnar epithelial tissue. So squamous epithelial tissue, three locations we saw, right? Alveolar sac, Bowman's capsule, capillary wall. So you can remember it as A, B, C. A, alveolar sac, B, Bowman's capsule, C, capillary wall. A, B, C is the location of simple squamous epithelial tissue. Simple cuboidal epithelial tissue, three locations: ducts of gland, tubules of nephron, ovary of epithelium. So you can remember it as DOT. Okay. Location of cuboidal epithelial tissue, simple cuboidal epithelial tissue is DOT. Columnar epithelial tissue is very simple to remember. SI. You know SI unit. So S stands for stomach, I stands for intestine. They are present in the lining of intestine and stomach. Simple. So here we are done with simple simple epithelial tissue. Everything about their location, functions, as well as trick. Now let's understand about certain modification that we get to see in epithelial tissue. Okay. So specifically we get to see modification in cuboidal and columnar epithelial tissue. Modification is in cuboidal and columnar epithelial tissue. So the first modification that we are studying is ciliated epithelium. So when the columnar or cuboidal epithelial tissue are ciliated, then they can be called as ciliated columnar epithelial tissue. I'll write it in a big bracket. Ciliated columnar epithelial tissue, or we can call it as ciliated cuboidal epithelial tissue. Okay. What happened? Yeah. Now As the name says, ciliated epithelial tissue, it can be columnar or cuboidal. They will have cilia. Okay. So cells will bear cilia on their free surface. Now, what is the meaning of this? So this is epithelial tissue. That is, you can make out it is columnar epithelial tissue. And you know that columnar epithelial tissue usually attached to the basement membrane. And down to the basement membrane, there will be connective tissue. Down to the connective tissue, there will be muscle tissue. So this is the occupied end. This is the occupied end of this epithelial tissue, whereas this is the free end of this epithelial tissue. So free end of the epithelial tissue will have cilia if it is ciliated, columnar or cuboidal epithelial tissue. Okay. Now, similar type of epithelial tissue we have seen prior. That is epithelial tissue, that is cuboidal and columnar epithelial tissue with the microvilli. Okay, so microvilli is different, cilia is different. If you want to understand quickly the difference, I can write over here. Cilia, microvilli. Okay. Yeah. So what is the differences between cilia and microvilli? They are larger, they are smaller. By the way, these all differences are not given in NCERT in detail, but I'm explaining for the better understanding. So microvilli sometimes we get to see on the free surface of cuboidal epithelial tissue as well as columnar epithelial tissue, just like how we get to see cilia on columnar and cuboidal epithelial tissue. Okay. So cilia will be helping in, as you can see over here, to move the particles. Okay. They move particles, whereas microvilli will help in absorption and secretion. Okay. By the way, microvilli can also be called as brush border epithelial tissue. I mean, they are also called as brush border. So brush border and microvilli are one and the same. Brush border and microvilli are one and the same. So brush border epithelial tissue or microvilli containing epithelial tissue, ciliated epithelial tissue. So these two main differences are enough for the understanding. Now coming to the location of ciliated epithelial tissue. In which part of the body we need to transport different molecules or substance? One is in the fallopian tube. Our ovum from the ovary, which is released from the ovary, can't move by itself. You know that ovum will be released from the ovary, and that ovum has to be transported to the fallopian tube, and once it is fertilized, it will be then transported to the uterus. But ovum can't move by itself, so someone has to help in movement. That is fallopian tube, which is made up of ciliated epithelial tissue, will be helping in movement of ovum or egg. So fallopian tube will be helping in movement of ovum or egg through their ciliated epithelial tissue. Similarly, bronchioles. Sometimes when we inhale dust particles, we sneeze, right? And in the sneeze, we have a lot of mucus coming out. In the sneeze, there will be even mucus which will be accompanying the dust particles. So what is exactly helping in the movement of this mucus with the dust particles? That is this bronchioles, which is having the ciliated epithelial tissue, will be helping in removal of the mucus along with the dust particles. Okay. So location is inner surface of certain hollow organs like bronchioles. Fallopian tube is made up of cilia. Here specifically bronchioles and fallopian tubes are written because we are talking about columnar and cuboidal epithelial tissues modification. That is, if cilia is present in cuboidal and columnar, then like that is what we are discussing. There are certain type of, other type of epithelial tissue that is not mentioned in NCRT. When that have got cilia, uh, when we are listing about the location of such type of epithelial tissue, we have even more locations like trachea, bronchi. They will also have cilia, which will be helping in transportation of mucus dust particles out. Now, function. What is a function? Movement of ovum, movement of dust particles. So these all are the functions of these yeah, to move particles or mucus in a specific direction over the epithelium. So over the epithelium, that is above the epithelium, with the help of this long hair-like structure, that is cilia, the cilia will be moving, which will be helping in the transportation movement of mucus or any substance. Okay, here I am trying to draw ovum. So ovum will be able to move at a particular direction because of this cilia that is present on the epithelial tissue. So here we are done with ciliated, columnar or cuboidal epithelial tissue. Now let's see the next modification, that is next modification of columnar and cuboidal epithelial tissue, that is glandular epithelium. Okay, so you can see in this particular part of NCRT, they have written some of the columnar and cuboidal cells get specialized for secretion and are called as glandular epithelial tissue, which is a second modification that we are going to discuss right now. So, first modification of columnar and cuboidal epithelial tissue was ciliated cuboidal epithelial tissue or columnar epithelial tissue. So, the next, modification that we are seeing is glandular epithelial tissue. So, what is glandular epithelium? So, you know the function of glands. There are two types of glands, exocrine gland and endocrine gland. Exocrine gland will be secreting enzymes and endocrine gland will be secreting hormones. So, both of them are involved in secretions. So, glands means they will be secreting something. So, their function is secretion. Okay. So, when the columnar or cuboidal epithelial tissue is modified into a gland, when they are modified to secrete secretions like hormones or enzymes, such epithelial tissue is called as glandular epithelial tissue. And there are two types of glandular epithelial tissue based upon number of cells. Okay. So, first type of glandular epithelial tissue that we are discussing over here is unicellular glands. So, what are unicellular glandular epithelium? So, they are made up of course, they are consisting of isolated glandular cells, which means they are made up of single cell, not a layer of cells, but a single cell. When a single cell of a columnar or cuboidal epithelial tissue, let's say there is a, this is a columnar epithelial tissue. Okay. So, in this columnar epithelial tissue, when one cell is involved in, do we have an image? Yeah, we have. You can make out over here only. So this is columnar epithelial tissue. So in this columnar epithelial tissue, when one cell is involved in secreting some secretion, such glandular tissue or such glandular gland is going to be unicellular gland. So because one cell is acting like a gland, one cell is involved in secretion. So example for this is goblet cells of alimentary canal, which will be secreting mucus. They secrete mucus. Goblet cells will be secreting mucus. So this is a unicellular gland because here the single cell is acting like a gland to secrete a secretion, that is mucus. Coming to multicellular glandular epithelial tissue. So over here, it consists of cluster of cells, and this cluster of cells are acting like a gland. That is, they will be synthesizing, they will be secreting certain secretion. Example is salivary gland. Salivary gland is a multicellular glandular epithelial tissue, because over here many cells are secreting. So you can make out over here. Look at this structure. You can make out there are some cilia and there are some column like elongated cells you can see. Okay, so here one cell, unicellular gland. This is unicellular gland. This cell is unicellular gland, because here the single cell is secreting something. That is why this is unicellular gland. Okay, this one is unicellular gland. Example, goblet cells which produce mucus. Multicellular gland, salivary gland is an example. So you can make out here 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, many cells are involved, and these many cells are this is one, this is another one. So many cells are involved in secreting the salivary amylase. Okay, so henceforth this is multicellular gland, because here many cells are secreting the enzyme salivary amylase. I hope it is clear about unicellular and multicellular glandular epithelial tissue. Now, as I just told before some time, glands are of two types: endocrine gland and exocrine gland. So what is this exocrine endocrine gland? If a gland which is having tube-like structure, okay, through this tube-like structure they will be transporting their materials, then such gland is called as exocrine gland. In a simple manner to explain, exo means what? Outside. So in exocrine gland, the gland will be secreting their substances outside the gland itself. Okay, so if this particular organ, if it has to secrete the enzyme or a chemical outside, it needs to have a tube-like structure. So that is why exocrine gland will have tube-like structure called as duct. Through this duct, they will be transporting their secretion. Okay, so exocrine gland, secretions are released through the duct or tube-like structure. Exocrine gland will be usually secreting enzymes. Apart from that, example for this is mucus, saliva, oil, milk, digestive enzymes. So all of these are secreted by exocrine gland, because for the transportation of these things, they should require a tube-like structure called as duct. So digestive enzyme, if you consider any of the digestive enzyme, let's say stomach is having certain glands which will be releasing out the enzymes, and that enzymes will be transported through the tube-like structure that is present in the stomach. Between the stomach and intestine, there is tube-like structure. So these secretions are transported from the stomach to the intestine through the tube-like structure which is present between the stomach and intestine. That is actually the part of digestive system itself. That is one example. If you consider mucus as well, if you consider oil gland that we have, even when we are releasing oil, it is being transported through the tube-like structure. So since tube-like structure is present attached to this gland, so whatever secretions that is transported through this tube-like structure, so these secretions will be transporting to the nearest part. They won't be able to get transported to very long distance. For example, stomach enzyme will be transported from the stomach maximum to intestine. It won't be transported to brain. Okay. Again, milk which is going out of the mammary gland. So mammary gland is completely made up of tube-like structures. You will be studying in class 12th human reproduction chapter. There is in mammary gland there is a structure called as alveoli, where different tubules will be originating from alveoli, further ampulla. So all of these are tube-like structure. So milk is transported out of the mammary gland through the tube-like structure itself. So milk can't be transported from the mammary gland to the brain or some tip of the leg. No. But endocrine gland, here, since there is no duct, they are ductless gland, and the secretions of the endocrine gland is called as hormones. Secretions of exocrine gland are usually called as enzymes. Okay, so since there is no duct, and as the name say endocrine gland, so these glands are secreting the hormones within itself. Now, how it is possible? We know that any part of the body, if you consider, they are surrounded by blood vessels. So even these glands are surrounded by blood vessels. Okay, surrounded, connected with the blood vessels. So the secretions are transported not really outside the body, but when these hormones are secreted inside these gland, these secretions, that is these hormones, are being taken up by the blood vessels. So basically, hormones will be releasing the endocrine gland will be releasing the hormones within itself. So these hormones, which has been released within, will be transported from these gland through the blood vessel. Okay, and you know that blood vessels are connected all over the body. So a hormone that has been produced from the brain can have effect on reproductive organs itself. Brain is here, reproductive organ is in abdomen. So longest distance they can travel because the hormones are released into blood and blood vessels. So because of this, they are able to transport to the larger distance. So that is about two types of gland. Okay, so we are able to differentiate these two types of gland based upon mode of powering of secretion. Endocrine means within, exocrine means outside. So here we are done with all the different type of simple epithelial tissue. Now let's study about compound epithelial tissue. As the name say, compound, they are complicated. Why they are complicated? Because here we get to see many layers of cells. They are made up of multi-layer, that is, they are made up of more than one layer of cells. Okay, so they have no role in secretion and absorption. NCERT say they have got limited role. Limited role means what? Limited role means no or less. Less or no role in secretion and absorption. Then why? Why is this multi-layered cells? It is required for the maximum protection. So where do we get to see many layer of cells? Skin. Also, if you see the lining of our mouth, so it is a place where maximum, what do we call for that? Wear and tear, no? It's not given NCERT. So the place where the maximum stress, mechanical stress, physical stress, chemical stress occurs. So in such places, we get to see these type of epithelial tissue. So where there is maximum wear and tear, so in such places we get to see this type of tissues. Like they cover the dry surface of the skin. They are present in the skin. Moist surface of the buccal cavity. By mistake, we accidentally bite our inner cheeks. But still nothing happens to us because it is made up of many layers of cells. It is made up of compound epithelial tissue, even skin. We get wound, but still we won't die. Why? Because we have got many layers under the skin. Skin is made up of many layers. When we get wound, maybe a top part of some layer of the skin is affected, not all. But imagine alveolar sac, if it is getting affected, what happens? Entire respiratory system will be affected. We won't be able to respire if alveolar sac is affected, or let's say Bowman's capsule is affected, because it is very sensitive region, because they are made up of very thin lining, like they have got simple squamous epithelial tissue. Okay, so apart from that, they cover the dry surface of pharynx. throat, right? Inner lining of even the duct of salivary gland. Again, that is in the buccal cavity. Pancreatic duct. So pancreatic duct. Pancreatic duct has to transport all the different varieties of the enzyme. Like they have to transport the alkaline fluid from the pancreas into the intestine. Also, they have to transport lipid digesting, protein digesting, carbohydrate digesting enzyme. That is, have to transport pancreatic lipase, trypsin, pancreatic amylase through these duct. So it is the place where this chemical stress is experienced. Chemical stress is experienced in pancreatic duct. Even in the duct of salivary gland, where do we have this duct of salivary gland? In the buccal cavity, and it is the maximum, it is the place where the maximum mechanical stress, physical stress can happen. Similarly, pharynx. Pharynx is near to the throat, right? So after the buccal cavity, the next part that we get is pharynx only. So we sometimes eat random food which is not completely digested. So pharynx will experience mechanical stress because of eating a lot of food half, right? So that is why these type of epithelial tissue is present in the place where the maximum mechanical stress and chemical stress can happen, and the function is they protect against mechanical, chemical, physical stress. So that is about the function, location of compound epithelial tissue. Compound epithelial tissue has got many locations. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, there is actually BPSPS. Yes, there is a trick to make you remember this compound epithelial tissue, that is BPSPS. Okay. BPSPS. What is BPSPS stands for? B. Buccal cavity. P. Pharynx. S. Salivary gland duct. P. Pancreatic duct. S. Skin. So these are the location of compound epithelial tissue, BPSPS. Okay. Yeah, that is about everything about epithelial tissue. And next concept that we have is about junctions. So these epithelial tissue, as I just told before some time, there is very little little intercellular spaces between the intercellular substances and spaces between the epithelial tissue, epithelial cells, right? So sometimes, or I can say most of the time, between the cells, how exactly these materials will be transported, and sometimes no materials will be transported, or very less materials will be transported. So that is possible because of different junctions that is present between the cells. So NCERT says that in nearly all animal tissues, specialized junctions will be provided between the two cells for the functional and structural link between individual cells. So for the better understanding, there are, I'll just draw one cuboidal epithelial tissue. Imagine. This is cuboidal epithelial tissue, right? So between these cells, transportation of materials also should be happening, right? You know that cuboidal epithelial tissue is involved in absorption secretion, right? They will absorb materials. Similarly, they can secrete materials out. But between these cells, how these materials will be transported across the cell, that is through different junctions. Okay, so they are called as cell junction. Please ignore this. They are called as cell junction. So what is cell junctions? Cell junctions are nothing but it is a junction, it is a gap which will be providing structural and functional links between adjacent cells, not the next cells. Adjacent means the nearby cells which is present just next to each other. Okay, so there are three types of junction: tight, gap, and adhering junction. So let's first understand about the tight junction. As the name say, tight junction, so they will be helping to stop the substance from leaking across the tissue. So tight junction should be present in the place, um, in the place where there is there can be the chance of leaking of certain substances. So tight junctions, by the way, cells will have some of the tissues will have all the types of junctions as well. Okay, so this type of a junction that is present between the cell will be helping in preventing the leaking of the substances. And the next type of junction is adhering junction. This type of junction will be helping in adherence or attachment between the cell. So they will be performing cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Okay, so this is another junction which is present, which can be present in the same cell. Okay, and the last type of junction is gap junction. So it will be helping in communication between the adjoining or adjacent cells by connecting the cytoplasm for rapid transfer of ions, molecules, or as such. So you can make out over here tight junction. So they actually make the two cells tightly bound so that the substances won't be leaking between the cells. Okay, so every tissues will have their own function to do. So depending on that, you get to see this function, see this junction. So in the place where the cells of such tissues might be leaky because of the properties of the membrane or something, so you get to see tight junction which will be preventing the leakage of the cells and tissue. And this is adhering junction, so which will be helping in you can make out which will be helping in adherence or attachment of two cells. Okay, so two cells are attached with the help of adhering junction, cementing they will be helping in cementing between the two cells. Gap junction, so you can make out this is called as gap junction. Here there is another cell, so between two cell they will be helping in transportation of different substances. Okay, maybe ions or different smaller molecules. So ions, small molecules, sometimes even big molecules will be also transported through this gap junction. So that is about the three types of junction: cell junction, which will be helping in transportation, attachment, as well as sometimes even they will be helping in um, preventing of the leakage. Okay, so next topic that we will be studying is, here we are done with epithelial tissue. So the next topic, the next tissue that we are studying is connective tissue. So epithelial tissue is done. Simple, compound. Where is it? Yeah. Simple, compound. Everything is done. So epithelial tissue is done. Now let's study about connective tissue. Okay. Connective tissue. First, let's write certain general information that we know about connective tissue. Connective tissue, as the name say, first of all, they are most abundant. So this is NCRT line. So the which is most abundant tissue, that is connective tissue. Okay, and widely distributed in body. Now, fine, we have written it is abundant, but how it is abundant? Why it is abundant? Epithelial tissue is just a covering, right? Connective tissue, as the name say, they are connecting between the organ, between the system, between the tissue. So that is why their percentage is maximum compared to any of the tissue. Nervous tissue is present a bit, which is transporting the nerve impulse messages and all. Muscle tissues are present in places wherever it has to, or the organ has to show contraction, relaxation, and all these things. Connective tissue is like a filler. Wherever there is space, there is connective tissue because it is helping in the connection between the two organs, two system, two tissues, right? That is why they are most abundant. So they help in linking, supporting, connecting different organs, tissues, etc. Okay. Now, there are varieties of connective tissue which we will be seeing later. Before that, what exactly connective tissue should be consist of? So, connective tissue is made of, it is made up of mainly three things. Which are those three things? It's made up of cells, fibers, and ground substance, also called as matrix. Now, first let's see about cells. So when I say a connective tissue, usually it will have all these three. Okay. So cells, there can be varieties of cells. So all the connective tissue will usually have one cell common, but again there is an exception, that is blood, lymph do not have this type of cell, which is also a connective tissue, but still they don't have this. So NCERT says that in all connective tissue except blood, there is a cell, there are some cells which are actually called as fibroblast, which is not written over here, which secrete fibers, which is a structural protein, secrete fibers of structural protein like collagen and elastin fibers. So except blood, all connective tissue have cells called as fibroblast. See, except blood, all connective tissue have cells. This is actually wrong, even though it is NCERT line. We can't say this. See, they have given that in all connective tissue except blood, cells secrete. That's how we have to write. Except blood, all connective tissue have cells which secrete fibers of structural proteins like elastin and collagen. So by this we understand that the fibers are actually produced by cells called as fibroblast. Okay. So now, fibroblast is one type of cells that the connective tissue should be having, except blood, rest all of them will have fibroblast, which will produce fibers, which is a structural protein that is present in the connective tissue. Now, apart from fibroblast, there can be varieties of other cells. Okay, so I'll write it over here. Other cells that is present in the connective tissue are, what are those? Macrophages. Actually, in NCERT image only we can see macrophages, mast cell, other cells are macrophages, mast cells, and there are even more. Like if you consider blood as a connective tissue, you get to see RBC, varieties of WBC, platelets, which are all cells that is present in that connective tissue. Similarly, if you consider, let's say, areolar type of areolar connective tissue, you get to see macrophages and mast cells. And if you consider, let's say, adipose tissue, you get to see adipocyte, which is a cell that is present in that connective tissue. So there are varieties of cells that is present in different connective tissue. But the common cells are, cell is fibroblast, which is supposed to be present in all connective tissue, but exception is blood. Why blood do not have got fibroblast? Because they do not have got fibers in them. That is why blood and as well as lymph are fluid connective tissue. They are fluid, they are able to flow because they don't have this rigid structural protein, that is collagen and elastin fibers. Okay, so we understood which is the cells that should be present in the connective tissue in common. And which are the other cells, that is also clear. Macrophages, mast cells, adipocytes, RBC, WBC. So these all are the cells that can be present, even osteocytes, chondrocytes. Okay, now the next component of connective tissue is fibers. Okay, so we know that they are produced by fibroblast. So there are two types of fibers, actually three. In NCERT only two are given. So collagen fibers and elastic fibers, elastin fibers. Even reticularis is another type of fibers which is not actually given in NCERT. So let's not talk about it. So both of these what is this? Fibers are protein in nature. They are protein. Okay. Now, connective tissue will have cells. As you can see, they can see many cells. And they will also have fibers, like fiber like structure that you're able to see. And this is actually fibroblast, which is actually synthesizing this fibers. And then apart from these two components, connective tissue will have something called as matrix or ground substance. So this matrix can be solid, liquid. Okay. So NCERT says that the cells of the connective tissue will secrete modified polysaccharide, which will be accumulating between cells and fibers. And they are called as matrix or ground substance. So, cells of connective tissue secrete modified polysaccharide, which is present between cells and fibers. So these are nothing but ground substance, also called as matrix. So this matrix is liquid. It is fluid in blood and in lymph. This matrix is solid in bone and cartilage. Okay. So, and And this matrix can be loosely present as well in the case of areolar tissue, where the maximum matrix is actually present in areolar type of connective tissue. So it will show different nature depending on different types of connective tissue. So these are the components of connective tissue. So fibers are absent. I'll write it over here. Fibers are absent in blood and lymph. Okay, so in NCERT, they haven't said that except lymph and blood connective tissue. They haven't said in that way. They just mentioned blood because lymph is actually derived from blood itself. So that is why lymph is not being given separate importance, because it's been derived from the blood itself. So except blood, all the connective tissue have cells which secrete fibers, whereas blood don't produce fibers, hence no fibroblast. And that is why they are blood and lymph, they are fluid connective tissue. Okay, so that is about the components of connective tissue. Now let's understand different types of connective tissue. First, I will be classifying the connective tissue. Connective tissue. In NCERT, no classification given as such, but just for the simplification, I'm going to explain. So, first one is loose connective tissue. Next is dense connective tissue. Next one is specialized connective tissue. Now, loose connective tissue is further divided into areolar connective tissue and adipose connective tissue, and dense connective tissue is further divided into dense irregular and dense regular. Dense regular connective tissue, dense irregular connective tissue. Dense regular connective tissue is further divided into tendons and ligaments. Dense irregular tissue, there is no separate type. Now, specialized connective tissue is further divided into skeletal connective tissue, and fluid connective tissue. Skeletal connective tissue, two types, cartilage and bone. Fluid connective tissue, two types, blood and lymph. So that is about classification of connective tissue. So let's get started with the very first type of connective tissue, that is loose connective tissue, under which we are seeing areolar connective tissue. Okay, so first, what is loose connective tissue? Let's understand that. As the name says, loose connective tissue, over here the cells, that is fibroblast, macrophages, even mast cells, which is all visible here, and fibers are loosely packed or arranged in a semi-fluid matrix. Okay, and here you get to see maximum matrix. It is in loose connective tissue you get to see maximum matrix. Okay. Now, this image is also given in NCERT, so you should be able to identify what is what. So the fibers are coming out from things. So this is fibroblast. These are fibers, that is specifically collagen fiber. So in any of the connective tissue, the common fibers that is found is collagen fiber. Henceforth, collagen protein is the most abundant protein in the animal world because it is present in connective tissue and it is present in other part of the body, which is actually a structural protein, okay, which actually forms the structural protein. Now, collagen fiber arising from the fibroblast, and you can see macrophages, which actually can do phagocytosis. You can see mast cell, this one, and you can also see some other cells which is not labeled over here. So which are those cells which is not labeled over here, which you can actually see? That is eosinophil. It's not given, no, not given. Eosinophil is visible, bilobed structure. Neutrophils are also given over here. So other cells of the blood is also found over here, like list. Eosinophils, neutrophils, and this looks like a macrophage, no? Yeah, macrophage is already given. Yeah. So these are the other cells that you can identify, which we can actually write. Basophil is not visible. Maybe this looks like basophil, but not sure. So these are the cells that we can make out in areolar connective tissue. So areolar connective, this is the structure of, isn't it a structure of areolar connective tissue? Yeah, areolar tissue, correct. Okay. So this is the in general information about what is that, loose connective tissue. Loose connective tissue, fibers and cells are loosely arranged, has got semi-fluid matrix, and maximum matrix are found in loose connective tissue. And for the loose connective tissue are divided into two types, areolar and adipose tissue. So areolar and adipose tissue are the two types. Starting with the areolar connective tissue, areolar loose connective tissue here, yeah. So areolar actually, this is actually the structure of areolar connective tissue. Areolar. So whatever information actually, which I have just said, it is based upon this. Actually, under loose connective tissue, we see only one type, that is areolar. So in areolar tissue, sometimes there is going to be some specialization. That is, if we consume lot of fat, some fat cells are produced and stored, and such tissue is adipose tissue. Otherwise, areolar tissue is present as it is. I repeat once again, we are discussing about connective tissue, the first type, loose connective tissue. Here, fiber cells are loosely packed with a semi-fluid matrix, and matrix is usually present in most abundant, the matrix is present maximum in areolar connective tissue. Loose connective tissue, I'm so sorry. Loose connective tissue is further divided into areolar and adipose tissue. Areolar tissue, over here you get to see the same information actually, whatever I just said about loose connective tissue. But how areolar and adipose tissue is different from each other is, areolar tissue, there is no fat cells, but except fat cells, rest all are mentioned over here. But adipose tissue, there is an additional cells, that is fat cells, that is adipocytes, which is produced, which will be storing the fat. Okay. So if somebody is consuming lot of food, definitely fat cells are produced more in their body and adipose tissues are produced in their body. Okay. Otherwise, the loose connective tissue that is present is one and only areolar tissue. So areolar tissue itself will be modified and specialized to form adipose tissue. So that is why adipose tissue as well as areolar tissue, both of them are found beneath the skin, under the skin. Because areolar tissue, adipose tissue is one and the same. But if you eat lot of fat, you produce more adipose tissue because your areolar tissue will be converted into adipose tissue. So adipose tissue is something with areolar tissue plus adipocyte. So adipocyte is additional. So that is why we can consider adipose tissue as specialized areolar tissue. Okay. So in the summary of this chapter, they have given that adipose tissue is a specialized tissue. So what they're trying to say is adipose tissue is a specialized areolar tissue, because in adipose tissue is a tissue which is actually modified. It is specialized from, it is showing the specialization of the areolar tissue itself. Okay. So that is why NCERT says that excess of nutrients will be converted. Excess of nutrients will be converted into fats and stored in this tissue through adipocytes. So normally, imagine you're a person with a very less fat, which means you would be having extremely less adipose tissue. You will have more areolar tissue. But as and when you eat lot of food, that is, as and when you eat consume more and more nutrients, you produce more and more fat cells, that is adipocytes, which will go to your areolar tissue, which will convert your areolar tissue into adipose tissue. So this is the image of adipose tissue, where you can see a fat storage area. This is nucleus and this is where the fat has been stored. So this is the cell of areolar tissue itself. Okay. So normally areolar tissue's function is, it serves as support framework for epithelium. So under the epithelium, I said no, under the epithelium we have basement membrane, under that we have connective tissue. So if you consider skin, which is a compound epithelial tissue with the many layers of cells, so under skin, under this compound epithelial tissue that is under skin, you get to see areolar tissue. Okay, so that is how it is serving as support framework for epithelium. So if in case if you are the one who consume lot of nutrients, then this framework of the epithelium, that is this areolar tissue, will get more and more adipocytes, and hence your areolar tissue will be called as adipose tissue. Okay, so I'll write it as it is formed from areolar tissue. It's the modified or specialized areolar tissue. Okay, so here we are done with the loose connective tissue, which are of two types, areolar and adipose tissue. You got to know the difference. What are the cells which are present in areolar tissue and adipose tissue, that is also clear. Adipose tissue, adipocytes are mainly present. Otherwise also it will have other cells, like all the cells are common for adipose tissue as well as areolar tissue, but adipose tissue will have additional adipocytes. Here you get to see just mast cells, collagen, fibroblast, macrophages, eosinophil, neutrophils, all these things. Next, so let's go to the dense connective tissue. So over here we will be getting to see fibers, as well as matrix and cells. But here the fibers and the cells are compactly arranged. So if you consider with the loose connective tissue, as the name say over there, in loose connective tissue, fibers and cells in the matrix, fibers and matrix are loosely packed. But here in the dense connective tissue, they are compactly, that is, they are tightly arranged. Okay, so here fibers and fibroblast are compactly packed. And we know that in dense connective tissue, there are further two types. That is dense regular connective tissue and dense irregular connective tissue. So we are talking about, where is it? Yeah, dense connective tissue types, dense regular connective tissue, dense irregular connective tissue. First, we will be seeing dense regular connective tissue. So as the name says, dense regular connective tissue, over here, fibers are arranged in a regular pattern. Okay. So here in dense regular connective tissue, regular patterns of fibers we get to see, that is, you can make out, this is the image of the dense regular connective tissue. So you can make out over here that the fibers and these cells, these are the fibroblasts. So you can make out fibers and cells are compactly arranged, and you can also make out that these fibers are arranged in a regular pattern like this. Okay, so hence their name is dense regular connective tissue. So how exactly the fibers are arranged? That is, specifically collagen fibers are present in rows between many parallel bundles of fibers. So collagen fibers are arranged in a parallel manner to one another. So as I have just drawn, collagen fibers are parallelly present to each other. Okay, so collagen fibers present in rows between many parallel bundles of fibers. Okay, so you can make out now the collagen fibers are getting repeated. That is in areola tissue also we saw collagen fibers. Here also we are getting to see collagen fibers. So that is why collagen is the most abundant protein. And example for dense regular connective tissue, or I can say for the types of dense regular connective tissues, tendons and ligaments. So tendons and ligaments are the further types of dense regular connective tissue. So out of tendons and ligament, you would have heard about the ligament, very often. You would have heard ligament tear. Okay. So what exactly these tendons and ligaments are? They are the connective tissue. So they will be connecting, linking. Okay. So ligament will be specifically linking between bone to bone. Okay. Tendons will be attaching between bone and muscle. Okay. So tendons is a type of connective tissue which will be attaching to the muscles to bone, whereas ligament will be attaching bone to bone. Okay. Now, bone to another bone. This is what is the information given in NCERT. Now, why do we get to see the term called as, like, why do we hear the term ligament tear? Why not tendon tear? Because since it is present between two bones, usually it is present in the joints, right? So ligaments are more flexible. They are more flexible because they are connecting between bone to bone. That is, usually they are found in between the joints. So in the exercise or in running or such, heavy exercise, we move our, we make the movements usually. And that movement actually causes, too much of such movements will be causing the ligament tear, because the movement of the ligament means the movement of the, we will move our joints, right? So this will lead to ligament tear as such. So this is more flexible, this is less flexible. Now, students usually find difficult to remember where tendons are present, where ligaments are present. So I have a trick to make you remember. So you can remember the location of tendons as BTM. So if you are the one who have at least heard, I mean, if you would have gone to Bangalore, or if you know about Bangalore, you know the place called as BTM layout in Bangalore, okay, which is a very famous place. So Jayanagara, what is that? Rajarajeshwari Nagara. So similarly, there is one place called as BTM layout. So BTM stands for bone, T is tendon, M, M is muscle. So tendons are present between bone and muscles. Okay? Or muscles to bone, bone to muscle, anything. So the best way to remember is it as BTM. Okay? Now, how to remember ligament? Ligament is BLB because it is present between bone to bone. Okay? So B is bone, L is ligament, B is bone. So this is how you can remember tendons and ligament, location, BTM and BLB. Okay. So that is about dense regular connective tissue. Now there is another type of connective tissue under dense connective tissue, that is dense irregular connective tissue. Okay. Dense irregular connective tissue. This chapter is structural organization. Yeah. So, dense irregular connective tissue. Now, where do they present and why the name dense irregular connective tissue? Because as the name say, irregular, you can make out the cells and fibers you can see, and these fibers are not arranged in a regular pattern. Instead, it is present in irregular fashion, right? Collagen fibers are present irregularly. So here we get to see under dense connective, irregular connective tissue, we get to see that irregular pattern of fibers are found. That is, fibers are present in irregular pattern, and fibroblast and fibers are oriented differently. Even the fibers and the fibroblast are also randomly arranged. Okay, and this is found under the skin. That is, skin being a compound epithelial tissue, under that you get to see areolar tissue. So near to or just down to the areolar tissue, we get to see dense irregular connective tissue. Okay, so that is the location of dense irregular connective tissue. So here we are done with dense irregular connective tissue. So we are discussing about dense irregular connective tissue. Now let's go further. So we are done with the two main types of connective tissue, loose connective tissue, dense connective tissue. Now coming to specialized connective tissue. So under specialized connective tissue, we have skeletal and fluid connective tissue. So first let's study about the first type of specialized connective tissue, that is skeletal connective tissue. Okay. Skeletal connective tissue. Loose is done, dense is done. Now, the next group we are calling it as specialized, where cartilage, bone, blood, lymph all comes under this. Now, why are we calling it as specialized connective tissue? By the way, this is not given directly in NCERT, but it is given in the summary. So, if you go to the summary of this chapter, structural organization in animals, you can see in the summary that diverse types of connective tissue bind together, support, strength, protect, insulate, all these things. And you can see cartilage, bone, blood, adipose tissue are specialized connective tissue. This is what we get to see. Now we have studied adipose tissue under a group called as loose connective tissue, right? But adipose tissue is a specialized areolar connective tissue. That is why here they are mentioning it as a specialized connective tissue. But cartilage, bone, blood, lymph, they all are considered as a specialized connective tissue, because over here the matrix as well as their function is very specialized. Like for example, blood. So blood is having the fluid matrix. Okay, because of that it is able to flow. They are able to show a specialized function because of the presence of fluid matrix. Similarly, in the case of bone, if you see, the matrix is solid, because of which we get to see they are providing the strength, support to the body. So that is why these tissues are considered as a specialized connective tissue. But if you consider other type of connective tissue, they don't have that specialized function. Now, um, of course, in the case of adipose tissue, I guess I haven't mentioned that, or I have mentioned, no. So because of adipose tissue, in adipose tissue we get to see more fat cells, so more fat. So hence they are able to provide. So function of adipose tissue is they provide insulation. Provide insulation to body against cold. That is, if somebody is like very fat, which means there is more adipose tissue, which means they are able to they don't feel that much of cold because of the adipose tissue. So adipose tissue provide insulation. But however, this is not a specialized I mean, of course it is a special areolar tissue, but it is not placed under specialized connective tissue because it is nothing but areolar connective tissue only. So that is why we are keeping adipose tissue under areolar connective tissue, and areolar connective tissue is not specialized connective tissue because their function is not very much special or specific. Areolar connective tissue is present in the place where there is some empty space as well. Okay, that is under the skin, or wherever there is space, it is areolar. Sorry. Loose. Why am I saying areolar? I'm so sorry. Loose connective tissue in general. Okay. Yeah, we can also say areolar. So, the next type of tissue that we are discussing, that is under specialized connective tissue, is skeletal connective tissue. Okay. Now, skeletal connective tissue is a specialized connective tissue, the first specialized connective tissue that we are studying, and under which we get to see further two types, that is cartilage and bone. Now, to talk something about skeletal connective tissue in general, as the name says, skeletal connective tissue, they are the connective tissue, okay, that is found attached on skeleton system or skeletal elements. So they are attached to the skeletal elements, or I can say they are the connective tissue which actually forms the skeleton itself. Okay, so they are found attached to the skeleton system or forms skeleton. So if you consider cartilage, they are attached to the skeleton system, skeleton parts like bone. If you consider bone itself, they themselves form the skeleton system. So that is about skeletal connective tissue. And the first type under skeletal connective tissue that we are studying is cartilage. Okay. So what is cartilage? So cartilage is a type of connective tissue where the intercellular matrix is solid. Of course, they are skeletal connective tissue, so the intercellular matrix is going to be solid. We will write that as well over here. So matrix is solid of skeletal connective tissue. Matrix is solid. So here also matrix is solid, but this matrix is pliable. What is pliable? Flexible or bendable. Okay. Why this matrix is bendable, that is pliable? Because it is made up of chondroitin salt. What is the meaning of chondroitin salts? That is the salt of cartilage. So whenever we see the terminology chondro, it means cartilage. Okay. So chondroitin means the something related to cartilage. So chondroitin salt, that is the solid matrix, is made up of cartilage salt. Hence, even though they are solid, they are bendable. That is, they are pliable. Okay, flexible. Okay, and they will be able to resist compression. They will be able to prevent the compression because of their solid structure. So that is about something about cartilage. Now, that is about the matrix we are talking right now. What about the cells? So inside the cartilage, we get to see the cartilage cells. So cartilage cells can be named as chondrocytes. So cartilage cells, that is chondrocytes, will be present in the cavities within the matrix secreted by them. So these chondrocytes will be able to secrete matrix. Obviously, we know that any of the connective tissue, if you consider whatever cells that is present in the connective tissue is the one which actually produce the matrix or ground substance. So here as well, this chondrocyte will be able to synthesize the matrix, and these cells are enclosed in the cavities within the matrix that is secreted by them. So this is the image of the cartilage that is given in NCERT. Here also you get to see collagen fibers. So these are collagen fibers, and these are the chondrocytes. These are the chondrocytes that you get to see in the cartilage. Okay. Most of the cartilage invertebrates. Now, let me tell you something. We all have got more of bone, right? So our skeletal system is made up of more of bone. Okay, but if you see lower organisms, they don't have bony skeletal system. Instead, they have got cartilage skeletal system. Their cartilage itself their skeleton system is itself made up of cartilage. For example, if you see lower organisms like cartilaginous fish. So under the group called as fish, that is spices, there are two further class, or I can say groups. One is cartilaginous fish, cartilaginous fish, or I can call it as chondrichthyes. Another one is bony fish, that is osteichthyes. So the group name itself is saying that their skeleton is made up of cartilage. Okay. So as in when the animals have evolved, their cartilage was replaced by bone, because nature realized that cartilage is very flexible. So if the cartilage is that flexible, it can't support and provide the framework efficiently for the organism. So that is why cartilage will be. So you can see most of the cartilages in vertebrates embryo are then replaced by bones in adult. So in most of the vertebrates, in the embryonic stage, we get to see the the skeleton system is made up of cartilage, and it is replaced by bone in adult. Okay. Also in the lower organism, entire in the life itself, you can see the skeleton is made up of cartilage as well. For example, cartilaginous fish. So example, or I can say location of cartilage. Where do you get to see cartilage? Here there is cartilage. That is why this part, it is very hard. It actually is hard, but it is flexible. Solid but flexible, pliable. Nose tip, external ear, nose tip. These two places we know now. Okay, this we already knew that this is cartilage. Apart from this, in the higher class, that is in the locomotion, not higher class, sorry, in the later chapter, that is in locomotion and movement, we will be studying once again about cartilage. And at that place, in that chapter, we will get to know that the joints that is present in the vertebral column, that is we are able to, now I'm straight, but I'm able to bend my back as well, right? So how this is possible? It is not like our backbone is actually made up of bone, right? It is fully bony, but this backbone, that is vertebral column, is made up of many small bones, and these bones are connected with the help of cartilaginous joints. So that is why we are able to see we are able to show very slight movement because of the cartilaginous joint. So joints in the vertebral column, as well as if you consider any of the long bones, limbs or hands, their tip is actually made up of cartilage. So limbs and hands in the adult, specifically their tips, are made up of cartilage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5 location of cartilage. I'm just checking, do I have any yeah, I have a trick as well to make you remember, but it will be too lengthy. Okay, so 5 location, which is actually easy. So let's not mess up with the tricks and all. So this is about cartilage. Now the next type of skeletal connective tissue is bone. Bone is very hard and it is not pliable. So this is a next skeletal connective tissue that we are discussing right now. That is bone. Okay. So bone is non-pliable and of course it is hard like cartilage. Why it is non-pliable, non-bendable? Because they are made up of the calcium salts. Calcium salts, they are rich with calcium salt. That is why they are more solid, not flexible at all. And of course there is going to be collagen fibers as well, which will be providing the bone strength. Okay. And there is one information about bone, that is bone cells are seen in spaces called lacuna. So it is not very clear with respect to NCERT image. So in NCERT they haven't even labeled what are these things. So I'm going to explain some things about bone. Listen to me carefully. We know that bone is a connective tissue, so it should have fibers, cells and matrix, and it has got all these things. They have got bone cells. So bone cells are called as osteocytes, and it has got fibers. Collagen fibers are present, that we know, and matrix is hard because calcium salts are present. So that is some information that we know. Now apart from this, if I take the cross section of bone, it looks like this. So what are these things? Let's understand. So bone has got some regular pattern that is repeating. You can see over here, this one, this one, this one. So each of these pattern or system is called as osteon, also called as Harvasian system. Okay. So that is why we say that the structural functional unit of bone is structural functional unit of bone is Harvasian system. Now what is this Harvasian system, also called as osteon? Okay, so osteon or Harvasian system is the unit or in the bone which is getting repeated. So here you get to see cells and fibers, matrix, all these things. So if I see what is present inside the osteon, so you can see some pink thing that is getting repeated. So what are these? These are nothing but osteocytes. So in Harvasian system, we get to see the cells called as osteocytes, which is the cells of what is that? Which is actually the cells of bone. Okay. Apart from this, you can see some lines are arranged in like along with the cells. So these lines are called as, you can see over here. So each of these lines, concentric lines we can call it as, because they are the circular lines. They are called as concentric or lamella. So lamella is the connections between the cells. Okay. Now another terminology that is also there in NCERT is lacunae or lacuna. So what is lacunae or lacuna? Bone cells are seen in the space called as lacuna. So these spaces where the bone cells are arranged is called as lacuna. So if I label osteocytes and all over here, this is the osteocyte or bone cell. Okay. The space is called as lacuna. Okay. And these lines are called as lamella. So lacuna is a space between the bone cells. So, so that is something, some information that we need to know about bone. And then you get to see some central canal at the center of this Harvasian system. There is a central canal which is also called as Harvasian canal. And in this Harvasian canal, blood vessels, nerves, nerves are transported. So entire bone is also provided with the blood vessel nerves. That is why when we have the less bone mass, sometimes we actually feel even pain, because nerves, blood vessels are also connected. So that is about. And this space is filled with certain matrix, and that is called as canaliculi. Okay, so this is not an NCRT. Canaliculi is also not an NCRT. In NCRT, they have just given osteocytes and lacuna. So I just explained what are these things. Okay. So the matrix has got canaliculi because the matrix has got calcium salts. Now, that is about bone. Next, there are few information. There are certain functions that we need to know about bone, which we already know. What is the function of bones? Bones will be helping in providing the framework, structural frame to the body. They also protect and support certain soft tissues and organs, like for example, entire what is that, respiratory system, that is lungs and heart. All of this are covered by the bony rib cage, so covered by bone, right? And limb bones serve as weight bearing function. So entire weight of the body is bared by our bone, that is limbs, that is specifically legs, right? Take part in even locomotion and movement. They are able to helpful in movement and locomotion. And even blood cells, all the blood cells, RBC, WBC, platelets, all of them are being produced from the bone marrow. Okay, that is from the bone. So inside the bone, there is actually the erythropoiesis, that is RBC cells production. Also other cells production will be happening. Again, bone marrow is a tissue, that is bone marrow is a liquid, or you can say it's a tissue that is present inside the long bones, and they will be producing lot of cells of the body. So these bone marrow cells will be able to give rise to any type of cells. So hence bone marrow cells can also be called as stem cells, because they are able to give rise to any of the body cells. So bone marrow is present inside the bone. Again, there are types of bone marrow, red bone marrow, and all these things. So in general, bone marrow will be helping in synthesizing the blood cells. Okay. So that is about, okay. So that is about the skeletal connective tissue. One second. Next, next connective tissue that we have is fluid connective tissue. So under fluid connective tissue, we have further two types. One is given in NCRT, another one is not given in NCRT. That is blood and lymph. Now, about lymph in NCRT, they haven't mentioned. I mean, in this chapter specifically. In body fluids and circulation, we will be studying about lymph. Okay. Now, blood. We know that both of this connective tissue, that is fluid connective tissue, as the name say over here, the matrix is fluid. That is, here it is plasma. And another important thing that we have to notice, they have no fibers. It is the only connective tissue which is not having fibers. In rest of all the connective tissue, we have got fibers. And fibers have got very important functions to play. They provide strength, flexibility, and rigidity, and all these things to the connective tissue. I guess we haven't seen the function of fibers. So which I'll be telling right now. So the fibers will be providing strength, elasticity, flexibility. Okay. Fibers function, I'll write it over here. Provide flexibility, elasticity, and strength. Collagen fibers provide more of strength, flexibility. Elastin fibers, as the name says, they are elastic. Reticularis is another fibers which is not in NCERT. So these all fibers have got these three main functions to do. So since these connective tissue don't have any of these fibers, blood is neither having a strength, nor it is elastic, nor it is flexible, because it doesn't need all this property, because it's involved in movement. So we get to see the blood moving from one part of the body to another part, and by doing this they carry nutrients, waste, all these things. So they don't need fibers, because blood and limbs function is not related to any of these three properties. Okay, so let's see what exactly blood has got. So blood has got fluid, that is plasma, and formed elements also called as cells. And there are three main cells in the blood, which are those RBCs, that is erythrocytes, WBCs, that is leukocytes, platelets, that is also called as thrombocytes, which we will be studying about these three cells, also what is present in plasma and everything in detail. So in today's class, we won't be discussing much, and it is just these three things that is given in NCERT about blood fluid connective tissue. Even lymph as well will be studying in detail. So this is all what you have to know about. This is what you have to know about fluid connective tissue. So it's a special fluid connective tissue because it doesn't has got fibers and no fibroblast as well. Now, what exactly lymph has got? It has got plasma and cells like mainly WBCs and other cells. Okay, so that is all about the connective tissue. Now let's go to the next concept, that is next tissue, that is muscle tissue. So muscle tissue. What is so much so different about muscle tissue that we don't get to see neither in connective tissue nor in epithelial or also in nervous tissue? That is, muscle tissue is made up of certain fibers called as muscle fibers. So all the muscle tissue will have muscle fibers, and these muscle fibers are arranged in muscle tissue, and they are covered by some type of connective tissue. And these muscle fibers are excitable when they get stimulated. Also, they can contract, they can relax on stimulation. So muscles are made up of long cylindrical fibers arranged in parallel arrays, composed of, further these muscle fibers are composed of myofibrils. And muscle fibers can contract on stimulation, they can come back, that is relax, that is lengthen, and return to the contracted state. The action moves the body. So these are some of the function. Okay. So muscle tissue is made up of, we will write certain sorry, yeah. So we were discussing about muscle tissue. They are made of muscle fibers arranged parallelly. These fibers are made of myofibrils. So muscle tissue is made up of muscle fibers. Muscle fibers are in turn made up of myofibrils, and myofibrils will again have different type of proteins which will be helping in contraction and relaxation of this muscle fiber. Okay, which I'm not going to discuss much because we will be discussing about all these things in detail in locomotion and movement chapter. So I'll be writing now that muscle fibers on stimulation can get contracted, that is they can shorten and they अरे अरे they get relaxed, that is lengthen to come back to normal position, and they will do some of the functions like their action will be moving the body to adjust to changes in the environment to maintain the position to various parts of the body. So they will be helping in help in locomotion and movement. Even the bone also does the same thing, right? So it is actually bone along with the muscles will cause locomotion and movement. Now, muscle tissues are of mainly three types. So, types of muscle tissue. There are three types of muscle tissue. One is skeletal muscle. Then we have smooth muscle or muscle tissue. And then we have cardiac muscle tissue. Okay. So let's study about these three types of muscle tissues in detail: skeletal, smooth, and cardiac muscles, for which I'm going to draw three columns. Skeletal, smooth muscle, cardiac muscle. So how are we able to divide these muscle or muscle tissue into three types? That is based on so these divisions are based on location, structure, and function. So based on the function, structure, and location of these muscles, we are dividing it into three types. So first type of muscle, that is skeletal muscle tissue. So let's see what is their location. So location of skeletal muscles, they are attached to skeletal elements. That is why the name as well, skeletal muscle. Now, smooth muscle. What is the location of smooth muscle? They are found in the smooth part of the body. That is, we get to see them in the places like internal organs like digestive system, um, that is stomach, intestine, wall, as well as blood vessel, wall of internal organs such as blood vessels, stomach, intestine. So these will be containing this type of muscle. So they are found in the walls of blood vessel, stomach, intestine, even in the reproductive organs, which is not given in this chapter, but it is also found because all the smooth part of the body's wall will have these muscles. That is why this muscles is called a smooth muscle. Another name is visceral muscle because they are present in the visceral organs. Okay. So hence also called visceral muscles. Now, coming to the location of cardiac muscle, as the name say, they are found in cardiac, that is heart. Hence the name cardiac muscle. So that is about the location. Now, after location, we are supposed to discuss about their control. Okay. So, skeletal muscles are voluntary in nature. So control are also called as nature. So they are voluntary in nature, whereas these types of muscles, since they are present in the smooth muscles, we know that smooth muscles, we can't have a control over them directly. It is not voluntary, it is involuntary. So what is the meaning of voluntary, involuntary? So voluntary means if I want to move my hand, I can move my hand. So now this control over my hand is voluntary. That is, it is in my control. Involuntary is, it means it is not in my control, but it is in body's internal organs control. So that is why it is called as involuntary. Here as well, this is also involuntary in nature. Okay. Now, apart from this, what else? Look at their structures. So, how the muscle fibers are present in these skeletal muscles. So, in skeletal muscles, we get to see such as biceps, striated, skeletal muscle fibers bundled together. So, if you look at the structure of the muscle fibers in the muscle, so these are 3 muscles, and these are the muscle fibers. So this is one muscle fiber. This is muscle fiber, muscle fiber, muscle fiber. So in skeletal muscle, so this is the structure of skeletal muscle. This is smooth muscle. This is cardiac muscle. So in skeletal muscle, the muscle fibers are arranged in parallel fashion and they have got striations on them. Okay. So structure. Muscle fibers are cylindrical. You could see they are cylindrical and arranged in parallel fashion, right? And one more thing that we can notice over here, that there is striations on the muscle fiber. There is the striations, the bands on the muscle fiber. Okay, so they have striations. Hence, these muscle fibers or the skeletal muscles are also called striated muscles. Whereas in the smooth muscle, you could see that the muscle fibers are fusiform or spindle shaped and there is no striations as such, right? spindle shaped fibers with no striations and hence they are unstriated muscles. So this is the only unstriated muscles, because even in the cardiac muscle we get to see striations, very vague striations we get to see, not as much as this, but still striations we are able to see. So the shape of the muscle fibers over here are also cylindrical fibers but branched with striations, also called striated muscles. So there are two striated muscles, cardiac and skeletal. Okay, so you can see the muscle fibers are branched. This muscle fiber is having a branch. So that is about skeletal smooth cardiac muscles, structures of the muscle fibers. Now we have got more information about it. So more information, what else we get to see? So here they also said that a sheath of tough connective tissue will be covering the muscle, several bundles of the muscle fibers, which we are going to study in locomotion and movement chapter in detail. So let's not talk much about it, but I'll be writing in the bracket over here, covered by connective tissue, and this connective tissue name is fascia, which we are not studying here in detail. In locomotion and movement chapter we will be studying in detail. Okay, and also location also had told they are attached to the skeletal elements. So some of the examples for the locations can be biceps and biceps, this one, triceps, all of these places. Okay, now some of the more information to see about the muscles, that is their nucleus. So here you get to see that skeletal muscles are uninuclear. In skeletal muscles you get to see many nuclei. Okay, you can see many nuclei over here. Here uninucleated. Even in cardiac muscles we get to see single nucleus, but I guess that part is not mentioned. But we will be studying in locomotion and movement chapter, that is about the nucleus, how many nucleus or nuclei we get to see. In skeletal muscles we get to see many nuclei, so that we will be studying later. And apart from this, we studied about the cell junctions, right? So here also the muscle fibers are actually muscle cells. Okay, so they are having connections, that is junction between the muscle fibers. Okay, so under smooth muscles it's given that cell junctions hold them together and they are bundled together in a connective tissue sheath. Okay, so the junctions, cell junctions, are actually holding the cells together. And this is common for all the three types of connective tissue, but in cardiac muscles we get to see the junctions will be present close together between the cell junction will be fusing the plasma membrane of the cardiac muscle cells and making them to stick together. So that is one important thing to note. Some special property which we will be writing over here under cardiac muscles: cell junction between cells will make the cells stick together. Okay. So, and something that unique things that we are able to see in the cardiac muscle is between these branches you get to see some disc-like structure. Okay, so junction between the adjacent cells, This is the junction between these cells. This is the junction between these cells. Junction between these cells. So between the junction of two cells, that is between this and this, that is where the branch is happening, we get to see intercalated disc. Okay. So what is intercalated disc? Intercalated disc is also called as communication junction, which actually present between the two adjacent cells where the branch is happening, and it will be allowing the because of this junction, because of this intercalated disc, when one muscle fiber is contracting, the another one will also contract. So in NCERT, they have said that communication junction, that is intercalated disc, at some fusion points allow the cells to contract as a unit. That is, when one cell receive the signal for the contraction or stimulation, even the another muscle fiber also will be, that is the neighboring one also will be getting stimulated or contracted. Okay. So, which is actually a unique feature that we get to see only in cardiac muscle. Intercalated disc, also called as communication junction. We already know what is this intercalated disc or communication junction, which is present between the two adjacent cells where the branch is happening. So this one is intercalated disc. Okay. So intercalated disc or communication junction. What is their importance? Allow the cells to contract. Allow the cells to contract as unit. That is, when one cell contract, other also contract as unit. So that is about the special property that we get to see specifically in cardiac muscles. Okay. So yeah, we will be, however, studying about these things once again in the chapter called locomotion and movement, where we will be studying about all of these different types of muscle fibers once again. Okay. So whatever given in this chapter, those concepts we are done, we have covered. Now, we will also see in that chapter why skeletal muscles are multinucleated, why they have got many nuclei, and in others there is just one nuclei, okay, one nucleus. I'll write that as well over here. Has got many nuclei in muscle fibers. Okay, this is uninucleated. This as well uninucleated. So we are done with everything about muscle tissue. Now let's discuss about the last type of tissue, that is nervous tissue. So fourth type of tissue that we are studying is nervous tissue. Again, nervous tissue we will be studying in further in detail. It is specifically about the neurons we will be studying in detail in neural control and coordination chapter. Okay. So, nervous tissue. Some general informations about nervous tissue is, what is the main function of nervous tissue? We know that the function of muscle tissue was they were able to get excited, they were able to get contracted, relaxed. So, nervous tissue is the one which is able to get excited in the maximum fashion. That is, their main function is itself is to show the responsiveness. NCERT says that neural tissue exert greatest control over the body's responsiveness to the changing condition. So, we will write the same sentence which is actually important. So, they have greatest control over responsiveness to the changing environment, right? They have got greatest control over responsiveness to the changing environment. What does that mean? It means that they can get excited, they can generate, conduct, transfer the message or nerve impulse or information. So this is the main function of nervous tissue. Nervous tissue is made up of mainly two types of cells. So what are the types of cells of nervous tissue? That is neurons and glial cells. Both of these cells image they have given in NCERT. This is the structure of neuron, which you all know. This is the cell body, dendrites, this is axon. Okay, axon, cell body, nucleus, dendrite, and around these cells you can see some dots. What are those? Glial cells, which also can be called as neuroglial cells or neuroglia. But what is the function of these neuroglial cells or glial cells? So glial cells are essential for the support, protection, and any other function. That's it, right? Protection and support of what? Of neurons. What is the function of neurons? They generate, conduct, transfer the nerve impulse, that is information or the message. So we are able to feel, or we are able to do any action, or we are able to transfer this message from one part of the body to another part through the neurons. They are involved in transferring, conducting, generating the nerve impulse or the information from one neuron to another neuron as well. They are able to transfer the message, right? They get excited. Whereas glial cells will be protecting these neurons, supporting these neurons. That is, they provide the nutrition to these neurons. They will be protecting, that they will be supporting the neuron. That is, Schwann cells around the axons will be supporting the axons of the neuron. That is, in general, neuron, they will be supporting, insulating, so that the fast transferring of the message can happen across the axon. So glial cells will be supporting the neurons. Some of the examples for the glial cells can be Schwann cells, astrocytes, microglial cells, oligodendrocytes, ependymal cells. So these cells names are not given in this chapter, but all of these are actually glial cells. One will produce cerebrospinal fluid in the brain, which will be helping in the brain protection and act as a shock absorber. Oligodendrocytes will be producing myelin sheath. Schwann cells will be producing myelin sheath. Astrocytes, microglial cells, they are involved in the immune system of the neuron, helping in the defense mechanism of the nervous tissue, nervous system. So that is about nervous tissue that you have to know. More about this concept we will be studying in next upcoming chapters, neural control and coordination. So some information, more information is given about neuron. That is, neuron is suitably stimulated and electrical disturbance is generated swiftly, which will be traveling across the membrane, and arrival of this disturbance at neuron's endings or output triggers the event that may cause stimulation in the next neuron. So in a simple manner to say, how exactly neurons will be transferring the message from one neuron to another neuron in the form of electrical disturbance across the axons and along with the certain chemical messages. Okay. So message that neuron transfer is their nature is in the two ways they can transfer. One is in the form of electrical disturbance. One way of transferring the message is in the form of electrical disturbance. That is, the charges will be changed across the axons when the message is transferred. Another way is through the chemical message. Okay. So at the end of the neuron, that is when the neuron is transferring the message at the end of the neuron, the message will be transferred to the next neuron. So that message can be either excitatory message, that is it can either excite the next neuron, or it can be the inhibitory message, that is it can inhibit the message transfer. That is only up till that neuron the message will be transferred, not anymore. Okay. So the message can be either excitatory or inhibitory. Okay. Because it is not like all the time neuron is getting excited. So at some point, that excitement should be stopped. That message should be stopped at that point, right? So message can be inhibitory or excitatory. So this is all you have to know about nervous tissue and the cells. So here we are done with everything about animal tissues. Now another concept that we will be studying under this particular chapter is cockroach. So cockroach belongs to, of course, kingdom Animalia. So I hope you know that different organisms are differentiated, different phylum, that is, different kingdom. So there are total 5 kingdoms. So you will be studying about different types of kingdoms and different types of classification in biological classification. So all the organisms in the biosphere has been divided into 3 kingdoms. So we, including cockroach, we belong to the kingdom Animalia. So under kingdom Animalia, there are different groups called as phyla. Phylum is singular, phyla is plural. So cockroach belongs to kingdom Animalia. Phylum called as Arthropoda. Okay. So cockroach belongs to phylum Arthropoda, kingdom Animalia. And after phylum, there is another level of classification called as kingdom, phylum, class. Okay. So cockroach belongs to the class called as Insecta. Okay. And coming to the species name. So under cockroach, there are many varieties of species of cockroach. So whatever things that we are discussing here, so this is about the species called as Periplaneta americana. So in species name, the first word is called as genus. So genus of this species is Periplaneta, and the specific epithet is americana. Okay. So these information about an organism is called as systemic position. That is, what is the position of that organism in the different level of classification or groups is called as systemic position. Okay. So this is this is the systemic position of cockroach. That is, what is the different phyla, class that it belongs to, what is the genus name, species name, as such. Now, in this chapter, we will be studying about the external features and internal features of cockroach. So, the study of external features is called as morphology. So here in this chapter, we will be seeing the heading called as morphology, anatomy. So we should know what is morphology and anatomy, right? So morphology is nothing but study of external feature, outer appearance, outer features of an organism. Similarly, study of internal morphology, or maybe the study of internal features of organism, is called as anatomy, like digestive system, excretory system studies is called as anatomy. So morphology is study of external feature of an organism. Anatomy is study of morphology of internal organs. Okay. Now let's get started with morphology. Okay. That is how exactly these organisms appear. Where do they live? So all of these things we will be studying under morphology. So cockroach is cosmopolitan. It lives in almost all the part of the world. Okay. And yeah, they are usually, like if you would have seen cockroach in your house, usually we get cockroach in night time. That is, imagine you go at 1 a.m. night to have water. When you switch on the light, you get to see cockroach moving here and there, and because of the light they go away. So nocturnal is one which lives in night or dark. Okay, so cockroach is nocturnal. They are present in the dark places. Okay, and what do they eat? So they eat whatever food that you kept not closed. That is, if you keep any food unclosed, those things can be eaten by cockroach. It can be veg as well as non-veg. It can eat some tiny organisms as well. So that is why this organism is omnivores. Omnivores is one which can eat both plants as well as other animals it can eat. And where do they live exactly? Of course, it is cosmopolitan. It is present almost all part of the world. But they like to be in damp soil. So you would have seen that cockroaches are coming out from the drainage. They like to be in bathroom, right? So they like damp places, that is moisture containing places. Okay. So they are found in damp places. So that is where exactly cockroaches live. Okay. Now coming to the color. So we are studying morphology, right? So we have to see what is the color of the cockroach. So we get to see cockroach around us which are usually brown. So black or brown is their color. And in some of the tropical region of the world, that is tropical means the countries or the states which is present in the equator place, where there is enough sunlight, where the sun hits directly. So in tropical regions, some of the cockroaches are found which are even green in color, red in color, also bright yellow in color. Still we can relate to this color, right? So you won't find it difficult to remember that cockroaches are green, also green, bright yellow, red in color, because we can relate. We would have seen sometimes, like you can expect green color cockroach, even bright yellow, that is lighter color cockroach, red, dark red cockroach. You can relate. We would have seen as well sometimes, because after all, India belongs to tropical region, right? But yeah, blue color cockroach and all is like you can't expect. So that is some things about the some of the morphology features. That is, where do they live, what is their color. Now moving ahead, coming to their size. So smallest of smallest size, that is the young ones of the cockroach would be even 1/4 inch, that is around half a centimeter. And that again you can relate. This small cockroach we would have seen sometimes moving in the kitchen, bathroom and all. Also it can go up to maximum even 3 inches, that is 7.6 centimeter. That also we can relate. Okay. But adults are usually 34 to 53 millimeter, which means 3.4 to 5.3 centimeter. Okay. So 1/4 inch, 3 inches, 0.6 to 7.6 centimeters are the maximum and minimum. But adults size is usually 3.4 to 5.3 centimeter. We can relate with this size. So you need not literally remember these numbers, but in MCQs, in the multiple choice questions, like in the exams, if they ask, you can able to make out that this is the size of the normal cockroach. So that is about the size. Now coming to body. Okay. So what exactly cockroaches are made up of? So we know that, okay, animal kingdom, if you have learnt already, you would know that all the arthropods have got exoskeleton which is made up of chitin. So similarly, cockroach is also made up of chitinous exoskeleton, right? And this body of the cockroach is going to be hard and brown in color, right? So this we know already. Now, I'll show the images of cockroach and you can try recollecting the cockroach. So have you ever tried crushing cockroach? I don't know. I have tried. Like like cockroaches, when we find, we are supposed to kill it, right? Because it's a pest. So, or sometimes by mistake, we kill cockroach. That is, it might be present in the door, so it can get crushed, right? So you would have experienced, you would have heard that crunchy sound we get when we crush the cockroach. Why? Of course, because of the exoskeleton. So this exoskeleton, that is this hard part of cockroaches, are actually called, so this exoskeleton has got a name called as, where is it? Sclerites. Okay. Sclerites. So in each segment, in each part of the cockroach, exoskeleton has hardened plates. So if you see a cockroach over here, this one, this plate like structure, by the way, this is wings, and here you can see some segments. Okay, so this all are made up of hard plates called as sclerites. So this all hard structure which is present dorsally, ventrally, this all plate like structure is called as sclerites. Basically that exoskeleton, that is plate like structure, or that exoskeleton in general, they are called as sclerites. So this is a sclerite, sclerites. This is a sclerite, sclerite. Okay. Now, both dorsal as well as on the ventral part of the cockroach has got sclerites. So the dorsal part, that is dorsal sclerites, are called as, tergites. Ventral sclerites are called as sternites. Okay. Now how to remember this? I have got a trick for you to make you remember, these names. Okay. So the trick is, first I'll write sclerites. Ventral, dorsal. Ventral is sternite. Dorsal is tergites. Okay. So how to remember this? You can remember it as save, okay, data. Save data. So here, save data. Save, S in save, S stands for sterite. Save, V sound is there. So V stands for ventral, data. D, dorsal, ta, tergites. So that is how you can remember types of sclerites into you can remember it as save data. Now, I know you are not able to understand what exactly this, tergites and what is this sternite is, right? So, if I have a cockroach, okay, so I have taken a segment of cockroach, a small part of the cockroach, head and all I have removed. So only this part I have taken. So if I make the cockroach to, let's say, now I have drawn cockroach like this. If I draw the cockroach like this, we get to see cockroach in this way, right? Correct? So this is dorsal part, down is ventral. Okay. So the segments of the cockroach also, if you see, they are made up of sclerites. So the dorsal segments sclerite is called as data. That is, they are called as tergites. So this is tergites. So this one is tergites. Okay. So ventral one is called as what? Sternite. So the down part of the cockroach is called as sternite. So this is sternite. Okay. So in the real image of cockroach, if you see, now this is wings of the cockroach. So this part is there. No, this is the dorsal sclerite. So it is what? Data. So it is tergite. So down here also you get to see a lot of segments. Okay. So these all are tergites. So down one, that is this ventral segments, are called as data, save data, save ventral. So it is sternite. Okay. Now the dorsal and the ventral plates, that is sclerites, dorsal and ventral sclerites. By the way, you know the literal meaning of sclerites? Sclerenchymatous tissue we have heard in plants. Sclera means hard. So sclerites means hard. So that hard structures are called as sclerites in general. Okay, dorsal is tergite, ventral is sternite. That's different thing. So the dorsal and ventral sclerites are joined to each other by a membrane called as orthrodial membrane. Now, why this name orthrodial? Because it is present at the place of joining of sternite and tergite, and because of this membrane, the that segments can show movement like this. They can show the movement. So if this is that segment of the cockroach, they can bend like this because of this membrane that is present in between two sclerites. So that is why this is an articular membrane. Articulating means what? Joining. It is the joining. We will be hearing this terminology again in locomotion and movement chapter. Articulation between the bones, that is joining of two bones, linking of two bones. So articular membrane means linking, joining. Okay. Orthrodial means ortho, joints. We know orthopoda means jointed legged animal. Orthrus means joints. So where is this orthrodial membrane? Here. So this is orthrodial membrane, which is actually joining the sternite and tergites. So that is about the body of cockroach. Now, so we have understood some of the general morphological features. That is color, size, body, habitat. Okay. Now, let's see some of the other features of, you know, cockroach. Now, cockroach is being divided into, after all it is an insect, after all it is an arthropod. So any of the arthropod, if you consider, most of them at least, their body is being divided into head, thorax, up till here is thorax, and abdomen. I'll draw it once again. This is head. Okay. This is thorax. Um, and the last part is abdomen. So the body of cockroach is divided into head, thorax and abdomen. Okay. So first let's study about head. So the first part that we are studying right now about the cockroach is about their head. So NCERT says that if you see the body of the cockroach, it has got legs, antenna, and also there is this upper part, flat structure is concealing the head. That is what a line that is mentioned in NCERT, which is over here. You can see. That is, they have explained about the size. Their size ranges 1/2 inch to 3 inch and have long antenna, legs and flat extension of the upper body wall that conceals the head. So flat extensions of upper flat extension of upper body part conceals head. So head is slightly concealed. Concealed means covered, hidden by the upper flat extension of the upper part of the body. That is, this particular part is there, no, which is called as pronotum. We will see what is pronotum later. So this conceals the head. Okay. So what exactly head consists of? You can make out. Head has got antenna. It has got eyes. These eyes that you can see, big eyes, are not a real simple eyes. They are called as compound eyes because they have got many smaller hexagonal structure, which actually makes the, which we will be discussing later about it. So head has got 3 parts. Okay. So which are the 3 parts of the head? So head bears 3 parts, that is antenna, compound eyes, biting and chewing type of mouth parts. So 3 part. One is antenna, compound eyes and mouth parts. Okay. So this is the main parts of the head. But however, head is also made up of many segments. So there are further smaller segments that is found in the head, and you can see head is triangular structure. So some of the general features about the head we are discussing right now, and then we will be seeing the parts. Head is concealed by the flat extension of the upper part of the body that we can see in the normal cockroach, that the head is covered, concealed, hidden by some plate-like structure. And head is actually made up of some segments. I guess I have that image. Yes. So look at the head. This is actually the head, and it has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Okay. The third one, I guess, is over here. So head is made up of head of not just this cockroach, but head of the any insect, if you consider, is made up of 6 segments. Okay. So head is a triangular in shape. You can make out it is bit triangular. So head of the cockroach is something like this. So here the side view, so it is not properly visible. Okay, so they have got triangular head and it is made up of segments, but these segments are fused. So head is made up of 6 fused segments. Okay, And one more thing I had to discuss. Huh. And head will show greater mobility in all direction due to flexible neck. So head has got flexible neck, which is actually the part of the next thorax region. So because of that, because of the flexible neck, they will show mobility, that is movement in many direction. So head is connected to flexible neck, due to which they show greater mobility, means movement. So when the cockroach is about to move in different direction, you would have seen they will be moving their antenna as well, and they will be able to go in particular direction because of the flexible neck, which is helping them to move their head and the body as well. Okay, so that is some general information about head. Now we will be seeing different parts of head one by one, starting with mouth parts. NCERT says that cockroach has chewing and biting type of mouth parts. Okay, so what is the meaning of this? The mouth parts of different insects are different. So if you see butterfly, I guess they have got not butterfly, housefly has got siphoning type of mouth part. That is, they will be able to, they have got a tube-like structure through which they will be intaking the fluid or food that is present on the this one. Okay, insects like mosquitoes has got sucking type of mouth parts. Okay, I guess siphoning we also get to see in butterfly. I actually don't remember, I have studied in my zoology bachelor's. So mouth parts in butterflies is different, butterflies houseflies is different, and in what is that, mosquito does the sucking type of mouth parts they have got. That is why when they suck the blood, we we are able to feel it. But houseflies have a different type of mouth part which we are not able to feel because they have a different type of mouth part. I guess they have got siphoning, I'm not very sure, I don't remember actually. Even butterflies have got a different type of mouth part which will be helping them to intake the nectar through the tube like structure. That is, siphoning means tube. Okay, and this insect, that is cockroach, has got chewing and biting type of mouth part. That is, the mouth part is helping in not sucking food, not siphoning or intaking the food through tube-like structure, but it will be, this mouth part is more into biting, chewing, breaking the food and then intaking the food. Okay, so that is why the mouth parts are referred as chewing and biting. Okay, mouth parts are chewing and biting type. Okay, so to cause chewing and biting, they have different parts in their mouth. So again, I'm going to give tricks as well to make you remember all of these things. NCERT also have given the images of these different mouth parts, so it is not going to be that difficult. So labrum, mandibles, maxilla, hypopharynx, labium. These are the different mouth parts. In a simple manner to say, so this is the head of the cockroach. You can see eyes, antenna, and these are the mouth parts that you are able to see attached to the cockroach. So if I remove all of these mouth parts and if I arrange these mouth parts, by the way, if you are doing bachelor's in zoology, you have to dissect cockroach. I'm not very sure this, I mean, it is still there or not. In my time, we had done all these things. We were supposed to dissect, in the sense we were supposed to first kill the cockroach with the high dose of chloroform. I'm not very sure which chemical, I forgot. And then we were separating. We were separating the mouth parts. So, if you see the mouth parts, the first part, first we will be able to separate labrum. So labrum is like our upper lip. Just like how we have upper lip, they have labrum. And just like how we have lower lip, they have got labium. Okay. So labrum, labium. Labrum is upper lip. Okay. Labium is lower lip. So after upper lip, now we have teeth, right? So if I'm just coming from up to down, up is upper lip, and then we have teeth, right? So they have something teeth-like structure, which is called as mandibles. So they have mandibles. So what is the function of our teeth? We will be able to grind, chew, bite with the help of teeth. Similarly, with the help of their mandibles, you can see mandibles over here. Labrum to mandibles, and you can make out teeth-like structure. This is mandible. So they have got one labrum, two mandibles. Okay. And we have tongue. So they too have got tongue-like structure. You can see here. Yeah, here not it is mentioned. It's not mentioned over here. Here just labium, labrum, labium, mandible, maxilla. Yeah. So they have got tongue-like structure called as hypopharynx. So this is the tongue-like structure. So what is the function of our tongue? It will be helping in grabbing the food while biting, right? And chewing. So similarly here as well, the hypopharynx will just act like our tongue. Okay. Now, they have additional two structures called as maxilla. There are two maxilla. Okay. So what is the function of maxilla? So we have upper lip, lower lip. They too have got the same thing. Labrum, labium. Okay. Teeth, that is mandibles, they have got, which acts like, what is that? Teeth, just like how we have. Hypopharynx, tongue they have. Maxilla. You can see these maxilla has got lot of bristles like structure, lot of hairy structure. So with the help of maxilla, they are able to grab the food. They are able to, taste the food, sense the quality of the food. So this is the different functions of maxilla. Okay. So in NCERT, these functions are not being explained, but in NCERT, they just have given these names. That's it. Upper lip, lower lip. Hypopharynx is present in the cavities of these mouth parts. That's what they have mentioned. Nothing much in detail is mentioned about these different parts of the mouth. But now we got to know mandibles will act like teeth. Hypopharynx, they act like tongue. Maxilla's function, sense the quality of food. Also, they will be helping in grabbing the food. So maybe it acts like jaws. Okay. And upper lip, lower lip, I already mentioned. So that is about different mouth parts. That is one of the part of the head is done. Next, let's study about the next mouth part. The next part of the head, that is antenna. See, antenna and compound eyes we will be studying once again in detail under the nervous system of cockroach. So in this chapter itself, we will be studying about it, but quite a bit later. But some of the general things we will be understanding. What is antenna? Antenna is thread-like structure. So here also they have mentioned it's a thread-like structure which is actually having sensory receptors for monitoring the environment, and they arise from the membranous socket. Arise from membranous sockets present near eyes, and they have sensory receptors which monitor the environment. Let me make you understand. We have antenna over here, two antenna, a pair of antenna we get to see. So a pair of antenna which is present in almost all the insects. So what do? Where do they present? So they are present near the eyes, and it is arising from the membranous socket. Look from where exactly they are arising. They are arising from a small hole or a socket or a space which is present near to the eyes. Okay, and they are thin thread-like structures which is arising from this membranous socket present near the eyes. And what is their function? So you would have seen that, or you would have heard people saying that you have to hold cockroach with the help of their antenna, because if you touch their antenna, if you hold their antenna, they are not able to show any movement, because they are not able to go, they are not able to sense anything. Okay, so this antenna will be having a lot of sensory receptors, and you can see that the antenna will be having small hair like structures, so with the help of which they are able to monitor the environment. So when cockroach is moving, they will be moving their antenna a lot. That is how they are able to sense the environment, like temperature, what is there, who is there. If in case if you touch antenna, they will run away, they will get to know, okay, there is something over here. Okay, so that is about antenna. Okay, now coming to compound eyes. So in NCRT, they have said that head is being divided into three parts: antenna, compound eyes, and mouth parts. But eyes in cockroach are of two types, that is simple eyes and compound eyes. The image that you're able to see over here, that is this one, is compound eyes. Okay, this one is compound eyes. You can see another small structure called as ocellus, which is actually a simple eye. Okay, so even though in NCRT much information is not given about the types of eyes, I'm going to write eyes are of two types. One is compound eyes, one more is ocellus, that is simple eyes. Again, about compound eyes we will be studying in detail in nervous system of cockroach, but some general information about compound eyes is they will be having hexagonal structures which actually provide a mosaic vision to cockroach. Okay, so they provide mosaic vision to cockroach. What is the meaning of mosaic vision? Mosaic vision is cockroach is able to make out the different things present around, like some sort of a vague structures or vision they are able to have because of the mosaic vision, but that vision is of less resolution. Okay, so organisms which have got compound eyes are actually quite advanced compared to other animals, and that too they have got not just one type of eye, they have got two types of eyes, they have got simple eyes as well. So along with the mosaic vision, even though it is of less resolution, they can make out the different structures that is present around. Okay, but they can't make out the colors properly. Whereas this ocellus, that is the simple eyes, they help in detecting light. So ocelus being the simple eyes will be able to detect the presence absence of light, or light can be detected by this particular eyes. So that is some information about the eyes of compound eye, specifically of cockroach. We will be studying about this in detail. Even in antenna, about antenna we will be studying once again in nervous system. So that is about the head of cockroach. Okay, now what comes after head? So after head, the next part is thorax. Okay, so the next part of the cockroach is thorax after head. So thorax has been divided into three parts: prothorax, mesothorax, metathorax. Okay, prothorax, mesothorax, metathorax. So the head is actually connected to the thorax region by a neck like structure, but this neck is nothing but the extension of the prothorax itself. Okay, so head is connected to the thorax through the thorax itself. So the neck, which is flexible, is actually the short extension of prothorax or the thorax itself. Okay, now let's understand about these three parts in detail. In NCRT about prothorax, much information is not given, but like I'm going to give some idea for better understanding. So coming to prothorax. Let's have a look on NCRT image. So we know now that this part is prothorax. This whole part is prothorax, right? Sorry, thorax region. This whole part is thorax region. This part is prothorax. Okay, now prothorax consists of pronotum. Okay, what is pronotum? It is nothing but the flat extended, I can call it as a sclerite, right? And but it is a specifically it is a tergite, right? Tergite is nothing but the sclerites which are present in the dorsal side. So this is nothing but a tergite, okay, which is present in the prothorax. So this is a pronotum. This particular tergite is called as pronotum. So is pronotum and prothorax is same? No. The part of prothorax is pronotum. So what else is present in the prothorax apart from pronotum? And why the name prothorax? Pro means what? First. So it is the first part of thorax. It's the first part of thorax. Okay, that's why the name prothorax. It has pronotum. So that part of the cockroach which is actually concealing the head, which one? This one is actually pronotum, but it is a part of the prothorax. I'll show you. This is pronotum. Okay, so it will have pronotum. Prothorax has pronotum, and apart from that, it will have tergite. I mean, it will have the even the lower part of this segment is also considered as a prothorax only, right? That is, what is that? Sternite is also comes under the sternite of the prothorax also comes under this only. So apart from this, apart from the pronotum, prothorax has it has pair of jointed legs. because they are after all arthropoda, so they have got jointed legs. And what else? Wings is not present over here, right? Yeah, that's it. So mainly, yeah, tegmina is present in the mesothorax. So mainly they have got legs coming from this area, as well as they have got other sclerites being present. So they have got pair of jointed legs and has other sclerites, that is ventral lateral sclerites, because this is dorsal sclerites. What is dorsal sclerites? This is nothing but tergites, and these are the rest. So that is about prothorax. So the next part of thorax is mesothorax. Mesothorax is the next, or I can say middle part of the thorax region. Mid thorax region. So they have got a pair of wings, a pair of legs. Okay. So NCRT says that each thoracic segment has got pair of walking legs, that we already know. One pair is in the prothorax, the second pair of legs is in mesothorax, and the last pair is in the metathorax. So total how many legs? Total 6 plus, 3 plus 3, 6 legs, right? And 2 pairs of wings are also present in cockroach, and they are also arising from the thorax region. So the first pair of wings, called as forewings, are arising from the mesothorax region, and they are also called as tegmina. And these are opaque, dark, leathery, and they cover the hind limbs when they are at rest. So these are actually arising from where? They are arising from mesothorax. Okay. So first pair of wings, called tegmina, is arising from mesothorax. So let's have a look on this mesothorax wings, that is wings that is arising from the mesothorax. That is this one. This is mesothorax. So from here, from backside, they are arising, right? So this is tegmina. You can see they are dark, they are opaque, and the real image is over here. Yeah. So this is the first pair of wings, and you can see they are dark and they are not transparent, they are opaque. Next pair of wings are transparent. Okay. So they are arising from mesothorax. So forewings, also called as tegmina, are opaque, dark, leathery. That is, they are quite hard, leathery, and they will be covering the hind wings. Usually they will be covering the hind wing when they are at rest. So if you see this cockroach image, real, so the first pair of dark wings are actually covering the hind wings. That is the next pair of wings. Okay. Here also you get to see. So this dark wings that you're able to see is actually covering the next pair of wings completely. So that is about tegmina, which is the forewings, which is the wings which is arising from the mesothorax. Next wings, also called as hind wings, are arising from the metathoracic region. So the next thorax is metathorax. So metathorax has it is the last part of the thorax. Has a pair of legs, which is the last pair, and a pair of wings. So these pair of wings are also called as hind wings. These pair of wings are also called as hind wings. And they are quite transparent, membranous, and are used in actual flying. So this is the wing that is used in flying. So that is about, and this is very important to remember. Okay. So second pair of wings will be arising from metathorax. Now how to remember? Total two pairs of wings they have got. One wing arising from the mesothoracic region, another pair, last pair arising from the metathoracic. So this is the second pair of wings. So total two pairs of wings they have. That is total four wings they have. So second, two. When we say meta, the two sound comes, right? So hence you can remember second pair of wings arise from here. Okay. So that is about the different parts of thorax, prothorax, mesothorax, metathorax, and different wings that is arising from these different thorax also we have understood. Here I have given the general classification. So explanation about the wings is given over here. So yeah, you can say transparent wings, and it is the wing which is used actually in flying. They are actually covered by this dark tegmina. So the next part is abdomen, which is the last part of the cockroach. Morphological, if you see, because after this we are studying about anatomy of the cockroach. After this we are studying anatomy, digestive system, excretory system, and all these things. So the last part of the cockroach is called as abdomen. So both male. So by the way, we know that in cockroach we get to see the sexuality is different. That is, male and females are different. They are dioecious. They are unisexual. So male and female will have different parts in the abdomen. But however, both in male as well as female, the abdomen is made up of total 10 segments. So in general, both male as well as females are made up of 10 segments. So I'm writing the symbol. Both male as well as female have got 10 segments. In the case of females, in the abdomen, 7th, 8th, and 9th segment will help in reproduction. So we call the 7th, 8th, and 9th sterna. Now what is sterna? We are calling the ventral side. So we know the different, what is that? Sclerites we already know, right? That is, what are the two sclerites that we know? Sternite and tergite, right? So the ventral part is, the ventral sclerites are called as sternite, dorsal is called as tergite. So sometimes to mention that in the ventral sclerites there is going to be some organ, we call it simply as not sternite, we call it as sterna. Okay. So sterna means, actually it means that ventral part of the organism, that is ventral part of the sclerites of that cockroach. So in the 7th, 8th, and 9th sterna, in females they form brood pouch, also called as genital pouch. That is where the reproductive organs are present. So the genital pouch of the female, that is a brood pouch of the female, has got three parts. That is gonopore, spermathecal pores, and collateral glands. So these three parts are found in females. So I'm going to write this separately. Some empty slide. Please ignore this. Yeah. So we are discussing about female cockroach. Okay. So in female, um, the genital pouch or the reproductive organs are present between 7th, 8th and 9th sterna. Okay, and genital pouch has got three things. One is gonopore. Next, they have spermathecal pore. And the last one is collateral glands. So I'm going to tell the functions of these glands one by one. By the way, genital pouch is also called as brood pouch in females, because what is the function of brood pouch? What would be the meaning of brood pouch? That is, they will be keeping the eggs, or where the fertilization all can happen. So breeding, or they can keep the young ones inside them. So it is the usually the female's work of carrying the baby, and also that is why this genital pouch is also called as brood pouch. Now, what is the function of gonopore? By the way, functions of these parts are not properly mentioned in NCRT. So I'm going to tell separately for your information. If you want to know, you can know these functions of these different what is that parts. Gonopore will release eggs. Spermathecal pore, as the name say, spermathecal pore, right? Not, yeah. So how spermathecal pore can come in female, right? So spermathecal pore is a pore where the sperms, which is mating the female, right, is been stored in spermathecal pore. So sperms are stored over here. One second. Yeah. Sperms are stored here. It can also have other functions to do. Okay, in addition to this, they can have other functions as well. Gonopore, as the name say, gonad release, that is egg release. Spermathecal pore, so theca means some covering. So it will be storing the sperms, which has been the sperms of the cockroach, which will be mating with the female cockroach. So those those sperms will be collected, right? So that collected sperms are stored. So collected sperms are stored. Collateral gland. So they will be synthesizing certain secretion which is helpful in reproduction. That is, they will form ootheca, that is covering of the egg is actually made up of these secretions of the collateral gland. So secrete secretions which cover eggs. Okay. So in cockroach, the eggs are actually covered with the protective layers. So those layers are actually synthesized by collateral glands. So that is about different parts of female reproductive organs. I mean, the actually whatever that is present in the abdomen. Next, coming to the males. In males, the genital pouch, see, we're not calling the brood pouch, we're calling here as a simple genital pouch. Genital pouch is present in just two segments mainly. Okay, that is 9th and 10th. So genital pouches lies at the hind end of the abdomen, bounded dorsally by 9th and 10th terga, that is tergites. So the male reproductive organs are present on the dorsal side of the male cockroach. Okay, so that is why 9th and 10th terga, not sterna. And but yeah, ventrally by 9th sternum, also some ventral part of the 9th sternum as well, there are some reproductive organs. So mainly the males will consist of, the abdomen will consist mainly of dorsal anus, ventral genital pore, which will be releasing, or we can also call it as a gonopore, male gonopore, where the gametes will be released out, and gonapophysis. Gonapophysis is an external genitalia. They have got another name called as phellomer, which we will be studying once again in the male reproductive organs. Okay, phellomer, do we have? Yeah, here, ventral right, phellomers. So phellomers and gonapophysis are one and the same. Male reproductive system, phallic gland, gonopore, yeah, phellomers, correct. So phellomers and this what is that? It's one and the same. So we are talking about the different parts that is present in the abdomen region. Once again, we will be studying about these reproductive organs in detail. We will be studying about accessory duct, ejaculatory gland, testis and all. But in the abdomen region, whatever parts that is present, that we are studying first. So we will write that. So I'm going to write the things separately about male. So in males, the genital pouch is present between 9th and terga and 9th sterna. Okay, and it has got mainly two things, that is genital pore, that is the one which releases the sperm. They release sperm, and genital pore, okay, gonopore we should be calling it, is not genital pore, gonopore. Male gonopore, just like how female gonopore we had in female cockroach, similarly male gonopore, and they have another structure, that is gonapophysis, also called as phellomere. Okay, so what does phellomere does? They act like penis. Okay, act like, so they are external genitalia. I'll write it as external genitalia. So just like how penis will be releasing the sperm, that is during the mating, penis, through the penis, the what is that? Sperms will be going out. It is a copulatory organ. Similarly here, gonapophysis is like a penis, like an external genitalia, which will be transferring the sperm into the female reproductive tract. Okay, so that is about abdomen part of the male and female. So there is certain things which is common and not common. That is, in the 10th segment, there is going to be anal cerci, okay, in both the sexes. So anal cerci is not really related to reproduction, but instead it is related to sensing the environment. Okay. So about anal cerci, we will be seeing in the nervous system once again. So also a ninth and 10th, here we also get to see anus as well. Okay. In the case of male, what do we get to see? It contains dorsal anus, that is this abdomen has got dorsal anus, genital pore. So dorsal anus. So anal cerci is common in both male as well as female. So if you see the, okay, that is not visible, I guess so. Yeah. So you can see anal cerci over here, anal cerci. Here as well in female as well we get to see, okay, here not visible. Anal cerci is common in both the sexes. So which will be helping in sensing the environment, because they have certain bristles like which will be able to monitor, which they are able to make out what is present in their surrounding because of anal cerci. In addition to this, in male we get to see caudal style. Caudal style will act once again like an external genitalia. It will be also helpful in copulation, that is while mating, for the mating purpose. This will be helping in transferring the sperms from male into the female reproductive tract of female. So caudal style is present only in the male because penis is present in male, right? So caudal style is present only in male, which is also present in abdomen. Okay, so you can remember about caudal style like this: male has style, right? So sometimes we say no, style marta hai wo, like boys. For boys we say usually that they do a lot of style. So males bear a pair of short thread-like anal styles. Okay, in the 10th segment. So 10th segment has anal, not cerci, anal style. Style means elongated structure. Okay, cerci is not really elongated; it is a bit of circular. So style, even in the flowers as well, we see this term style. Style is an elongated structure; is called a style. So this anal style is also elongated, hence the name anal style. Anal caudal style is one and the same. Anal and caudal, both of them mean same. So that is about abdomen. So here we have a differentiation between male and female. Some differences is written for the better understanding. So male is usually large, female is small. Wings will be extended beyond the tip of the abdomen. Here wings are not extended beyond the tip of the abdomen. And in male, the abdomen is narrow, here it is broad. So these all are not in NCRT, only this is there in NCRT. That is, anal style is present in male, it is absent in female. Brood pouch is absent in male, but it is present in female. Okay, brood pouches for the breeding purpose, where the female can carry the eggs, is brood pouch. That is why entire genital pouch is called as brood pouch. So rest is not actually given in NCRT, so you can skip. So that is about different parts that is present in the abdomen. Next. So here we have understood about everything about the morphology of the cockroach. Now let's study the anatomy part of cockroach. So we know what is anatomy. It is nothing but study of morphology of the internal organs, right? So under anatomy, we'll be studying about digestive system, excretory system, reproductive system, nervous system. So let's get started with the easiest system, that is digestive system. The digestive system in any of the organism is divided into foregut, midgut and hindgut. Okay. So Foregut is the upper part of the digestive system, which starts from mouth and it ends up till gizzard. So mouth to gizzard is foregut. Okay. So what comes after mouth? Just like we have after mouth, we have they don't have buccal cavity separately as such, but after mouth parts, they have pharynx, just like we have, and they have esophagus. And the special part that we are able to see in the foregut is crop and gizzard. So what is crop? Crop is a structure which is seen over here as well. You can see pharynx, this is esophagus, this is crop, a broad structure. Okay, so since it is broad, it is involved in storing the food. Okay, and the next part immediate after that we get to see a narrow structure called as gizzard, which is also called as proventriculus. Okay, so it is at this particular part, that is in the gizzard, the stored food will be digested, that is by grinding. So gizzard will be having so I have a section of a gizzard as well. Yeah. So gizzard will be having outer layer of thick circular muscles and thick inner cuticle forming 6 chitinous plate. So if this part is taken section like this, we get to see gizzard like this. So they have a circular muscles and they have got thicker cuticle, okay, which are arranged in this manner, and they have a teeth-like appearance. That is why they are called as teeth. So with the help of this teeth-like structure, which is nothing but a thick cuticle, they will be able to digest the food. Okay, that is, they are able to grind the food. So gizzards will be helping in grinding the food. Crop will be helping in storing the food. So gizzard has an outer layer of thick circular muscles and thick inner cuticle forming 6 chitinous plates, and these 6 chitinous plates are called as teeth. So there are 6 teeth inside the gizzard which will be helping in grinding the food. Okay, so why they need all such parts? See, one mouth parts also was biting, chewing type. Similarly, this is also having teeth, because the food that they consume is like something like very hard, right? So they consume what is that, the things that they get in the soil, so all such hard substances they consume. So that is why they need such hard structures to grind them. And entire foregut is lined by cuticle. Okay, again, to protect the digestive system, they have got cuticle lining the foregut. Yeah, so that is about something about foregut. So let's have a look on NCERT anatomy. So we are discussing this particular part. For mouth opens into this. That's done. Gizzard, thick circular. Foregut is lined by cuticle. Okay. Next part of the digestive system in cockroach is, that is after foregut, immediate the next structure that you are able to see is this one. This is another gut. So this is called as midgut, also called as mesenteron. So mesenteron and midgut is same. Just like how we have mesothorax, similarly here mesenteron. Okay, enteron means enteron is related to intestine, right? So this is a middle intestine, it is a middle gut. Actually, this acts like a small intestine. Okay, this part that is midgut acts like a small intestine. So between the midgut and foregut, you can see small thread-like structure, which is called as hepatic caeca. Okay, so what is this hepatic caeca? So, as I just told before some time, midgut act like small intestine. Foregut, that is from the mouth up till stomach, like structure. We have here foregut, right? So intestine is here midgut. So intestine will be receiving the secretions from, like if you consider human beings like or other higher organisms, intestine will be receiving the bile juice from the liver, pancreatic juice from the pancreas. So similarly, midgut also will be receiving different juices, but from these thread-like structures, that is hepatic, also called as gastric caeca. So this particular part is not really lined by any cuticle, but there is 6 to 8 tubules, that is tube-like structure, thread-like structures, which I have shown at that time, which is actually tube-like structure, which is called as hepatic caeca or gastric caeca, which is seen in the junction between the foregut and midgut. And what do? They secrete digestive juices, just like how our small intestine will be receiving different digestive juices from the pancreas and liver. Similarly, this part, that is tubules, will be secreting the digestive juices, which will be received by this midgut, and it will be showing the further digestion. Okay, and the next part, that is after this midgut, you get to see hindgut. But between this midgut and hindgut, there is another junction where there is thinner tubules like structure, thinner tubes, which is called as Malpighian tubules. So the first group of tube-like structure is called as hepatic caeca, which is having digestive enzymes. So next tubules that you get to see between the midgut and hindgut is Malpighian tubules. And Malpighian tubules in cockroach is involved in excretion. That is, they are involved in removing the excretory nitrogenous waste and osmoregulation, all these things. Okay. So hindgut, I'll write it over here. Between midgut and hindgut, there is what? Malpighian tubules. So at the junction of mid and hindgut, there are 100 to 150. Hepatic caeca is just 6 to 80 number, but Malpighian tubules are around 100 to 150 in structures, and they are very thin compared to that of hepatic caeca, and they are yellow in color, so they will be helping in excretion and osmoregulation. Okay. Now, the last part, the midgut, is quite broader compared to that of the midgut. I mean, hindgut is broader than the midgut, and when I say it is broader than the midgut, you can make out it is like our large intestine. Okay, so this is like our small intestine. Small intestine is narrow, but hindgut is broad, right? I mean, the large intestine is broad, right? So similarly, hindgut acts like our large intestine. So if you are able to relate like this, you are able to better understand and remember as well. So they are broader than the hindgut, and just like how our large intestine is divided into ileum, colon, rectum, similarly hindgut is also divided into ileum, colon and rectum. And rectum will be finally opening out into anus. So that is about hindgut. Okay. So again, in digestive system, there are 3 parts, right? Foregut, midgut, hindgut. Foregut from mouth up till this region, that is up till the gizzard, it is foregut. Crop gizzard function, I hope it is clear. And there is hepatic caeca between the foregut and midgut. And midgut is like small intestine. So it will be receiving different secretions from the hepatic caeca. And after midgut, we have got hindgut, which is broader than the midgut, which is more like large intestine. That is why it is broader, right? And it has got 3 parts: ileum, colon, rectum. Ileum is the starting small region where it is quite narrow, is ileum, colon, rectum. So rectum will be finally opening out as anus. Okay, so here we are also done with digestive system. Now let's understand about circulatory system in cockroach. Circulatory system in cockroach is open type. Now, what is the meaning of open type of circulatory system? In open type of circulatory system, we get sinuses. That is, there is no blood vessels, there is no closed system, but there is a open system. That is, blood will be transported from heart to the different part of the body through the open spaces. Okay, so they have got poorly developed blood vessels and blood is transported through open spaces, and these open spaces are called as sinuses. Okay, so blood from the heart will be going to different part of the body through just space, through just open spaces. There is no tube-like structure, that is blood vessels. So cause of this, it appears as if the different organs in the body are bathed in the blood. Okay, so in NCERT there is a statement called visceral organs located in the hemocoel. That is, hemocoel is nothing but seal is actually, seal means cavity, right? So hemocoel means the cavity is filled with the blood, because blood is transported through this cavity, so the cavities are filled with the blood. So they are bathed in the blood. So visceral organs which is located in the hemocoel are bathed in the blood. Henceforth, the blood in cockroach is referred as hemolymph. Okay, so we are talking about these lines. Visceral organs are located in the hemocoel and are bathed in the blood, called as hemolymph. So this hemolymph, that is such blood which is transported through the open spaces, that is hemolymph, that is the blood, is not really red in color. So in cockroach, blood is not red, instead it is white in color. So there is no RBCs in the blood. So hemolymph is composed of colorless plasma and hemocytes. So I repeat once again, blood which is transported through the open spaces, that is sinuses, are called as hemolymph, and it is not red in color. Instead, they are white in color. They have no color because they don't have RBC, but instead they have got just plasma and the cells which is involved in transportation of gases, that is hemocytes. So that is about blood in cockroach. Now, coming to other parts of the circulatory system. So in human circulatory system, we have blood vessels, heart. So here there is blood which is colorless, and there is no blood vessel, but there is heart. Okay. So heart of cockroach consists of elongated muscular tube which is lying along the mid-dorsal line of the thorax and abdomen. So the heart that they have is tubular, that is, they are elongated muscular tube, and the heart in cockroach is not ventral. In our body, if you consider, see, in all the higher organisms, that is chordates, which is the last phylum of kingdom Animalia. Just like Arthropoda, we have a phylum called as Chordata, where we human beings belongs to. So a lot of features of Chordata is opposite to Arthropoda, or I can say a lot of features of Arthropoda, that is a lot of features of cockroach, is opposite to humans. Like for example, in our body, if you consider, heart is present ventrally, it is present here, heart is here. So that is why we have a song, dhak dhak karne laga, right? Like over here. Heart is not dorsal. Okay. Similarly, we have a spinal cord which is dorsal, but here the nervous system is ventral. So a lot of features in arthropods, that is in cockroach and human beings, are opposite to each other. For example, heart. So heart is present in the dorsal side, unlike us. Okay. So heart is elongated muscular structure, and they are present in the mid-dorsal line of thorax and abdomen. Okay. And this heart, if you look, they are differentiated into funnel-shaped chambers. So you can make out over here, this lines you can make out, right? See, this is the head of cockroach. This is thorax and this is abdomen. Okay, so you can't see heart in the head. Heart is in thorax and abdomen. So this part is, these all are parts of heart. So that is what NCERT says. Heart is tubular structure lying in the mid area of dorsal part of the body, which is present in the thorax and abdomen region. And the heart is having many funnel shaped, the structures that I have drawn, these are funnel shaped structures, right? So this is NCERT image. So remember this image as it is. You can remember this particular line. So this is nothing but heart. So this line, this tubes like structures are nothing but heart. So these all are the chambers of the heart. Okay, these are aliary muscles, which is connecting to the heart and other part of the body. And yeah, so heart is differentiated into many funnel shaped. Heart is differentiated into many funnel shaped chambers with ostia on either side. Now, what is ostia? So I repeat, circulatory system in cockroach has got hemolymph and heart, which is tubular. So this heart, which is having many chambers, which are funnel like structure, what is the function of the heart? Usually they will be transporting blood to the different part of the body, right? Just like in humans, here also blood is transported from the heart to the different part of the body. But in us, blood is transported from the heart to different part of the body through the blood vessels. But here, this happens through open spaces. So, NCERT says that these chambers of the heart has got ostia on either side. Okay, so what is the importance of this ostia? So we have another better image, which is not in NCERT, which is not of NCERT, but I have taken this from internet, which will make you understand what is this ostia. Okay, so this is the structure of cockroach, and cockroach is like lying down like this. Okay, so this part of cockroach is drawn over here, and we know that the heart is present dorsal, not ventral. In ventral, they have got nerve cord, that is something like spinal cord. Just like we have spinal cord in the dorsal part, heart ventral, but here it is ulta. Okay, now, so you can make out these tubular heart, which is starting from here, ending from here, which is having many funnel shaped structure, this one, right? And in these each funnel like structure, you can see ostia. Now, what is the meaning of ostia? This terminology you will be also hearing in Animal Kingdom chapter, phylum Porifera. Okay, that is sponges, phylum called as sponges. That is, in this group, organisms have got small pores on their body called as ostia. So ostia means small pores, small holes. So the heart, which is these funnel shaped structures that you can see, they have got small pores, holes. And these pores, these holes are called as ostia. So blood will be transported from these funnel shaped chambers of the heart into these hemocoel, where there is hemolymph present, through these ostia. So blood from this heart will be directly transported to the open spaces of the hemolymph, or hemocoel, through these ostia. Okay, so so blood from the sinuses, I mean the heart, which is differentiated into funnel shaped chambers with ostia on either side. So blood from the sinuses enter back to the heart through ostia, and it is pumped anteriorly to the sinuses once again through ostia. Okay, so blood which is present in these open spaces, will be transported into the heart through these ostia. Similarly, blood will be transported into these sinuses back through ostia. Okay, so blood from the sinuses enter heart through ostia, and it is pumped anteriorly to the sinuses once again through ostia. So that is about wait, anteriorly, right? Yeah, anterior, I guess through anterior aorta, sorry, not through ostia. I guess I have told other way around. So ostia will be, see here the direction of the blood is given. So this is hemosyl. So blood which is present over here will be transported to the heart through the sinuses through ostia. Okay. Whereas blood from the heart will be transported through the anterior. They have given over here, right? Pumped anteriorly to sinuses once again. That is these open spaces once again through not ostia in this way. So here there is opening, right? Here there is no opening. So blood will be transported across these heart chambers. And finally they will be going, coming back to the sinuses and coming back to the heart through the sinuses, through the open spaces. Similarly, blood will be entering into the heart through these ostia. Okay, through these small holes that you can see. Okay. So let's stick to the NCERT explanation. So how is the movement of the blood? Blood will be transported from sinuses, will be entering into heart through ostia. So sinuses, blood will be transported from sinuses through ostia to the heart. Okay. So from hemosyl, blood will be transported through sinuses to ostia to the heart, and it is pumped anteriorly to the sinuses once again, anteriorly. That is, from the front they are being transported like this. Okay. So that is about circulatory system. Now let's understand about the respiratory system in cockroach. Respiratory system in cockroach is through tracheal system. They have got trachea. And just like how we have got nostrils, they have got spiracles, which are actually small holes, which is present on cockroach, which will be taking the air from exterior environment. Okay. So respiratory system in cockroach consists of a network of trachea. So they have got a network of trachea, or it is simply called as tracheal system, which consists of network of trachea. And they will be opening through 10 pairs of small holes called as spiracles, which are present on the lateral side of the body. So let's have a look on spiracles, trachea, all these things. So if you see the structure of cockroach on the lateral sides of the cockroach, that is here, that side you can not see over here. So these lateral side of the cockroach will have small holes. How many holes they have got? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So 10 here, 10 here. So 10 pairs of small pores called as spiracles are present. So 10 pairs of spiracles are present present in the lateral side of the cockroach, through which the air will be passed inside. Okay. Now here, if you enlarge this part, you can see this like this. So this is the hole, that is spiracle. Okay, small hole, one of the small part we are enlarging, and it is being kept in other direction like this. Maybe if you can think of, yeah, if I enlarge this particular spiracle, this is that spiracle where the air will be entering inside, and this is the branch of the trachea, the network of one of the small part of the network of trachea. So this I can call it as trachea. Okay, this is the trachea in the cockroach. So this trachea will be further transporting the air through the small tubules called as tracheoles. Okay, so these tracheoles will be transporting the air to different parts of the body. Okay. So these tracheoles will be transporting air to different part of the body. That is why they are thin tubes like structure. Okay. So NCERT says that the thin branches of tracheal tube are called as tracheoles. That is what we have seen. So spiracle followed by trachea or tracheal branch and tracheoles. Okay. So this is the parts of respiratory system in cockroach. So they carry oxygen from the air to all the parts. So the opening of the spiracle is regulated by the sphincters, which gaseous exchange takes place at the tracheoles by diffusion. So just like how we are able to regulate our intake and exhalation and inhalation, like here this opening of the spiracles will have sphincter. Now what is the meaning of sphincter? So let us relate it with respect to our body. So if you consider any of the opening of the body, like most of the opening, not all, like let's say yeah, urethra. Okay, so through urethra we pass urine, but urethra is not always open. So when the urinary bladder is full, the message will be sent for to let the urine to go out, and finally there is a flap like structure in the urethra, okay, which is called as sphincter, which will be letting the urine to go out. Similarly, between even different organs of the alimentary canal as well, there is sphincter between two main branch, which will be regulating the movement of the food from one tube to another tube. Okay, so similarly here spiracles will have sphincter. Spiracles will have sphincter. We can't show it from inside, so it will have sphincter, which will close and open the spiracles according to the need. Okay, and yeah, so that is about respiratory system. And just like how in us we are able to inhale, exhale depending on the like mainly the respiration in us as well happens based upon the diffusion. In one place, in one organ, since oxygen is less compared to other, the oxygen will be flowing to such organs. So similarly here as well, gaseous exchange will be taking place at the tracheoles by the diffusion. Okay, so the pathway of respiration or respiratory system would be something like this. Spiracle. This I'm drawing for the, this I'm writing for the quick revision. Okay, when you open this notes for the quick revision, you are able to understand everything. So spiracles to trachea to tracheoles, to different part of body. That's it. Okay, so here we are done with respiratory system. Now let's understand about excretory system. So now all the organisms in the biosphere, at least the higher organisms, we all excrete three main types of nitrogenous waste. So which are these three main types of nitrogenous waste? That is ammonia, urea and uric acid. Ammonia is most toxic, uric acid is least toxic. So ammonia is usually excreted by animals which live in water. In order to reduce the toxicity of that excretory material, nature made all the aquatic animals to excrete ammonia, whereas the one which lives in proper terrestrial environment, they excrete the most, I can say the least, toxic nitrogenous waste, that is uric acid, so that even if it doesn't mix with water, it won't cause much harm, full effect to the environment. Okay, by the way, we excrete urea. Okay, now coming to excretory system. So cockroach being an insect which is a terrestrial organism, they excrete the least toxic excretory or nitrogenous waste, that is uric acid. Okay, so uric acid is being excreted by cockroach. Hence, animals which excrete uric acid are called as uricotelic animal. So cockroaches are uricotelic because nitrogenous waste that is excreted by cockroach is uric acid. Okay, and coming to the excretory organ, what is the excretory organ of cockroach? It is Malpighian tubules. So we have seen 100 to 150 small, very thin tubules like structure which is present between hind gut and mid gut, right? That is this one. So these tubules that you're able to see are called as Malpighian tubules. Okay, so Malpighian tubules is they act like an excretory structure. So if you take the section of one of the Malpighian tubule, you can see they are ciliated structure. You can see cilia. So this is that tubule which is having the space inside and which is having the ciliated cells, and they are also glandular. Okay, that is, they act like a gland. They can secrete, reabsorb. So the Malpighian tubule function is not just excretion, but also they are involved in osmoregulation. Okay, so two functions Malpighian tubules have got. One is excretion of uric acid, nitrogenous waste is being excreted with the help of Malpighian tubule. Another function is osmoregulation, or I can say ionic balance and water control, water release control. So what is actually osmoregulation? Osmo means something related to transportation of water, because we know osmosis is nothing but transportation of the water solvent from the region of its higher concentration to the region of its lower concentration, right? So osmoregulation is nothing but water control, like water loss is being regulated. Osmoregulation means water loss is regulated. So water loss can be regulated along with even what is that? It is not just water that will be reabsorbed with the help of these cells. Okay, it is not just water which is reabsorbed from the cells, but also depending on the water and everything, even ions are also secreted or reabsorbed. Okay, so this collectively is called as osmoregulation. So two functions Malpighian tubule has got, that is excretion of the nitrogenous waste as well as osmoregulation. I guess about osmoregulation they haven't given in NCERT. And then they absorb nitrogenous waste and they convert them into uric acid, that is, they will be excreting uric acid finally. Now, so this part, that is Malpighian tubule, is involved in excretion and osmoregulation, but where exactly this waste, excretory waste, will be going out? So the part that these Malpighian tubule connected is, we can see it is hind gut. Okay, so the excretory waste along with maybe very small amount of water and lot of ions will finally going out through hind gut, because hind gut is connected to Malpighian tubules, right? So NCERT says that they are finally excreted out through hind gut. That is, finally they will be going out through rectum. So there is common opening for the urine passage as well as the fecal matter. So fecal matter, and there is no separate fecal matter and urine as such. In general, fecal matter is accompanied with the this one, the nitrogenous waste. So in us we have separate urine passage, we have urethra. For the fecal matter we have anus, but here there is this common opening, that is anus, where both of this will be going out. And apart from this Malpighian tubules, the excretory system also consists of nephrocytes, fat body, uricose glands. So their function is not much known. So general function is they all are involved in excretion, fat body, nephrocytes, uricose glands. So their function in general, all of these three structures, their function is excretion. Okay, and this is quite important for NEET exam because many times questions was asked in the NEET exam. Uricose glands are found in dash, periplaneta, americana, um, rana, tigrina. So all of such options can be given. So we know that they are found in cockroach. Okay, so their function is in general excretion, that is removal of nitrogenous waste and all these things. And they have to produce, since they are excreting uric acid, which is actually very least toxic excretory material. Their excreta, that is their excreta which is having the nitrogenous waste as well as the fecal matter, right? So they are going to be very hard, like they are pellet or paste like. Okay, they have very less water, so to produce such pellet paste like solid excretory material, they need to have such specialized organs. That is why they have got other cells for the excretion purpose. So that is about excretion. Now let's discuss about nervous system. Now, as we have just discussed before some time, and some fact also we know, right, about cockroach. That is, even if you cut the cockroach head, they will live for around a week or something, and that it will die because of hunger, not because it is not having a head. So why so? We will see all of these things. So let's first see about some of the basic things about cockroach. So as I just told before some time, in cockroach, they have something like spinal cord, but they are present in the ventral side. In us, it is dorsal, right? Our spinal cord is dorsal. It is present in the backbone. Backbone is actually covering the spinal cord, but here it is ventral. Okay. So nervous system consists of segmentally arranged ganglia, which is present in the ventral side. Now, what is ganglia? Huh? We have spinal cord. What exactly spinal cord is made up of? It is made up of nerves. It is made up of neurons. So cockroach is very, what is that? It is very primitive organism. So they don't have a specialized neurons like us with many dendrites, axonal terminals, electrical impulse transportation. No, they have a very simpler, nerves, which is called as, not nerves, like nervous system, which is called as ganglia. We too have got ganglia, but we have ganglia usually in the embryonic stage and also in the adult stage also we have. So they don't have any specialized functions to do because we have neurons, but they don't have the specialized nervous system. They have got mainly sort of maybe primitive brain they can have, but they mainly have ganglia. Okay. So where do we get to see this ganglia? Ganglia is present on the ventral side and they are joined to the longitudinal connectives, that is they are joined to the lateral sides. So these ganglia, once again, they are not really present in the head. Instead, it is present mainly in the thorax and abdomen region. So there are 3 ganglia which is nerves like, okay, which is lying in the thorax region, and 6 is in abdomen region. Okay, and head is holding only a bit of nervous system, and that is why mainly, and it is present ventrally, remaining part is situated along the ventral side of the body. So that is why if the head is cut in cockroach, it will still live for 1 week because head is having only a very bit of nervous system. Most of the nervous system is present in the abdomen and thorax region. Okay. So they have something very similar to brain, but it is not well developed brain, and they are called as supraesophageal ganglion. Basically, ganglion only is present in the brain as well, like in the head as well, and that only we are calling as brain here. So what exactly this ganglion is called as supraesophageal? Why the name supra? Supra means upper. Okay. So upper to the esophagus, that is actually in the head, they have got this ganglia, and that is itself is called as brain. So this supraesophageal ganglion, they will be supplying the messages, nerves to antenna and compound eyes. Okay, so they don't have well developed brain. So actually well developed brain is found only in primates. That too, primate is where we monkeys belong to, and even more specialization is seen only in the human beings. So in all other lower organisms, they don't have well developed brain because they need not think that they have to crack NEET exam and all. Their main intention in the life is food, that is just search of food, getting food, and like three things mainly: food, mating, and protecting themselves from the predator. Okay, so that is why we get only such sort of a structures. So just let's have a look on how the nervous system is present. So you can see ganglia. So how many ganglia? See, the ganglia are connected by the nerves. So this is head. In head, there is supraesophageal ganglia, okay, which will be supplying the nerves to the compound eyes and the antenna. And in thoracic region, they have got 1, 2, 3 ganglia, thoracic ganglia, okay. And in abdomen, they have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ganglia, okay. So they mainly have got ganglia being a part of nervous system, and some nerves they would have, and some brain like structure. So ganglia is a very primitive type of a nerves you can think of, which will be relaying the information from one part to another part. Now, apart from ganglia, they have got other things which is actually helping in sensing, so that we can call it as sense organ. So I can write that nervous system consists of ganglia, okay, that is brain, thoracic, and abdominal ganglia, and they have got sense organs. So we will be studying a bit about sense organs. So this is the second thing. Ganglia is the first thing that they have. Okay. Now, sense organs. Under sense organs, we get to see compound eye, simple eyes, antenna, maxillary pulp, labial pulp, anal cerci. We will see what is the function of all these things, though it is not all are present in NCERT. In NCERT, they have given about only compound eyes and antenna. Starting with the antenna. What is the function of antenna? Antenna is thin thread-like structure which is present in the membranous socket which is present in front of eyes. Right? That is what we have studied about antenna when we were studying about the head parts of cockroach. So antennas, the antenna will be having, there are a pair of antenna by the way. There are two antennas. So they will have sensory receptors which will be able to monitor the environment. They have certain receptors which is able to maintain, which is able to monitor, that is able to make out what is present in the environment, what is present around. That is why they will be moving their antenna. Okay, an antenna has got thin bristles like structures, okay? thin hair like structures, which is actually sensory receptors. And now coming to compound eyes. By the way, two eyes we can see. One is ocellus, that is simple eyes, which is able to sense the light. Another one is compound eyes. So simple eyes I've already explained in head part. So compound eyes is the main sense organ. So what exactly this compound eyes function is? Compound eyes, as the name say compound, they have got many, that is around 2000 hexagonal structures called as ommatidia. Okay, so compound eyes consist of around 2000 hexagonal structures called as ommatidia. So using these ommatidia, cockroaches are able to receive several images of one object. So they are able to get the many images of one object, and that is how they are able to sense what is present around them with the help of their compound eyes. This compound eyes is not of high resolution, that is, I mean, it won't be providing much resolution. They are able to provide a mosaic vision. That is, mosaic means what? Variety. They are able to provide varieties of vision to the cockroach. Okay. Now, it is of high sensitivity but less resolution, more sensitivity, less resolution, and being common during night. So this mosaic vision will be, see, they have got two eyes, right? One is compound eye, another is simple eye. Simple eye is able to sense the light. So cockroach can also see the things in the in the daytime as well. That is, in the, when you switch on the light as well, they are able to make out what is present around because of their simple eyes. Whereas compound eyes will be helping them in nocturnal, in the night time they are able to make out what is present around because of this mosaic vision. Okay. Now that is about compound eyes. Coming to maxillary pulp and labial pulp. So these two pulps have got almost similar functions. Um, maxillary pulps and labial pulps. So we know maxilla, right? So maxilla's extension is called as maxillary pulp. Labial pulp is in the labium part of the cockroach. We get to, I'll just show the image. I don't have it, I did not put it. Labium pulps. Yeah, this was the image I wanted to show. Oh wow, some research paper. So this is a real image of cockroach. Uh, compound eyes, antenna, simple eyes. You can see antennas having many bristles. This is the maxilla, and a swelling, a lobe-like structure is called as maxillary pulp. Labium, that is the lip-like structure, have got a pulp swelling which is having small bristles. Once again, so labial pulp, maxillary pulp. Now what is their function? Maxillary pulp is able to detect the quality of the food. Okay, able to detect quality of the food and choose the food. So labial pulp, the one that is present in the labium, will be helping in choosing the food. That is, they are able to sense the food because of the labial pulp. Maxillary pulp will be able to detect the quality, that is how good the food is. So quality of the food will be able to get detected with the maxillary pulp. And coming to anal cerci, which is common for both male as well as female cockroach. That is what we have seen in the previous concept, right? So anal cerci. So anal cerci is able to actually sense the vibration and what else? So different things they are able to detect. So mainly they are able to detect vibrations in air, and even they have got more functions to do. So anal cerci. Anal cerci in cockroach, which yeah. So this is found both in male as well as female cockroach. Anal style is different, anal cerci is different. Anal style is found only in the male cockroach, which also act like a copulatory organ, whereas anal cerci is common for both male as well as female cockroach. This is anal cerci, okay, which is common for both male as well as female cockroach. This one is anal cerci, okay. So they are able to detect the vibrations. Also, they are able to detect the wind, okay, detect vibrations, wind. So all of these are functions of anal cerci. This is not an NCERT, but I just felt like adding. So that is about nervous system in cockroach. Next, let's understand about reproductive system in cockroach. So we know that in cockroach, the male and female organs are separate, so they are dioecious, right? So male and female individuals are different. They have got different sets of reproductive organs. So first, let's study about male reproductive system, and we will be trying to relate with what we have studied under the abdomen part of the male product, I mean abdomen part of male productive system, because abdomen of male is different from that of female that we have studied. So that also we will be relating as in when we are studying about male reproductive system. Okay, so male reproductive system, just like how in us, in humans, we have got testes, they too have got a pair of testes, and they have got seminal vesicles. Now, in us seminal vesicles, we are placing it under glands, okay? But here we are keeping it separately because seminal vesicles will be storing the sperm here. And then they too have got accessory glands which will be producing certain secretion, and they have got external genitalia. So, let's have a look on male reproductive system. As I just discussed right now, they have got a pair of testes. This one, the whole thing is pair of testes. Whole thing. So two pair of, I mean, a pair means two testes they have got. And you can see they have got vas deferens, okay, which is actually the duct. I guess accessory duct is not added here, no? Yeah. Accessory glands and ducts. So sperms which are produced in testis will be transported to vas deferens. Transported to vas deferens. Okay. And then it can be stored in seminal vesicle. This is seminal vesicle, third. Okay. And the sperm will be transported through ejaculatory duct. We too have ejaculatory duct. During ejaculation, during the mating, the sperms will be transported through ejaculatory duct. Through, later it will be transported to urethra in the penis, right? And then the sperm from the ejaculatory duct is transported out through the, it's not given over here. Yeah, through gonopores. So that is not mentioned. There are different pores they have got. One is the male gonopore through which the sperms will be coming out. So then apart from these structures, they have certain glands. One is phallic gland. By the way, ejaculatory duct is here. Fourth one. Okay. Yeah. So they have got different glands like phallic gland and some other structures they have, which will be phallic gland will be synthesizing some secretions which will be covering the sperm, that is they will be forming the spermatophore. I'm going to talk about it, don't worry. And you can see many other structures like phelomeres. Phelomeres, right ventrals, phelomeres, and they have here left phelomeres. They have phelomeres which acts, if you look at the phelomeres, they look elongated, so they act like external genitalia. And they have got caudal style, which also acts like a external genital, I mean it also acts like a penis, helps in copulation. Also it will be helping in sensing the environment. Okay. So we will be discussing about each and every part one by one, starting with testis. So testis, they have a pair of testis. They have a pair of what am I writing? A. They have a pair of testis which is lying laterally in the 4th to 6th abdominal segments. So we know that in abdomen there are total 10 segments. So between 4th to 6th segment they have got testis. And testis will be transporting the sperms to vas deferens, followed by seminal vesicle, and then ejaculatory duct, and then finally male gonopore. This is what I have just labeled over here. From testis to vas deferens. From testis, the sperms will be transported through vas deferens. It will be stored in the seminal vesicle. Then it will be going out through ejaculatory duct, and finally they will be going out through male gonopore. Okay, we have seen in the abdomen that gonopore is going to helpful in transport. I mean, they will be gonopore is a pore where the sperms will be going out from the male reproductive system, right? So same thing is written over here. So this is the pathway of the sperm. Pathway of sperms. Okay, so pathway of sperm is this one, which we already discussed now. So that is about testis and other pathway of the sperm. The next things that we will be discussing is seminal vesicle, right? Because the vas deferens and what was the other things? Yeah, mainly vas deferens is just a duct-like structure, which is a tube-like structure, which will be transporting the sperm from testis to seminal vesicle. So that is not very important to discuss because we know that it is a tube-like structure. Seminal vesicle is a structure over here in cockroach, which will be storing the sperm. Okay, so seminal vesicle is the third structure because second one is vas deferens. Okay, so seminal vesicle will be storing the sperms, and these sperms, unlike in humans and other higher organisms, they are being glued together. They are made to stick together, glued together to form a bundles called as spermatophores. Okay, and these spermatophores will be later discharged, that is, it is being transported out of the male reproductive system during copulation. Okay, what is copulation? That is in the mating time, the spermatophore will be transported out from the male reproductive system. Now to glue these sperms, they want certain secretions, right? So those secretions are provided by different accessory glands. Okay, so I'll be writing this accessory glands as a fourth, even though we haven't written it as a fourth in the image, because accessory glands are over here, which will be giving the secretions to the seminal vesicle to make the spermatophore. So I have not discussed about it because it is not really involved in the pathway of the sperm. Okay, so sperms won't be going into those accessory glands or glands. It will be simply present in the seminal vesicle, and it is to the seminal vesicle, different glands will be releasing secretions into seminal vesicle. So accessory glands, there are many accessory glands, some of them are not even labeled over here. So some of the accessory glands are mushroom gland, phallic gland. Phallic gland is visible, mushroom gland is not visible. It is present, mushroom gland is also present in the same segment where the testis is present, that is 6th to 7th abdominal segments they are present. So NCERT says that their secretion is to nourish the sperms. Also they will help in formation of spermatophore. So what is actually spermatophores? If these are sperms, okay, so all of the sperms are glued together to form spermatophore. So to glue this, they want some secretion, and those secretions are produced by mushroom gland. Utricular gland is, I guess, another name of mushroom gland. Okay, write down if you want, utricular gland and phallic gland. So phallic gland, utricular, that is mushroom gland, all of this will be producing the secretions into seminal vesicles, where the sperms will be glued together and nourishment will be given to the sperms here by these accessory glands or these glands. So the last part of male reproductive system is external genitalia. So male cockroach has got total 3 external genitalia, and those all are called as gonapophysis or male gonapophysis or phelomeres. So there is gonapophysis in female as well. We will be seeing their function. There are 3 phelomeres or 3 male gonapophysis that we get to see. So why they are called as external genitalia? Because there are other organs in the there are other organs in male reproductive system like caudal styles, pseudopenis, titillator. They all have got some functions to do with, mating. Okay, but they are not they don't have only one function, that is it is not these, I mean, these organs sole function is not just mating or copulation. They also have got other functions to do. So that is why we are not considering these other organs as a male external genitalia. Instead we are considering only the phelomeres, that is male gonapophysis, as male external genitalia, because they also have got gonopores. So what exactly this external genitalia made up of? They are nothing but a chitinous asymmetrical structures. They are chitinous because after all they are the part of the cockroach. So they are chitinous, they are made up of chitin, and they are surrounding the male gonopore. So this is why, since they are surrounding the male gonopore and these organs will be helping in the copulation solely, the main function is helping in copulation, mating, and they are surrounding the gonopore. So this is why phelomeres are considered as male external genitalia. Okay, and there are other organs that we get to see in male reproductive system of cockroach. That is, one is titillator. Titillator structure is given over here. Titillator, pseudopenis, and caudal style, right? And also in the abdomen region we have seen some of the organs in the males. Anal style mainly, gonapophysis, gonopore, yeah, this is no, only those things. So these are other organs of male reproductive system, right? So functions of these, if you consider, like if you ask what is the function of these organs, like for example titillator. Titillator is helping in, they will be helping in mating. Even pseudopenis, they are not a real penis, they are not the external genitalia, but they look as if they are external genitalia. That is why the name pseudopenis. So titillator will be helping in holding the female. Also, they will be, that is why they are helping in copulation mating. And they have one more function, that is titillator will be ensuring the formation of spermatophore. That is the gluing of the sperms is nothing but called, the glued sperms are called as spermatophore. And caudal style also have got function, they will also help in mating, but they have another function, that is sensing the environment. Okay, so that is about male reproductive system. And we know like gonopores and what is that, the male external genitalia, their location we know, that is they all are present in the genital pouch, right? Gonopore and male gonapophysis and anus. So they are present between the 9th to 10th segment. So that we have taken from abdomen. That information we know from abdomen, right? So in the abdomen we get to see what? Genital pouch, that is 9th to 10th. It has got anus, gonopore and gonapophysis. So the reproduction part of the reproductive organs of cockroach is little bit confusing. So that is why we'll write whatever glands names that we know. Okay, so male so male reproductive system consists of testis, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, and then glands. What are some of the glands that we know? Mushroom gland, that is utricular gland. Phallic gland. What is their function? Formation of spermatophore and nourishment. And then after gland we have external genitalia, right? External genitalia. In external genitalia we have seen phelomeres. So these are the male reproductive organs, like some of the important reproductive organs. Apart from this, something which will be helping in mating, which I'm going to give a different color, is titillator. That they are helping in copulation, that is mating, like holding female and all these things. Pseudopenis, because of their appearance. And one more was anal style, not cerci. Anal cerci is common for both male as well as female cockroach. So we have listed all the organs of male reproductive system. Okay. Now let's understand female reproductive system. Female reproductive system, just like us, they have got ovaries, a pair of ovaries, and they too have got oviduct, which is coming out from the ovary, just like humans, just like us. And they have got they don't have a uterus, all these things, but vagina they have got. Okay, and the fertilized egg, that is after the fertilization of the egg from the sperms, they form a ootheca, that is a leathery covering of the fertilized ovum. So to form the ootheca, they want certain secretions, for which they have got some of the glands, like collateral gland, even vestibulum also will be helping, in this secretion, release of the secretion, and they too have got gonapophysis. But by the way, they have got, females have got 6 gonapophysis. Okay, what is the use of this gonapophysis? That is the external genitalia in the female, but sounds like male genitalia, right? Because even in male also we have seen this. So gonapophysis will be helping in oviposition. Okay, that is, it will be helping in keeping the eggs. So they have a keeping of eggs in females will happen in a specific pattern. So this acts like a ovipositor. Some of the gonapophyses will be acting like a ovipositors, that is to lay the eggs in a specific manner. And other 3 gonapophyses out of 6 will be helping in the copulation and mating purpose. So we will be seeing about this one by one, starting with ovary. So female reproductive system consists of two large ovaries, oviduct, spermatheca. This I haven't mentioned now, I just missed it. Spermatheca is for the storage of the sperm, genital chamber, which consists of different things, and collateral glands, etc. There are even more glands, even more things. Okay. So first let's discuss about ovaries, and after discussing everything, we will be writing all the glands, all the things that we know under female reproductive system, which will be making us to remember like in the exams, like for the revision purpose, we'll be making a flow chart. So the first organ is ovaries. There is a pair of ovaries, and pair of ovaries are they are present where? Between 2nd to 6th abdominal segments. Okay. Under abdomen part, we have studied about spermatheca and gonopore also we have seen, right? So all of those were present between 7th, 8th, 9th in that segments. But testis is present between 2nd and 6th abdominal segment. So each ovary is formed out of 8 ovarian tubules, which is also called as ovarioles. So if you see ovaries, you can make out they have got tubules like structure. Okay, tube like structure. So they are made up of, ovaries are made up of how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you can see just 5. So they are made up of around 8 ovarian tubules containing a chain of developing ova. So inside the ovarian tubules, the ova is developing in the form of chain. Now, why so? Why these ovum are developing in the form of chain? Because this is a lower organism and they are not producing ovum once in a month, because their lifespan is very short and they have to produce their young ones in large numbers. So that is why they produce a lot of ova, and that what is being produced in the form of chain inside these tubules. That is why they have got tubular ovary. We don't have a tubular ovary, we have just a circular spherical structured ovary, because once in a month one ovum will be released, but here many ovum has to be released. So that is why they have got tubular ovaries. That is, inside the ovary there is 8 ovarian tubules 8 ovarian tubules, which consist of a chain of developing ova. And then the next part is oviduct. So oviduct of each ovary unite into a single median oviduct, that is vagina, which you can see over here. So 2 oviduct you can make out, 2 ovary, 2 oviduct. So these 2 are oviduct. So these oviduct are joined together to form vagina, which is also called as common oviduct. Okay. So oviduct is just a duct, it's just a tube-like structure. So there is no much information that is, that even we need to know about it. So they unite to form the next structure, that is median oviduct, which is the third structure that we get to see over here, and which further open into genital chamber, which you can see over here. So this vagina will be further opening into genital chamber, which you can see over here, genital chamber. So inside the genital chamber, genital chamber, as the name says, it is a genital pouch where the ovum will be further developed. And a pair of spermatheca is also present in the sixth segment, which will be opening into genital chamber. Spermatheca. So this is the fourth structure, genital chamber. Fifth one is spermatheca. What is the function of spermatheca? Spermatheca's function is they store sperms, right? This we also saw in abdomen. So they too also open into genital chamber. So spermatheca is not how it's given. So this is a small structure that you're able to see. Spermatheca. This is spermatheca, which will also open into genital chamber. So genital chamber is also a common opening for many organs. So it is also called as genital pouch. So the next part after the spermatheca is, yeah, it's not given in NCRT. So there are other parts that you can see, that is gonapophysis, that is female external genitalia. So information about genital, external genitalia of the female frog is not given in NCRT, but no problem, I'm going to talk about that. Also, there is one more organ that is mentioned in the diagram, that is vestibulum. We will also see about vestibulum. Okay. So, what is the function of vestibulum? So, this is vestibulum. This whole thing is vestibulum. So, vestibulum will be able to secrete certain secretions which will be helping in formation of what is that? Ootheca. Okay. Yeah, we'll write it over here. Vestibulum. Secrete secretions which help in formation of ootheca. Okay. And one more structure was there, right? Gonapophysis. Female gonapophysis. Female gonapophysis there are total 6 in number. Some of that will be helping in oviposition, that is laying eggs in specific manner, and they will be helping in mating, that is copulation. Okay, so these are the different reproductive organs of the female cockroach. Okay, now we can make out ovum will be released from the ovary, which will be passing from the oviduct. So after which they will be transported through the vagina, and from vagina they will be passed into genital chamber, and from the genital chamber it will be passed through gonapophysis, and through the female gonopore they will be going out. Okay, I'll write it over here. Pathway of ovum, ovary to oviduct, then vagina. So after vagina, the genital pouch or genital chamber. It's better to say as genital chamber specifically. And gonapophysis, female gonopore. Okay. Now, the egg that is being produced from the female cockroach will so they will be fertilized, right? that is the spermatophores, which is having the glued sperms. So from there the sperms will be going out. So sperms are transferred through the spermatophore and they will be fertilizing the eggs. And these eggs will be encased, that is they will be covered with the, they will be covered with the ootheca. Okay, so their fertilized eggs are now encased in the ootheca. They are covered by the ootheca. So this ootheca, so let me make you understand. Spermatheca will be storing the sperm. So during copulation, there is going to be mating between male and female cockroach, and female cockroach will store the sperms from the male, and the stored sperms will be later fertilizing the eggs, and then these fertilized egg will be covering something around themselves. So this covering is called as ootheca, and this ootheca is this one. This covering that you're able to see is called as ootheca. You would be getting something like this in your kitchen or wherever there's a lot of cockroach around your in your house. You will get something like this, and if you open, sometimes eggs will come, or maybe small cockroaches will be coming from this one. Okay, so ootheca is a dark reddish blackish brown capsule that you can see, which is around 8 millimeter long, that is around 1 centimeter. Okay, 10 millimeter is 1 centimeter, so 8 millimeter is 0.8 centimeter, so around 8 millimeter long it is going to be. And a female cockroach can lay around 9 to 10 ootheca, each of which will consisting of 14 to 16 fertilized egg. Okay, so later these after breaking of this ootheca, we get to see small eggs. Okay, it's not given. Okay, so you can see small eggs like structure, which is like when the ootheca is open, and from this egg, so from this structure, a very small young one of cockroach would be coming, and actually inside this itself, this egg will be developing into the small cockroach, and none of these will have wings, as you can see. And all these young ones is actually a sort of a larvae, right? Isn't it a larvae? A bit different from the adult it is, but not completely different. So these young ones that you can see, which is of cockroach, is called as nymph. These all larvae are called as nymph. So NCERT says that, where is that? Yeah. Development of Periplaneta americana is paurometabolous. Now, what is the meaning of paurometabolous? This is the statement that is given in NCERT. Paurometabolous is something, it is a process of metamorphosis where the young one, the larval stage will be slowly developing into adult stage without a big change. So if you see the normal metamorphosis, that is maybe if you consider in frog, tadpole is very different compared to the adult. But here, the nymph is not very different from the adult, and that too, the development of this larvae is very slow, and it looks as if there is no much change happening, and this is called as paurometabolous. So whenever the larval stage is nymph, that is the young ones of this cockroach, when it is looking very similar to that of the adult, so such there is no much changes actually. So such larvae are called as nymph. So whenever the nymph is present, such metamorphosis is called as, such changes, that just such development is called as paurometabolous. Okay, such changes are called as paurometabolous. So nymph looks very much like adult, right? And the nymph will be growing through molting, that is they will do lot of casting of their skin, that is around 13 times they will be the nymph grows by molting about 13 times to reach the adult form. And then the last nymphal stage is there, no, they will also get a wing pads, but only the adult adult cockroach will actually have a wings. Okay, so how many times? Around 13 times. Nymph grows by molting about 13 times. Nymph grow by molting around 13 times to become a adult cockroach. So they will be molting 13. Molting means nothing but ecdysis. What is ecdysis? Molting? Casting of the skin. So lot of insects, including cockroach, they cast their skin out. Okay, they when they are growing, they will be removing of their skin, which is called as molting. And last, nymphal stage gets wing pad, but only adults will have wings. So such type of development where the larvae looks very similar to that of adult is called as paurometabolous. So that is everything about cockroach. But before that, we will before going ahead, we will write all the female reproductive organs of cockroach. Pair of ovaries, oviduct, vagina, and collateral gland, genital pouch. Collateral gland will be helping, collateral gland and vestibulum. Okay, that part I have not written, right? Okay, here it is not written. I'll be writing the function. Yeah, collateral gland function is not given in NCERT. So help in formation of ootheca. Okay, that brown leathery covering. And what else? Spermatheca, genital pouch, gonapophysis. Genital pouch, gonapophysis. 6 in number, total 6. And genital pouch has got 2 things, vestibulum and genital pouch. So if you see which are the different abdominal segments which has got these different parts, then we know that in ovaries, ovaries are present between 2nd to 6th segments of abdomen, right? And spermatheca is present in 6th segment once again. And from morphology, we know that that is in the abdomen. Genital pouch is, wait, what? Genital pouch is vestibulum genital poucha. No. So genital pouch has genital chamber and vestibulum. So it should be genital chamber, not genital pouch. So from the morphology, we know that the abdomen has got certain morphological structure, that is certain visible structures, that is genital pouch. And in genital pouch, we get to see the spermatical pore, we get to see collateral gland, we get to see gonopore, female gonopore. So entire genital pouch is present between 7th to 9th segments of abdomen, right? So we are actually connecting the morphology as well as anatomy over here with respect to the segments of the abdomen. Similarly, if you see in the male reproductive system, genital pouch, which is having gonopore and gonapophysis, that is phelomere, right? So this is present between 9th to 10th segments of abdomen, right? And testis is present between 4th to 6th segment. Okay, and mushroom gland's location is also given. So mushroom gland is it's mushroom shaped structure, that is mushroom gland is present 6th to 7th segment. Yeah, 6th to 7th segments. So that is about male and female reproductive organs. I know if you see the abdomen and like if you say the morphology and anatomy, it's going to be a little confusing. So why under morphology, that is why under abdomen, which comes under morphology, has got only few structures? Why all the structures are not mentioned? Because over there we are talking about morphology, that is a visible structure, visible feature in the abdomen. So outside, the external features of the abdomen, if you see, you get to see holes called as gonopore. Both male female gonopores are visible, and external genitalia, that is gonapophysis, is visible over there. So that is why the visible features, the external features, specifically external features, are mentioned under morphology of the abdomen, whereas here in the reproductive system parts we are seeing the detailed structures. Okay, so here we are done with male as well as female reproductive system of cockroach. Now we are left with certain economic importance of cockroach. Yeah, so a small paragraph is given about cockroach. So there is no economical importance that is known about cockroach. Okay, why there is no economic importance? So no economic importance because cockroach are wild. Many of them are found in human habitat as well. And a biggest reason why why there is no economic importance, because they're not going to be helpful. Instead, they are going to be problematic for the humankind because they are pest. Okay, so they act like pest. Pest in the sense they will be harming the plants and they will be harming the food, right? So they act like pest. They contaminate food. How do they contaminate the food? That is with the help of, they actually spoil the food, okay, and contaminate the food with the excreta. So they contaminate the food with their excreta and spoil the food in this way. And it is also known, the lot of bacterial diseases are also spread by cockroaches. They spread certain bacterial diseases, something like food poisoning and all these things are spread by cockroach. So that is something about cockroach. Okay, now let's study about the next organism that we are supposed to study, that is frog. But before studying frog, my suggestion for all of my students is, please once have a look or go through class 10 standard life processes, because in life processes, you will be studying about some concept of digestion, absorption, and also you'll be studying some things about excretory system, and all these things. Okay, so if possible, go ahead with the also go through the control and coordination of class 10 standard. So life processes and control and coordination of class 10 standard, if you go through, if you understand, you are able to study this chapter easily. But even if you do not want to study control and coordination of class 10 standard, please study life processes. If you do not want to study entire chapter, at least study the digestion part. Why? Because before, in class 11th human physiology unit, there was a chapter called as digestion and absorption, but that chapter got deleted. So you might not know, or you might not have much idea about digestion. So that is why, to understand the digestion in the frog, if you understand digestion and absorption in humans, it is going to be easier. Okay, similarly, if you are not understanding tissue chapter of class 11th, I mean not chapter, if you don't if not understanding the tissue of this particular chapter, please study class 9 standard tissue chapter once. Like, go through, not study, just go on reading. You will be able to understand, you're able to recollect everything that you have studied in your class 9 standard. So having said that, hopefully, I hope you will be going through class 10th digestion absorption chapter, because other concepts that is related to frog we will be studying in detail in human physiology, so you won't be finding much difficult. Okay, so frog. Now, frog is quite higher organism. Cockroach cockroach, which is an insect, belong to the phylum Arthropoda, which is invertebrate non-chordata. They do not have got vertebral column. A lot of features are opposite compared to that of humans, so it was a little difficult to understand a lot of things in cockroach. But frog is going to be quite easy, because a lot of features are similar to us, because they belong to the phylum Chordata. So let's study about their systemic position. That is, which class, which phylum, and all these things that they belong to. Okay. So systematic position of frog. So here we are considering one of the species of frog called as Rana tigrina, okay, which is commonly found in India. So the species name is, the genus name is Rana, species specific epithet is tigrina. It belongs to the phylum Chordata, class Amphibia. In animal kingdom, we will also study a superclass which comes in between phylum and class, that is superclass. So they belong to superclass Tetrapoda. Okay. Now, first, as usual, we will be seeing certain general features like where do they live and how do they live and all. So habitat. That is, where do they live? So they live in both fresh water. So there is no marine frog, okay, because their property, their skin, their features do not support for the marine atmosphere, that is salty water. So they live in both fresh water and land. That is why the name amphibians. So the class amphibians, they belong to the class Amphibia, right? So the reason why the name Amphibia, because amphi means both. Amphi means both. Bio means live, life. So they live both in water as well as land. Okay, that is fresh water as well as the land. So one more important thing we have to note, which is not directly given in NCERT, it is not really that they can live in both water as well as land, but instead they want both water as well as land to complete their life cycle. So why do they need water? They need water for the reproduction purpose. So they are able to show external fertilization. In the water, they will be able to fertilize the egg. That is why they want water for the completion of their life cycle. Now, coming to temperature regulation. So habitat is done. Temperature regulation. So we humans, that is, which we actually belongs to the class called as Mammalia. we mammalians, even birds, we all are able to regulate our internal body temperature. Okay, we are able to regulate our body temperature because we have an internal heat. We produce heat, and because of that, we are able to regulate our body temperature. But amphibians, as well as even reptiles, they can't regulate. They can't regulate their body temperature. So imagine if frog is present in, let's say, 7 is too much, 10 degrees Celsius, their body temperature will be turning into 10 degrees Celsius. But we don't show that. If we go to, let's say, place where there is 10 degrees Celsius, our body temperature won't turn into 10. Our body temperature will remain 37 degrees Celsius. But they can't maintain, they can't regulate, they can't maintain or regulate their body temperature. Hence, they are called as poikilotherms, or we can also call their this properties cold-blooded animals. So reptiles, fish, that is spices, amphibians, they all are cold-blooded animals. So these all are features that is present in NCERT. And coming to their special features. Okay, yeah, here it is. So they are able to show certain special features, like they can, is it there? Yeah. So since they can't maintain their body temperature, since they can't regulate their body temperature, right? Their body temperature keep on changing. They don't have constant body temperature, right? So since they can't maintain their body temperature, we can say that they can't maintain their constant body temperature. So because of this, in the extreme summer, they go for summer sleep called as estivation. That is, they go under the soil or between the rocks or somewhere. Similarly, in extreme cold temperature or a bit of cold temperature as well, they go for winter sleep called as hibernation. Okay. So they go for the place, they go to the place where they can keep their body warm. So we are in the peak summer, they show. So during this period, they take shelter in deep burrows to protect their extreme heat and cold. So special feature is they show hibernation, which is winter sleep, estivation, that is summer sleep. That is, they go to deep burrows to protect from heat and cold. So this is the special features that you are able to see, that we are able to see in frog. Okay, so if I am saying cockroach, it's by mistake. Okay, whenever I'm talking about now frog, it is frog, it is not about cockroach. So even if I by mistake I say cockroach, it's by mistake. I am not like, not doing it purposely. So also another features, which is another special feature actually that they show. So you would have seen different colored frog. Okay, so usually their colors are like either like very attractive, like orange, blue, or sometimes they will have this greenish color. Okay, usually this very weird colored frog, not cockroach, weird colored frog, like as I said, blue, orange. So these usually will be poisonous frog, whereas the green colored frog, so all these types of frog, even brown, so they have these type of colors like green and brown for the camouflaging, that is to hide from the predators. So they can change color to hide them from their enemies, which is called as camouflage, right? Brown, green as such. So this protective coloration that they show is called as mimicry. So camouflage, mimicry, we get to see in organisms like frog because they have got lot of predators, like birds are also their predators. A lot of birds and even snakes are also predators, and there would be even more animals which will be eating the frog. That is why they will show this features. So that is something about, some introduction part, like habitat, that is where do they live, what are some of the special features about their body, temperature regulation about frog. Now let's understand about morphology of frog. So even in cockroach we have studied initially about the habitat, how do they live, all these things, and then we have studied about how do they appear, what is their size, shape, color, all these things. So, and we know what is morphology. Morphology is nothing but study of external features. Anatomy is study of the morphology of the internal organs. So first let's study about morphology. Okay. So that is their body division. How, if you see the frog, how the body is being divided. So frog's body is being simply divided into head and trunk. There is no tail. Okay. So that is why we place frog under a group called as Aneura. Aneura. That is absence of ura, absence of tail. Ura means something related to the tail tip, right? So they belong to the group called as Aneura because they don't have got any tail. So head is the body is simply divided into head and trunk. There is no tail and neck in frog. Now coming to their skin, you would have all seen that they are little shiny, even though they are green, brown, whatever color is, they are little shiny because their skin is moist, smooth, and covered by mucus. So the skin is always maintained moist, slippery, and there is presence of mucus. So skin is soft, or I can say smooth, slippery due to mucus, and yeah, why they have got such type of features like soft, smooth, slippery due to mucus? Because they have to maintain moisture condition on their skin, because skin is used for the respiration purpose. Even in the earthworm as well, we are able to see this similar features because they too use their skin for the respiration purpose. Okay, so soft, smooth, slippery due to mucus, and they maintain moisture on skin. Okay. Now coming to color. So let's have a look on the color. Once again we will have a look on frog. So you can make out dorsal side of the frog is little dark. Ventral side, that is this side, is quite pale in color, lighter in color, pale yellow in color. So dorsal side is olive green. I hope you have eaten olive, the dark green, right? And there are going to be dark irregular spots that you can see. That is why you can see here the dorsal side is having irregular spots, and because of this irregular spots, they look as if they are tiger. That is why the species name is Rana tigrina. Okay, so dorsal side is olive green with the irregular spots, and the ventral side is pale yellow in color. Ventral side is pale yellow in color. And now coming to the head. In head, we are able to see many things, like they have got a pair of eyes. We will be studying more about it in sense organs. Paired nostrils they have got for the respiration purpose. They also breathe with the help of their lungs, and they have got bulged eyes. Simple eyes, bulged eyes, which is present in the socket of their skull. And eyes has got nictitating membrane to protect the eyes from different things. They will be getting into water. They will be also in the land. So that is why they have got nictitating membrane for the protection of the eyes. And also they don't have any external ear, but tympanum will be representing the ear. So either side of the eyes have got a membranous tympanum. So eyes, other side is over here, bulged eyes. They have got nostrils. Tympanum, this is tympanum. Okay. If you see the real image of frog, you can make out this is tympanum. Okay. Tympanum, nostrils, mouth, and inside the mouth there is going to be bifid tongue, okay, which will be helping in collecting the food like insects. Bifid means what is that? Like a fork, bifurcated tongue they have got. I guess that part is not written over here. So that is about head of frog. Okay. So nictitating membrane, as I said, protect eyes in water. And other functions like, functions of the eyes, tympanum, we will be seeing once again in the sense organs. I'm not going to talk about the functions of these parts. Now, moving further. Coming to the limbs. So, in amphibians, like from amphibians up till that is mammalia, that is amphibians, reptiles, birds, that is aves, and mammals. So we all are called as tetrapoda. We belong to the superclass called as tetrapoda because we have got tetrapoda, that is 4 limbs. Okay. Upper 2 limbs are called as forelimb, lower 2 limbs are called as hind limb. Though in birds the 4 limbs are modified into wings, we all are called as tetrapoda. So upper limbs in the case of frog has got only 4 digits, whereas lower limb has got 5 digits. So upper limb 4 digits, that is 4 limbs 4 digits, hind limb 5 digits, and of course limbs will be helping in swimming, walking, leaping, that is sort of a jumping, and even burrowing. And hind limbs, so if you see the limbs, they are webbed. They have got, they have got a webbed hind limb because it is going to be helpful in swimming. Okay. So we are talking about limbs. Hind limbs 5 digits, and these are going to be larger, muscular, 4 limbs compared to that of the 4 limbs, and feet are webbed for the swimming purpose. So they are webbed for swimming. Hind limbs are obviously larger, muscular, because it is the hind limbs which will be helping in leaping, and it need more strength for the jumping because all the pressure will go on hind limb when they are leaping, that is when they are jumping, even when they are swimming and all this. So that is why hind limbs are more muscular and larger, and it is more evident over here. You can see hind limbs are muscular, like you can make out it's sort of having a lot of muscles compared to this limbs, and it is larger. Okay, so this is going to be helpful in leaping. So you know that frogs keep on jumping, leaping, right? So now coming to another important morphological features after limbs, that is sexual dimorphism. Now what is this? Frogs show sexual dimorphism. Even cockroach also shows sexual dimorphism, that is male and female will have unique features. So you can make out when you see male, you can make out because they have got anal styles, and lot of features you can see in the male which is quite different from the female, which I had, I guess, listed in the class, though it is not in NCRT. So sexual dimorphism is also seen in cockroach, so also it is seen in frog. So what is the meaning of sexual dimorphism? Sexual dimorphism. So morphologically, two sexes are having differences. So what are those differences? And obviously they are dioecious. That is why they are able to show sexual dimorphism, right? They are unisexual or dioecious. So there are two main features, differences that we can make out in male and female frog according to NCERT. One feature is male frogs have you can see in the first digit of the first digit of the forelimb, you can make out um, a copulatory pad which will be helping in copulation, which will be helping in holding the female frog. Okay, so we are talking about sexual dimorphism. So male frogs have copulatory pad in first digit of forelimb, which will help in copulation, that is specifically holding female frog during copulation, during mating. And second important feature is, I actually have put, yeah, this is copulatory pad that you can see in the first digit of forelimb. And this is male, right? So you can make out the difference between male and female. Male and female. That is, you can see a vocal sac that is present in the male, which is not present in the female. Okay. So another feature that we can see in the male is presence of vocal sac, which is able to produce the sound. Male frogs have vocal sac which produce sound. So usually in the rainy season we hear frogs croaking sound. So that croaking sound is made by this male frogs, which is actually attracting the female frogs for the mating. So that is why in rainy season, in the starting of rainy season, we hear a lot of croaking sound. That is, the male is producing this croaking sound with the help of this large vocal sac that they have. So they will be mating, and for mating, that is, they want water. So that is why in the rainy season we get to hear this sound. Okay. And apart from this, another feature that we are able to see, that is the differences in the tympanum. Tympanum is larger and it is more evident. Their structure is larger in the male frog compared to that of female frog, but that is not in NCERT. So that is about morphology in frog. Okay, morphology of frog. Now let's come to anatomy. We know what is anatomy. Anatomy is nothing but the study of the morphology of the internal organs, or study of the features of the internal organs. So let's first get started with the one of the internal system, that is digestive system. Okay, so for this purpose only I said that you better study, or once it's better to go through class 10 standard life processes for the better understanding or remember about the digestive system. So because digestive system is very similar to that of us here. So coming to the digestive system of frog, if you remember about digestive system in humans, you can make out that just like how we have stomach, intestine, and rectum, they too have the similar structures. Okay. So here it starts from esophagus. So digestive system of frog consists of, just like us once again, we too have got alimentary canal and digestive gland. So they too have the same thing. Okay. So it starts from, digestive system consists of alimentary canal and digestive glands. Okay. So alimentary canal is quite short. Why? Compared to us, it is very short. Because frogs are carnivores. Why do we have got longer intestine? Our alimentary canal is longer. Our intestine is not this small. We have a very long small intestine and again quite longer large intestine. Because we are omnivores, so we have to eat both veg as well as non-veg. So if we have a vegetarian diet, like if organism is having a vegetarian diet, they will have a longer alimentary canal, because for the digestion of the plant-based food, it requires more of digestion, more of bacterial digestion and all this. So that is why herbivores will have a longer intestine. But since they are omnivores, they have a short alimentary canal. Okay, because they are carnivores, alimentary canal is short as they are carnivores. Hence they have short intestine. And alimentary canal starts from the mouth, even though in NCERT image they haven't given it given from the mouth, because the internal organs are shown. So just like us, it starts from the mouth. From the mouth, just like how we have buccal cavity, they have buccal cavity, followed by pharynx, and then esophagus. After esophagus, they have stomach, just like us. After stomach, they have intestine. No separate large small intestine, because they are carnivores, so short alimentary canal. And they have got rectum. And in us, rectum is followed by anus, right? But they have something called as cloaca, which is acting like an anus. But why they are not calling it as anus over here? Because cloaca is the common opening. Cloaca is a common opening. That is, this is a cloacal aperture. This is cloaca. So cloaca is the common opening for fecal matter, urine, as well as for the sperm. So that is why rectum is followed by cloaca in frog. Okay. Now, coming to some of the digestive glands, which is not mentioned in the alimentary canal part. So some of the glands which is giving certain secretions into alimentary canal are liver and pancreas, just like us. How do we produce bile from the liver? Similarly, they too have got liver, which is secreting bile, and it is being stored in gallbladder, and pancreas will be producing pancreatic juices, right, which is containing digestive enzymes. And the food from the mouth, food in the mouth is actually, food is captured in the mouth with the help of a bifid tongue. Okay, bilobed tongue. So it is having a bilobed tongue, like two tongue like this. Okay, bilobed tongue they have got. They have lobes in their tongue like this. So that is something about digestive system. So we will be, whatever I just said, no, I'm going to I'm going to explain a little bit more about whatever I have discussed about digestive system. So as of now, yeah, we have discussed the alimentary canal and some of the glands I just mentioned. So let's understand digestion and absorption in frog. So from the mouth, food will be transported to buccal cavity, pharynx, esophagus, and food will come to stomach, right? So why I have drawn pharynx, esophagus and all in the form of a arrow mark? Because over there is no separate digestion which will be happening, so that is why I'm not mentioned it over here. So mainly digestion will be happening from the stomach. Okay, so In stomach, just like us, how do we have HCl and gastric juices? Similarly, they too have got HCl and gastric juices. So digestion of the food takes place by the action of HCl and gastric juices secreted from the wall of the stomach. So wall of stomach secretes HCl and gastric juices, very important. Okay, so digestion will be happening in the stomach and then the food will be getting into intestine. Okay, yeah, food will be entering into intestine and you can make out they also have got a liver, gallbladder, pancreas is not visible over here. They also given kidney, fat bodies, we will see about that later, heart, what else, yeah, urinary bladder also mentioned, so we will be seeing about those things later under excretory system, respiratory system. So food which will be partially digested from the stomach will be entering into the first part of the small intestine, that is duodenum. Okay, so even in humans as well, the partially digested food is called as chyme. So chyme will be partially digested food, that is chyme, will be entering into intestine. So in intestine, that is specifically duodenum. Even in us as well, the first part of the intestine is called as duodenum. Duodenum, jejunum, ileum are the three parts of the small intestine in human beings. So similarly, they have got duodenum. And even in us as well, intestine will be receiving secretions from the liver and pancreas. So here as well, the first part of the intestine, that is duodenum, will be receiving secretions from liver and pancreas. Okay, so liver will be secreting, synthesize bile. Okay, I should have drawn it in this way because even in us as well, pancreas, secretions from the pancreas and the liver will be transported through the common opening. So let's draw it like this. Liver, pancreas. Okay, so yeah, duodenum will be receiving bile from the gallbladder, but however this is being synthesized in the liver, bile synthesized. Okay, gallbladder, stores bile. So pancreas will be synthesizing certain pancreatic juices which has not been mentioned. What are those? Synthesize pancreatic juices, just like us. So now bile from the gallbladder, pancreatic juices from these pancreas will be transported to the first part of the intestine through common bile duct. So this is common bile duct. This is called as common bile duct. Okay, so to make you understand the whole thing, I have just trying to write in the form of a flow chart. So duodenum will be receiving bile from the gallbladder, pancreatic juices from the pancreas through a common bile duct. So what is the function of the bile? Again, from class 10th life process, we know that they will be emulsifying the fat. Pancreatic juices, which contains pancreatic amylase, trypsin, will be digesting the protein. Okay. So the function of bile. So what does bile do over here? So this all functions of the bile and pancreatic juices, all of this will be shown in the intestine. It is in the intestine we are able to see digestion by the bile and pancreatic juice. So bile emulsifies fat. Now what is the meaning of emulsification of fat? It is not literally a digestion with the help of an enzyme. Emulsification is nothing but here the bile is converting the larger fat globules into the smaller fat globules. That's it. Okay. Even if you want to understand in a simpler manner, just try putting maybe a big drop of fat on a water and try to cut that fat globules. So you are able to produce like you get to see many small fat globules. So very similar thing we are able to see with the help of bile. So bile emulsify fat, and the pancreatic juices, which contains pancreatic amylase trypsin, so they digest. So pancreatic juices digest proteins and carbohydrate. So that is what we get to see in intestine. Okay, I hope it is clear. So final digestion will be happening in the intestine. So just like how we have got villi and microvilli in intestine, they too have got villi, microvilli in intestine. Okay, so final digestion occurs in intestine. Microvilli. What is microvilli and villi? So if we draw the intestine, there are going to be columnar epithelial tissue which will be having the foldings or projections on them. Okay, so that projections are called as villi, and further inside the villi there is going to be further smaller projections, that is called as microvilli. So with the help of these many foldings that we get to see in the simple columnar epithelial tissue, and further microvilli over there, so surface area for the absorption increases because of this more foldings, and this will be helping in the better absorption of the digested food in the intestine. So microvilli, villi absorbs digested food in intestine. Okay, so in the inner wall, so that is what has been mentioned, digested food is absorbed by the numerous finger-like folds in the inner wall of intestine. So villi, microvilli are nothing but they are numerous folds in the inner wall, as I have just drawn before some time. They are the folds in the inner wall of intestine which will be absorbing the digested food. Now the undigested food undigested food will be going out through the rectum finally to cloaca. Okay, so they will be going to the rectum, and from rectum they will be transported out through cloaca, again just like us. So once again, from the mouth food will be transported See, very much detailed digestion is also not required. So in a simple manner to understand, they have given some information, and only those things we will be studying. So food from the mouth will be transported to the buccal cavity to the pharynx to the esophagus, and digestion will be happening in the stomach with the help of gastric juices and HCl, which is being produced from the wall of the stomach. And the partially digested food is called as chyme. Even in humans as well, we call it as chyme only. And now this food from the stomach, just like us, it will be transported to the duodenum, that is the first part of the intestine. And here in the intestine, now it receives the bile juice from the gallbladder, which is actually synthesized from the liver. And pancreas will be transporting pancreatic juice, and all of these juices, that is bile juice from the gallbladder, pancreatic juice from the pancreas, will be transported through the common bile duct into the intestine. And in intestine, final digestion, that is all the digestion will be happening in the intestine. Again, the folds, that is, the inner wall of the intestine, which is lined by the columnar epithelial tissue, right? They will have further crypts, that is projections or the folds. So that folds are called as villi, and these folds will have further smaller folds on them, which is called as microvilli. So villi, microvilli will be which is actually numerous folds that is present in the inner wall of the small intestine. So they will be absorbing the digested food. So undigested food will be passed out to they will be transported then to the rectum, from rectum to the cloaca. So that is about complete digestion of frog. And that's it. That's all you have to know. Okay, so here they haven't started it from the mouth. So it started here from the esophagus. So I hope I have simplified the entire digestion and absorption part. So for the better understanding, please once study the chapter life process of class 10, and specifically over there study about digestion for the understanding of this flow chart. Okay. Now, the next anatomical organ or system that we need to know is respiratory system. Frog, since it lives both in water as well as land, they have varieties of respiratory organs. So on land, frog uses buccal cavity, that respiration through buccal cavity is called as buccopharyngeal respiration. They use skin, which is called as cutaneous respiration, and lungs. Okay, so these three organs are being used by the adult frog on the land. So first we will be understanding what is the meaning of these, how exactly they respire through this different respiratory system. Okay, by the way, some informations are also missing in NCERT. That is, they have just given about the adult frog, right? They haven't spoken anything about the the tadpoles, the larvae. So larvae of the frog, actually they use gills for the respiration purpose. Adult will be using lungs, specifically in the land. Okay, they use all these three, but in water, the adult frog, they will be using skin for the respiration purpose, and even skin will be used for the starvation hibernation. We'll be talking about that. So some information that is missing, I'm going to add over here. Larvae will use gills for respiration, which is called as branchial respiration. Okay, so again, through the gills, they will be intaking the dissolved oxygen from the water will be intaken through the gills, and the carbon dioxide is expelled out into the water again. Now, There are three types of respiratory system that we get to see in the adult frog in the land, on the land, starting with respiration with the help of skin. So respiration with the help of skin is called as cutaneous respiration. Okay. Respiration with the help of skin. So they have got moist skin, and this is the reason why they have got moist skin, because it will be helping in cutaneous respiration. So dissolved oxygen in the water is exchanged through the skin by diffusion. So as I just told before some time, adult frog will be using even skin for the respiration purpose in water. Okay, so this will be on land, skin also used, even in water also skin is used for respiration purpose. So specifically in water, when they are respiring, the adult frogs, when they are respiring, the dissolved oxygen that is present in the water will be exchanged by the skin through simple diffusion. So it is by the simple diffusion they are able to show the cutaneous respiration. Also, they use skin for the respiration when they are going for the summer sleep and winter sleep, that is during the estivation and hibernation. Gaseous exchange will be happening through the skin, because when they go to the deep burrows, they can't respire through the lungs. So skin will be able to take up even little oxygen that is present around, will be taken up by the skin through diffusion. So that is why they use this type of respiration during the hibernation estivation. Coming to pulmonary respiration. So pulmonary respiration is respiration through lungs. So lungs in frog are a paired structure just like us, which is pink colored sac like, which is present in the upper part of the body, upper part of the thorax, just like us. So here we had seen, right? So they have got a pair of lungs which are pinkish in color, which is actually rich with blood vessels for the respiration purpose, right? So we are discussing about this part. So air will be entering through the nostrils, and then it will be transported to lungs later. Also, another way of way of respiration by the frog is buccopharyngeal respiration. So that is with the help of buccal cavity. So air will be entering through the nostrils. So here there is a combination that has been used. Okay, that is both lungs as well as buccal cavity has been used for the respiration purpose. So respiration with the help of lungs are called as pulmonary respiration. So air which is being transported from the nostrils will be entering into the buccal cavity, and then it will be entering into the lungs. And also they use buccal cavity for the respiration, which is called as buccopharyngeal respiration. This is the third type of respiration that they show, the adult frogs that they show. So, so nostrils will be intaking the air, and nostrils opens to buccal cavity. That is when they are intaking the air through the nostrils, it enters into the buccal cavity, and buccal cavity will be expanding during the inhalation. And then nostrils will be closed and glottis will be opening, and buccal cavity will be contracting. At that time, you can see when the buccal cavity is contracting, the lungs are expanding. This is lung. So this is buccal cavity. This is lungs. This is lungs. This is buccal cavity. Lungs, buccal cavity, lungs. So when the nostrils are open, the inhalation will happen and air will be entering into buccal cavity, and buccal cavity is expanded. but lungs will be contracted at this time. So this is all for the pressure difference they are doing this. And when the nostril is closed, buccal cavity will be contracted so that the air can enter into these lungs. And then now the air has entered into the lungs, right? And from the lungs, it will be air, oxygen will be transported to different part of the body. And for the exhalation purpose, the lungs will be contracted. So buccal cavity will be expanded so that the carbon dioxide rich air can transport from the lungs to buccal cavity. And when the nostril is open, glottis will be closed, buccal cavity will be contracting, and you can see lungs are also contracted. So this is how the air will be transported out, okay, during the expiration or exhalation time. So this is how they use buccal cavity for the respiration purpose. So that is why, since here glottis has been involved, that is why the respiration is called as, even buccal cavity is involved, that is why the name buccopharyngeal respiration. Though it is not an NCERT, I'm just explaining because they have mentioned, right, like they use buccal cavity, skin as well as lungs for the respiration. So usually pulmonary respiration and respiration with the help of buccal cavity happens like simultaneously, okay. So that is why sometimes we get to see frog, opening and closing their mouth. So they use the combination of respiration. So they have varieties of respiratory system because they have got all these different organs for the respiration purpose. So next part of anatomy is circulatory system. Now, about circulatory system in frog, just like us, they too have got closed type of circulatory system, okay, closed type of circulatory system. So hence they have got blood vessels along with the heart and blood, okay. And they also have got lymphatic system, which is having lymphatic lymph channels and lymph nodes, again like us. So I'll tell you later like what is the difference between blood and lymph here. Again, same like us. Now coming to the heart. So as we know that in circulatory system there are three things: heart, blood and blood vessels. So first let's see different parts that is present in heart. So the first thing that we will be discussing is about heart. So heart in amphibians, not just in frog, consists of 3 chambers, 2 atria, 1 ventricle. So due to this, the circulation that happens in the heart of frogs are incomplete double circulation. So if you consider with humans or other mammals, we have 4 chambers, that is why complete double circulation happens. But since here there are only 3 chambers, circulation is incomplete. But double circulation is incomplete, which means there is going to be mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood in the ventricles of the heart. And frogs won't have problem with that because they have got sufficient ways to intake oxygen rich air, right? So they are able to respire through skin, lungs. So that is why they won't have problem with such sort of incomplete double circulation. So let's discuss other things about heart, that is blood vessels and all these things. So heart has got a triangular structure called as sinus venosus. So in NCERT this image is not given. They haven't given any image for circulatory system, but certain important terminologies are given. So for the better understanding, I have put some different images from the internet. So they have a triangular structure called as sinus venosus. By looking at the name of this structure, we can make out that they are involved in transportation. I mean, they are a type of a vein. Okay. So where is sinus venosus? This is sinus venosus. Yeah, this is sinus venosus. So you can make out that they are getting the blood into the heart. So it is a type of a vein we can we can make out. So they are getting what type of blood? They are getting deoxygenated blood to the right atrium, because right atrium is the chamber of the heart which receives deoxygenated blood. Okay, so from class 10th life process chapter and also from body fluids and circulation chapter, we know that right part of the heart receives deoxygenated, left will be receiving oxygenated. And for the remembering these things, you have a trick called as LORD. Left atria or left part of the heart receives oxygenated blood, right part of the heart will be receiving deoxygenated blood. Okay, so deoxygenated blood will be transported through these sinus venosus, which actually joins the right atrium. So the sinus venosus will be receiving the blood through major veins called as vena cava. So blood vessels that they have are vena cava. Okay, and we will also see other blood vessel. So what exactly sinus venosus does? They will be transporting sinus venosus. They transport blood from vena cava into right atrium. So this is a special triangular structure that they have. Similarly, they have got another structure called as another structure called as conus arteriosus. By looking at the terminology, we can make out it is a type of blood vessel called as arteries, because arteriosus, you can see the name. So ventricles will be opening into sac-like structure called as conus arteriosus on the ventral side of the heart. So let's have a look on conus arteriosus. So this is conus arteriosus. And what are they doing exactly? They are transporting the blood from ventricles into the pulmonary artery. So they are a type of artery, right? That is why the name conus arteriosus. So they are transporting the blood away from the heart. We know that arteries are the blood vessels which will be transporting the blood away from the heart. Veins will be transporting the blood towards the heart. So sinus venosus will be transporting the blood from vena cava into the right atrium, whereas conus arteriosus, they are transporting the blood from ventricles. Only one ventricle they have. Arteriosus. They are transporting the blood to where? To the So conus arteriosus will be transporting the blood through this arch. Okay, which will be further transporting the blood into pulmonary artery and systemic artery. Okay, so oxygenated blood will be transported to systemic arteries, and deoxygenated blood will be transported to pulmocutaneous artery. So basically, conus arteriosus will be transporting blood from the ventricles into arteries. Okay, so conus arteriosus and sinus venosus are the two special structures that we get to see in the heart of frog. Okay, now why they have these special organs like special arteries, special veins? Because they have got three-chambered heart. That is, they are neither able to show complete double circulation nor it is single circulation. Hence, they are able to show incomplete double circulation. So slight mixing of oxygenated deoxygenated blood will be happening in the ventricles, and that mixed blood, that is more oxygenated blood, will be transported to the systemic arteries, that is the different part of the body, and deoxygenated blood, that is slightly deoxygenated blood, that is mixture actually, will be transported to the pulmonary artery. So it requires some special structure to transport these. So that is why conus arteriosus will be doing this function. Similarly, the vein which is releasing the blood into the single ventricle. So for that they have a special structure, that is sinus venosus. Now, The blood from the heart is carried to all the part of the body by the arteries, that is this arterial system. So we have seen two blood vessels over here, which are the two blood vessels that we get to see in frog. That is mainly we get to see, like according to what we have just seen, we get to see vena cava and arterial system, which has got different types of arteries. Okay, so this much is enough if you know. Now moving ahead with they have other systems, other type of circulatory system that we get to see in frog, that is hepatic and renal circulatory system. So hepatic circulatory system, even we too have got this. So what is hepatic circulatory system? That is, it is the special blood vessel connection, or I can call it as a special venous connection because the veins are connected here, between liver and intestine. So usually whatever the oxygenated blood, I mean whatever the blood which is passing from the heart into intestine, which will come back to the heart, right? So arteries are involved in transportation of blood from heart to different part of the body, including intestine. Similarly, veins are involved in transportation of the blood from the intestine to the heart, right? But in between heart and intestine, that is specifically while the blood, coming back, when the blood is coming back from intestine to heart, the blood, instead of directly coming to heart, it will go to liver first and then it will be coming back to the heart. Okay, so this circulatory system where the liver, that is where the hepatic means what? Liver, where liver is involved and liver is acting like a port, liver is coming in between. So that is why this circulatory system is called as hepatic portal circulatory system. But what is the importance of this hepatic circulatory system, hepatic portal circulatory system? That is, liver is actually a detoxifying organ in our body. So whatever, that is in the case of our body as well as in the amphibian. So whatever the poison, that whatever the toxic things that we consume, that will be detoxified by the liver. That is why blood, after getting into intestine, instead of coming back to the heart directly, they will be entering into to the liver for the detoxification. So the special venous connection between intestine and liver is actually called as hepatic portal system. So why are we calling it as a special venous connection? Because intestine will be transporting the blood to the heart through veins. So it is these veins which are involved between intestine, liver, heart. So that is why it's a venous system, because veins are involved. There is another type of circulatory system in frogs called as renal portal system. Okay. Now what is renal portal system? Renal means kidney. Okay. Renal hepatic means liver. Renal means kidney. So there is a special connection, that is a venous connection between kidney and lower part of the body. That is, heart will be transporting blood to the lower part of the body. And these lower part of the body, from this, the blood is supposed to come back to the heart. But instead of directly coming back to the heart, blood will be getting into kidney first and then it will be coming back to the heart. But why this happens? Again, here veins are involved, because it is veins which will be transporting the blood to the heart from the different part of the body, right? So why kidney is involved? Because we know that kidney is involved in filtering the blood. So for the filtration purpose, for the filtering the blood, that is to remove the nitrogenous waste from the blood after transported to the different lower part of the body, it will be entering into the kidney, and after filtering, the pure blood without nitrogenous waste will be coming back to the heart. Okay. So that is about different circulatory system, portal circulatory system that we get to see in frog. So we have discussed about the heart, blood vessels, and now let's discuss about um, blood in frog. Okay, so they are not very different from us. So they have got blood with the plasma and cells just like us. Okay, yeah. So this is the third thing that we are discussing under circulatory system. So blood is made up of mainly two things: plasma, just like us, and cells. Cells in the blood are of three types in frog: RBCs, WBCs, platelets. Platelets. RBCs are also called as erythrocytes. Platelets are also called as leukocytes. So RBCs are colored in. RBCs after all are colored cells, right? But difference between human and mammalian and specifically humans and their RBC differences. In the case of frog, we get to see nucleated RBC. So they have got nucleated RBCs. So rest all the features are same. They too have hemoglobin which transport oxygen. So other features are same. Red colored pigment, that is hemoglobin, is present, and so all of these are common. But the main difference is they have got nucleated RBCs. But in us, we don't have nucleus. In human RBC, we don't have nucleus. So that is about blood. So very important feature, that is RBC is nucleated unlike us. Coming to the lymph. Lymph is another type of body fluid and we too have this. So lymph has got again two things: plasma and cells. So what sort of a cells lymph has got? Lymph has got WBCs. So RBCs and a lot of proteins are absent in the lymph. It's quite different from this one, blood. So RBCs and few proteins are absent. So what is the function of blood and lymph? That we already know. Just like us, blood, lymph is involved in transportation of nutrients, gases, also removal of waste. Okay, so in general I'll write function. Transportation of nutrients, gases, waste. So here we are done with the circulatory system in frog. Okay, quite simple, very similar to that, very similar to us, but some differences are like renal portal system, sinus venosus, conus arteriosus. Now coming to excretory system. So again, very similar features like us, just like how we have excretory system, they too have excretory system, that too with a pair of kidney, ureter, urinary bladder, and instead of urethra, they have cloaca. So this is a unique feature that they have, which we do not have. Okay, and they excrete urea, just like humans, just like lot of mammals, they too excrete urea as their as their nitrogenous waste. Okay, so In excretory structure, they have got different organs. So we will be studying about each organs one by one, starting with yeah, kidney. So if you look at the excretory system, here is the excretory system. They have got a pair of kidney. Okay, and on the kidney there are fat bodies. Now so excretory system has got mainly kidney and other excretory system also, if you parts also if you consider, they are dark in appearance, they are dark and compact, they are compactly arranged, bean like, and it is situated little posteriorly in the body cavity on both the sides of vertebral column. So specifically we are discussing about the kidney. I guess in NCERT they haven't mentioned that we are talking about the kidney over here. Excretory system consists of a pair of kidney, ureter, cloaca, urinary bladder. That is what is mentioned. But here they are trying to mention about the kidney. So just like us, they too have got paired kidney, which is compact, bean shaped, dark in color, and they are present on either side of vertebral column. And yes, they too have got vertebral column because they are chordata, they are vertebrata, they have got bony vertebral column. Okay. Now apart from this, inside the each kidney, just like us, they too have got structural functional unit of kidney, that is nephrons, which is also called as uriniferous tubules. So they have got nephrons. So kidney is made up of numerous nephrons, which are also called as uriniferous tubules, just like us. And uriniferous tubules or nephrons will be producing the urine, and this urine from the kidney, that is from these uriniferous tubules, right? So this is the second first part of the excretory system that we're discussing, that is kidney. So from the kidney, the urine will be transported through two ureters. They have got two ureters, which is emerging from the kidney in the male frog. So ureters in the male frog acts like a urinogenital duct. So let's have a look on male reproductive system in frog. Here it is. So you can see a pair of kidney, pair of fat bodies as well. Now these kidney will be producing urine, and that urine will be transported from the kidney through the urinogenital duct. So here the ureter is actually the one which acts like a urinogenital duct. Now why the ureter is having the name urinogenital duct in the case of male? Because you can see that testis is present just above the kidney. So testis produce sperms, right? Kidney produce urine. So both kidney and sperm has got common passage. That is this urinogenital duct. The duct name is itself urinogenital because it is passing the urine as well as the genital product, that is sperms. Okay. So that is why in the male frog, ureter acts like urinogenital duct, and later it will be finally opening into, this urinogenital duct will finally open into cloacal aperture. Okay, like this. This is cloacal aperture. So the next part of the male reproductive system, excretory system, actually we don't have, that's it, because after urinogenital duct there is just a cloaca, right? So we can maybe write cloaca as the third part of male excretory system. Coming to female excretory system. In female, the ureter, which passes the urine, and the oviduct, which passes the ovum, are separate. Like they are a separate opening. There is a separate opening for the urine passage as well as the oviduct passage. Okay. So in female, there is going to be a pair of kidney, and there is going to be what else? Ureter and it will be separately opening into the oh yeah, we haven't discussed about urinary bladder, right? Yeah, I'm so sorry. So before cloaca, urinary bladder, where the urine will be stored. So in female frog, yeah, in female frog you can see they have got a pair of kidney, and this is a pair of kidney they have. This is ovary. Okay, so pair of kidney has got a tube like structure which is called as ureter. Okay, so ureter will be connecting to cloaca, and there is a urinary bladder which will be storing the urine, and ovary is connected with the oviduct. So here it is separate but is actually attached. Okay, so it should be connected here. So ovary will be transporting the ovum, which will be transported through oviduct, which will reach cloaca, and they can go out. So ureter and oviduct, this is oviduct. Okay, this is ureter. So ureter and oviduct are separate in the case of female excretory system. Okay, so the next part of excretory system is urinary bladder. So after cloaca, or actually we should have kept cloaca last. So urinary bladder is present both in male as well as female, and they are very thin walled, and it's present on the ventral, that is front to the rectum, which also opens into the cloaca. So excretory wastes are carried by the blood into the kidney that we already know through the renal portal system. Blood will be transported to the kidney, and then it will go to the heart, and in the kidney that excretory waste, that is urine, will be produced, and which will be stored in urinary bladder, and urinary bladder further opens into cloaca. So the four parts of excretory system in frogs are, like, again, male and female is quite different, but still, pair of kidney, pair of ureter in the case of female. In the case of male, it's urinogenital duct, and then there is urinary bladder and cloaca. Okay, so here we are also done with the excretory system. So I guess I can write those things for the better understanding. Female and male. So let's write the pathway of the urine. First is kidney, female, right? So yeah, ureter, so they can store it in the urinary bladder. So urine can be stored in urinary bladder. Cloaca is the aperture of urine. Female, they have a pair of kidney, but urine is passed through urinogenital duct, and then the urine is passed for the storing, that is in urinary bladder, and it can go out through cloaca. So that is in the male and female excretory system, the different organs. Now coming to the next concept, that is nervous system. So just like us, we have got two types of system which is involved in control and coordination, right? That is, we have got nervous system as well as endocrine system. So similarly, they too have got nervous system and endocrine glands for the control and coordination purpose. Nervous system in frog consists of central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. Central nervous system has got brain and spinal cord just like us. Peripheral nervous system has got nerves like cranial and spinal nerves just like us. So peripheral nervous system is present at the periphery part of the body. Central is present at the center, that is brain and spinal cord. And peripheral nervous system actually consists of the nerves which is originating from the brain and spinal cord. That's why the name is spinal and cranial nerves. And again, in the peripheral nervous system, they have got further two types of nervous system, that is autonomous and autonomous nervous system, under which we get to see sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Okay, That is one type of nervous system under autonomous nervous system is involved in stress condition, emergency situation. So suddenly when you go near to the frog, they suddenly jump off and they go, right? So that is because of their sympathetic nervous system. Out of autonomous nervous system, because of the sympathetic nervous system, they are able to respond to the emergency situation. And after emergency situation, they are able to show, calming down of the body and all because of the parasympathetic nervous system. Similarly, endocrine system consists of numerous glands which are able to synthesize, which are able to secrete a lot of hormones. So what are the different endocrine glands they have got? They too have got thyroid, parathyroid, pituitary gland, thymus gland, pineal gland, pancreatic islets, yes, they produce insulin, adrenal glands, gonads. So they have got almost all the endocrine glands that we have, they too have. But yeah, you can see some of them are missing, like, hypothalamus is missing because hypothalamus, if you see the function of hypothalamus, it's like more specific to the higher organisms, like, they are able to show a lot of functions related to emotions and all. So those things are not obviously not present in frog. Okay, now coming to the sense organs in frog. Okay, I should have yeah, let's delete this. Yeah, coming to the sense organ, by the way, this thing and this thing is repeated over here. So sense organs, they have got sense organs, like organs for the touch, right? For the touch, they have got sensory papillae on their feet, limbs. So sensory papillae will be helping them to feel the touch. So finger like projections they have, which they actually feel the touch. And for the taste, they have got very less number of taste buds. Okay, unlike us, we have more number, they have less. They are not able to make out the varieties of taste. And for the smell, they have got nasal epithelium. Okay, and for vision, they have got eyes. We'll be discussing about that. For hearing, they have got internal ears called as tympanum. So some of the well developed sense organs that they actually have is actually just eyes and ear. So they have got pair of tympanic membrane, which we will be discussing right now. Yeah. So out of all those, eyes and internals are well organized structure. Only eyes, ears are well organized. So what about rest? So rest of the sense organs are present in the form of just cell aggregation, just like a group of cells. They are not well developed. Only eyes and ears are quite well developed. So eyes. So they have got pair of simple eyes on the sockets of skull bone. Okay, and they have tympanum. Array, what am I writing? Sorry, nictitating membrane. For protection in water, protection of eyes in water. We were also supposed to have this, I guess we have this as well, but we are not using it because we don't usually swim inside the water. Early humans used to do that, but we don't, so we are not using that efficiently. But eyes in the case of frog, they are covered by nictitating membrane. Okay, so bulged eyes they have got quite well developed. And the next organ is ears. External ears are absent. External ears are present only in mammals. It is the special feature of mammals. This type of pinna, that is external ear, is found only in mammals. So, tympanum or tympanic membranes, tympanum membranes represent ears. And what is their use? They help in balancing the body. It is the organ of hearing as well as balancing. They help in hearing and balancing, just like us. That is, to maintain this equilibrium of the body, they need to have ears. So these two structures are well developed. Rest are just present as a cell aggregation. So that is something about sense organs in frog. Now, coming to nervous system, that is specifically, we'll discuss a bit more about the nervous system. Okay, about endocrine gland, there is no much information is given because they produce the normal hormones that we produce. But nervous system, they show some differences compared to that of us. Okay, so in frog, we get to see 10 pairs of cranial nerves arising from the brain. So we know cranial spinal nerves are the part of the peripheral nervous system. And the central nervous system, so this is about the peripheral nervous system. And central nervous system, CNS, okay, is divided into 3 parts. That is, specifically the brain of the central nervous system. Brain in the central nervous system is divided into 3 parts. That is forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain. Okay, forebrain has olfactory lobes. Actually, we do have this, and they have cerebral hemisphere. We do have this, and they have unpaired diencephalon. Whereas in us, we get to see paired diencephalon. So they have unpaired diencephalon, which is the part of the forebrain itself. So in us, it is paired. That is in higher organisms like humans, but here it is unpaired. There is single, diencephalon, okay, which is actually a part of forebrain. Now, coming to the midbrain has got a pair of optic lobe. Even we do have, some part in the midbrain which is into vision, that is optic. And hindbrain consists of only cerebellum and medulla oblongata. We have pons, so they don't have pons. Okay, so almost similar features we get to see, but there is still some difference. So medulla oblongata passes out through the foramen magnum. Foramen magnum is a opening of the skull. So medulla oblongata from the brain will be going ahead into foramen magnum, which is the opening of the skull, and it continues into spinal cord. Okay, so this things is about brain, whereas this is about spinal cord of central nervous system. So they have got spinal cord, and just like a spinal cord is covered by the vertebral column, it has been protected and enclosed by vertebral column. So that is about nervous system in frog. Very similar. Only differences I'm going to mark over here. One is this difference. Questions were asked from this part. And one more difference is, I'll tell you here, no pons, which is another difference. Okay. So olfactory lobe as well. In NCRT, they haven't told that humans have olfactory lobe, but in some books they give. So this is also a difference, I can say. So these are some of the features about the nervous system. Now let's study about the reproductive system in frog. So we know that we have, like in the frog, we have male and female frog. So male female reproductive system is going to be different because they are present in different individual. So first let's study about male reproductive system. Male reproductive system has got a pair of testes. You can see 1, 2 pair of testes. Male reproductive system consists of a pair of testes, okay, which is yellowish in color, and they are found adhered to the upper part of the kidney. They are present attached to the kidney with the help of some foldings, you can see. So these foldings, these what is that, fold of tissues are called as, this fold of tissues are called as mesorchium. Mesorchium, which is a unique feature of frog, okay, specifically male frog. So mesorchium is present only in the male frog, okay. So there is a reason why they have this type of structure where kidney and testis are attached to each other, and there is this mesorchium which is actually attaching between, which is actually adhering, which is joining the kidney and testis, because they are producing this, they will be producing sperms in very large quantity, and they will be releasing these sperms into the water. So for these reasons they have this support called as mesorchium, okay. And next, after kidney, you can see they have got urinogenital duct. Before that, we also get to see vas efferentia. Here it is. So they have got vas efferentia, that is, see, mesorchium. Here you can't make out mesorchium properly. Here they have labeled this only as vas efferentia. So this structure will help us understand more about mesorchium. So testis and, wait, yeah, this is testis and kidney is attached by mesorchium, okay. And on the mesorchium, you get to see some duct-like structure. I repeat once again. This is testis, this is kidney. Testis is attached to kidney with this tissue called as, this peritoneum tissue is called as mesorchium. And on the mesorchium, you can see tubes-like structure. These tubes-like structures are called as vas efferentia, and we too have vas efferentia, which is originating from the testis. And vas efferentia will be further giving rise to epididymis in humans. Epididymis will be giving rise to vas deferens. So similarly, here they have got vas efferentia, okay. Now, basically, testis is able to attach to kidney with the help of mesorchium, okay. Yeah. Now, why they have mainly mesorchium? Because their parts are like very, like the features are like very much advanced, but their body is like very small. So accommodate everything inside, they need a support. So support is a mesorchium. So next part of the male reproductive system is vas efferentia, because testis will be producing sperms and it will be transported through these duct-like structures. Called as vas efferentia. So vas efferentia will be around 10 to 12 in number, which is arising from the kidney. And vas efferentia, which will be transporting the sperm, will be further leading into Bidder's canal. Okay, so testis is producing sperms. Once again, we'll have a look on this particular structure. Testis will be producing sperms. That sperms will be transported through vas efferentia. Vas efferentia will be transporting the sperm through the duct-like structure that you get to see in the kidney, called as Bidder's canal. So where is this Bidder's canal? This one. These are called as Bidder's canal. These are called as Bidder's canal. So through the Bidder's canal, this all duct-like structure that you're able to see is Bidder's canal. Okay. So yeah. So what is exactly Bidder's canal? It is the next part of male reproductive system. Okay, third part. So the sperms will be entering into the kidney on the, I mean, these vas efferentia will be entering further into the kidney on either side, and it opens into Bidder's canal. So sperms from the what is that, from the testis will be transported to the vas efferentia, then transported to the kidney, and in the kidney through Bidder's canal they will be further going ahead into urinogenital duct. So urinogenital duct is the fourth part of the male reproductive system, which is a common opening for the both urine as well as sperm, which we know. And finally that kidney will be opening opening out into cloaca, which we can write as the fifth part of the male reproductive system. So basically, excretory system, male reproductive system, digestive system, all of them have a common part called as cloaca. So cloaca is a small median chamber that is used to pass fecal matter, urine as well as the sperm to the exterior. Okay, so that is about male reproductive system. So sperm from the testis transported through vas efferentia. From vas efferentia, they will be transported through the Bidder's canal into the kidney. From Bidder's canal, they will be transported through urinogenital duct, and then they are transported to the cloaca. Okay. So coming to female reproductive system, female reproductive system have got a pair of ovaries. So this one and this one, and you can make out there are many ovum inside them, because since they show external fertilization, the fertilization is happening in the water, they have to release a lot of ovum, and some of the ovum will be fertilized, out of other ovums would be lost. So that is why they will produce lot of ova. Okay, so in female frog, ovaries are situated near the kidney but not on the kidney. There is no connection between kidney and ovary in the female, unlike in the case of male. In the male there was a mesorchium, but here there is no mesorchium, nothing. There is no connection between kidney and ovary. Okay, so ovary will be transporting ova through the oviduct. Okay, through the oviduct. So the next part of the female reproductive system is a pair of oviduct arising from the ovaries, which will be further opening into cloaca separately. That is, through the oviduct, ova will be separately transported into cloaca. Okay, so the next part of female reproductive system is going to be cloaca. The last part I can say is cloaca. So how many cloaca? How many what is that, ova that has been produced in the ovary? That is around 2000. This is very important to remember. We have to remember this. 2500 to 3000 ova will be produced in the ovary. Even in cockroaches as well, similar numbers, like in thousands the ova will be produced. So series of ovas will be produced inside the ovary, and it will be released, because in the case of cockroach, since they are pests, like a lot of predators will be killing them, right? But here fertilization is itself external, so there is a lot of ova that will be lost. That is why large number of ova will be produced at a time from a female. Okay, fertilization, as I said, external, that is in the water. Okay, and development is indirect. So there is a larval stage, and the larvae in frog is called as tadpole. Larvae is called as tadpole, and this larvae is very different compared to that of adult. So larvae is very different in appearance compared to that of adult. That is why such type of indirect development is called as metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. Meta means big, very big morphological changes. Morphosis. Okay, so that is about female reproductive system and some changes that we can see after the reproduction. Now, coming to economic importance. There are around 3 to 4 points under economic importance of frogs. Frogs are very essential animal because they eat lot of insects which actually harm the crops. So they eat insects which harm crops, hence they protect crops. Actually, it's not frogs' intention to protect, they protect. It is going to be helpful for us because frogs eat a lot of insects which eat our crops. And one more importance is for the ecological balance. Frogs are important link of food chain and food web. They are important link of food chain, food web. So they are important for ecological balance. And the last point is, in a lot of different part of the world they are eaten as a food. So in some countries muscular legs of frogs are used as a uh, muscular legs of frogs are used as food in many part of the world. So these are the three main economic importance. So here we are done with the structural organization in animals, which included tissues as well as cockroach and frog. So I hope you have understood all the points which I have mentioned in the class. So that's all for today. Let's meet in the next class, next video. Do solve all the DPP questions. Bye bye. Have a great day.